wait a couple of days, 48 hours, get a test, and if you have a negative test, you can come back. So that's different than the exclusions, that's isolation. I really think that, so this number 2, right now we're at about 550. I really think our exclusions from the Washoe County Health District and our isolation process is a really critical mitigating strategy. It's precautionary. It does impact families. It does impact learning because we are asking people who are used to in-person to now learn from home for a couple of weeks, or staff members or families are now having to scramble because of work arrangements. But I think it's how we're keeping the spread down. So that has been an ongoing source of kind of confusion, sort of the isolations versus the exclusions.
Trustee Cottle, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just had one more,
Okay.
if that's
Yeah.
okay. As we go into flu season, the flu symptoms are almost the same as COVID. So how are we going to deal with that? I mean, is there going to be an instance where students are going to think families will think their students have the flu, or they actually could have COVID, or vice versa? What would be recommendations for dealing with flu-like symptoms when we're going to be in flu season versus COVID?
That's a question that's come up a few times, and unfortunately, yes, influenza-like illness does mirror almost identically to COVID, and unfortunately, COVID-19 is a build-your-own set of symptoms kind of a disease. There's a gamut of symptoms, and they don't present themselves in the same way at all, in the same order or to the same severity. So, again, kind of going off of what Dr. LaMarca mentioned about the 2 symptoms in this column or 1 in that column, it's important to follow that. The outbreak response plan that has been posted to your website outlines what those symptoms are. If we stay adherent to that, we should be in a fairly safe place. A lot of our pediatricians in the community do echo that it is very difficult to clinically diagnose the 2, if not impossible, without doing actual diagnostic testing. So again, if you are exhibiting symptoms, not coming to school, not coming to work is the most important thing, and then seeking testing to help rule out whether or not it is flu or COVID. There are tests now coming out. I know our state public health lab is running what's called a multiplex test, and it does test for both influenza A, influenza B, as well as COVID-19. So it would be able to tell you and delineate the 2. Of course, there's primary practices that also have rapid flu. Any kind of rapid tests are not as high standard, as specific and sensitive as we would measure a quality of a test as a normal molecular PCR test that would go to a commercial or state public health lab. But really, testing is probably the only sure way to tell the difference between the 2 at the end of the day.
Let me add just briefly that in our outbreak response plan, if you read that, or if you take a chance and take a look at it, we, again, as a precautionary measure, we treat everything as COVID unless proven otherwise. So if there's ever kind of like a tie, we're going to assume until we know for sure that it's not COVID. I did want to mention, otherwise I'll forget, and it'll be a bad thing to forget. Contact tracing was mentioned, the exclusions were mentioned, and Heather, again, has been incredible. So has Margaret Allen and our Student Health Services Division. It is amazing what kind of effort these folks are putting in every day till late, every night, every Saturday, every Sunday. So that's how we're sort of mitigating this from a district perspective, is just working incredibly hard.
Thank you. Trustee Kennedy.
Ms. Kerwin and Dr. LaMarca, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. This is incredibly important and extremely difficult work. Dr. LaMarca, you might be able to answer this. On our dashboard, we see numbers of students and staff. We see numbers of people. But do we have an idea of the number of actual student days, of student learning days, staff work days that are affected? I realize for some people, if they're sick, they may not be doing work. I realize that for others, it may involve distance learning. but we've heard about one of the challenges in the schools is in today, out tomorrow, what I call hokey pokey school. You know, one day you're in, one day you're out. And so I'm wondering, do we have actual numbers of days that students and or staff are affected?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kennedy, and congratulations for joining the Board of Trustees. I will work with Mr. Hayes. We can pull that data. I don't have it ready to share. It's not going to be super precise because I think there is at times some confusion on the part of families and others whether this is wait you're out absent. No, you can work digitally. I do think some of that continuity is an issue. We have seen significant chronic absenteeism numbers and severe chronic absenteeism numbers more associated with distance than not. So we are actually, and we'll talk about that later in the presentation or in the update presentation. We do have some efforts planned to get out there to engage kids, make sure that they're actually doing what they need to do to be counted for attending, and also engaging them digitally. Digital education complicates things, and especially when it is hokey pokey.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't mean to put you both on the spot, but I have a question about athletics. So as we know, in professional and collegiate athletics, the athletes and staff are being tested anywhere from 3 to 7 days a week with rapid testing. And a most recent unfortunate development with Baylor and their football program, they believe they had a false negative where somebody was actually positive and allowed them to trip, and now they have an outbreak. Do you see any way forward for high school athletics without some sort of rapid testing? Or do you think there's a way for NIAA and just all of Nevada to somehow proceed forward without rapid testing if that isn't available or unaffordable?
So again, as I mentioned before, rapid testing, it can be a great tool, but it can also be a false sense of security, especially given, the example that you just stated. There's also people, of course, who feel absolutely fine. We call them asymptomatic, and they test positive, and they are, of course, the most difficult to convince that they need to stay home. So I think there's it's up to athletics and really back to the board and what they feel safe. I think that physical activity and the benefits of team sports are really, really important to consider as well. And whether or not you adopt rapid testing, there's still some preventive measures that would need to be taken in place, and possibly more so than you might exercise in another setting. So I think those are things that need to be taken into consideration. And rapid testing, there are some types of rapid tests that are much better than others, and we're still finding out because, again, all of these tests are brand new. They've not been necessarily used before. They are all seeking emergency use authorization from FDA, and we are still finding that although some of them may have EUA, is what they're calling it, the EUA clearance, they are still faulty, and they do have a high proportion of false negatives and or false positives as well.
Dr. LaMarca, it's a little difficult to hear you. I don't know if some of that's the change in the volume, but maybe just getting a little closer to the microphone if you could.
I'm just afraid for it to blow up again.
I know, I am too. So,
what I would add, we've been inundated with questions about athletics. I think Dr. McNeil knows that better than any of us. It's a tough balance. Kevin Dick today sent a report to Heather and myself, and I forwarded it to our COVID task force. I think it's from the National Academy of Sciences, but I might be wrong. It really talks about balancing social emotional needs with health and safety needs, and really talks about the things you need to do when you reopen. And I think mostly we've done all the things that they're recommending, especially our very close partnership with the health district and how we're approaching every case. I think, one of maybe one of the messages that we need to consider doing in addition to Thanksgiving and Halloween and flu season is to work very specifically with our athletic teams about what's at risk if we don't stay vigilant, practice all these things, because we want to give them those opportunities, but they need to realize those opportunities can go away in a heartbeat. We're not going to have a bubble. We're going to follow the NIAA guidance, at least that's what my understanding is. So at this point in time, we expect winter sports to go in January. It'll be a truncated season that will be followed by fall sports and then spring sports. We are working with our schools to allow some brief conditioning periods in the coming weeks, and we're trying to do everything we can to very carefully schedule the use of facilities, make sure there's not overlap between teams, make sure all the safety precautions are in place in terms of disinfecting equipment. We're going to do everything we can to help the kids stay safe and our coaches stay safe. And then at the end of the day, they've got to do what they can.
Right. Any other questions, comments? Well, thank you both again, and I echo Trustee Simon Holland's sentiments. I think everyone that's spoken has mentioned just, I really appreciate you both being here, but there's so many people behind both of you I know that are out there doing a lot of work, and it, I know is important to me as, a trustee, but also as a parent that so many people are working so hard to not only, protect the safety of our students in our schools and our staff and our, everyone in the buildings, but also, really helping us as parents to be able to have the opportunity to send our kids to school if we feel safe doing so. So thank you both for the hard work. Did you want to say anything, Dr. McNeil? Yes, I will take a recommendation from our superintendent, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond, members of the board, and thank you so much, Dr. LaMarca and Ms. Kerwin. We truly, truly appreciate your partnership, and please extend that to Mr. Dick as well, too. I do have the 114-page report, which Dr. LaMarca sent to me, and I'll send that on to the trustees as well. It is from the National Academy of Sciences, and it was very, I haven't read it totally in depth yet within today, but it was encouraging to read that, I do believe that we are doing the right thing in our district. And I do want to say, Heather, your team has been amazing, and they have put the well-being and the welfare of our students and our staff right as the priority list. And so I truly, truly thank you for your partnership on that. And then, Paul, you mentioned Margaret and her team, which have been outstanding. I mean, they have worked long, long hours. And I also want to do a shout out to our communications team, because as well, they are updating, and they are updating the website. They are sending out emails and helping our principals with the Connect Ed messages. So I want to do a shout out to our communications team. I also want to bring up the fact that I always take a look at, when we're looking at all of the elements and the indices, the number of recoveries. And the number of recoveries has upticked significantly over the months of the pandemic, which is an indication, to me at least, that the treatment for COVID is getting better. And I think that's something that I would like to put on the record. That's encouraging news as well. School is a safe place. School is a safe place for our students. School is a safe place on many levels. And so my recommendation is to stay with the current model as far as in-person for elementary, hybrid for middle and high school, and then the option for distance learning that we still have. And I know that we have a presentation coming up later in the evening as far as lessons learned for those models, which we have a lot of lessons to be learned. But for right now, my recommendation is to the Board of Trustees to stay with the current models for our schools.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Just checking on something with legal counsel. I know we do have public comment on this item, so I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read that name.
Natha Anderson.
It looks like maybe Ms. Anderson was going to comment on a different item, or you just didn't hear?
Thank you. So sorry about that. This is why teachers should never sit in the back of the room. Natha Anderson, Washoe Education Association. Thank you very much for the information. I was not going to speak tonight, but then during the presentation, I did have a few members text me and relay to me some concerns. And some of these concerns are repeats of items that I have emailed to Dr. LaMarca, about how information is being reported to us as staff members. The concerns of the numbers, we realize that this is as reported to the Washoe County Department of Health, and that if somebody goes to a private medical office to get their test, that is not always reported in the same fashion. And so because of that, there are some people that are a little bit concerned about, is the information we're getting accurate? And that is happening many times to our staff members, but also our students. During this presentation alone, I had 6 people text me and tell me, I've got 4 people out right now. I've got 3 people out right now. So the numbers that I could hear didn't seem to be adding up with what anecdotally we're being told. So it could be caught up in this same issue of the testing was done at a private industry and has not been yet reported to the Washoe County Health Department. But that is an issue for us. How is the tracing being done is another item that was brought up. There's an educator that yesterday found out her son is sick. He told the people what was going on. She has not been contacted yet, so she doesn't know if she should be staying home or not. She contacted me. I said, stay home. It'll be okay. That's why we've got the sick days. But those sort of situations are things which are causing some questions and need to have some clarifications. The other item is the question that Trustee Caudell brought up, which was flu season. We realize that those are many of the same traits and that that's coming up very soon. Not to mention our little kindergartners and first graders who have not been around people before, or that many people before, they get the classroom cough. It's something that every first grade teacher and kindergarten teacher knows. You start getting sick as well. Some of those things are very similar traits. So how exactly is that being divided? Unfortunately, I did not see it in the form or in the plan at this time, but I've only started looking for that. So if that could be written down, that will help our staff know there's a difference, that we're able to trace the flu, the first and kindergarten cough, which again, if you've been around little kids, you know what I'm talking about, and then if it's COVID-19. There are just some big concerns about talking with the staff and who should be home and who should not. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Selena LaRue.
Hello there. I'm a teacher and a WEA member, and I came here to speak on another issue, but sitting here listening to this conversation, I was bewildered by how divorced from reality this conversation has become. I'm listening to the board saying they are perplexed and befuddled over why the metrics are going up and not acknowledging that the metrics are going up because we're back in school. That Washoe County is the worst in the state because we're the largest school district back in school. And I'm really concerned that looking at almost every single metric, We are having huge increases, and yet we are claiming that only 2 high school students got COVID. When I know I have 3 students out right now, which is what Ms. Anderson was just referencing. And if you look at the survey results, which will be presented later tonight, only 1/4 of your staff believes that you're accurately reporting these numbers. Why is that? Because we are seeing the situation on the ground. I'm getting emails every day from students that say, hey, Ms. LaRue, I'm sick, but we don't want to get quarantined. We want to keep this on the DL, so can you just send me my work? I'm getting students that are coming to my classroom sick, not required to take a test, and told, well, they don't have a positive diagnosis, so they're okay. We are having students that are getting sick, and for you to say, oh, it's the community that should make sacrifices. President Raymond, to say we need to take steps to make tough decisions and sacrifices, and it starts with you. It starts with you as a board. You need to make some tough decisions. We are at metrics that are so much higher than you were concerned about over the summer, and yet you're hemming and hawing over whether we should be digital. It is about the safety of our students, and I'm asking you to think about this critically, to think about what you are doing to the community and make a choice that protects our students and our staff and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaRue.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay. Well, I'd like to give our presenters, or Dr. LaMarca or Dr. McNeil, an opportunity to address the possible discrepancies, maybe why we have classrooms that have more exclusions due to the testing than we're actually seeing on our dashboard. And I don't know if you might be able to add to that from the testing perspective, Ms. Kerwin.
I appreciate the comments. I'm happy to follow up with any staff member who has specific situations that they might be able to bring to our attention. If we've missed something, we want to find that. I will say that the exclusions that we do see, we've had, I think roughly, it was updated today, 550 close contact exclusions. The large majority of those were not positive COVID cases. If in fact a student does not feel well, as one of the examples given, they should not be told to go to school and just suck it up. They should go home and they should isolate, and they should probably, if they're having multiple symptoms, be tested. They should wait 48 hours from the point that they started experiencing those symptoms. I will say that, and this is a lessons learned that will come up later, we do have an outbreak response plan that was authored by the health district with our staff input, and it was a kind of a joint project. I wish it was an easy if-then kind of a manual. What we have found is that every case is nuanced, and it requires, sometimes contact tracing takes longer than we hope that it'll take. Sometimes people are hard to get in touch with. Sometimes people are reluctant to talk. Sometimes the contact information we have is not as accurate as it needs to be. We are hunting down every case that's brought to our attention. If we are missing anything, we need information about that so that we can search it out.
And just to add to that, those numbers do reflect cases that attended school settings while infectious, and so there's many, many more exclusions that occur because somebody was a contact in the community, either to somebody in their family. I did run some numbers at Dr. LaMarca's request from 9/15, so the middle of September, to the beginning of October. At that point, about October 8th, we have had over 2,300 cases reported here in Washoe County. Among those, 345 were age 0 to 18. In drilling down through that, 85% of them were associated with either UNR or Team CC. 45 of those were, in addition to the to the 345 that are between 0 and 18. 45 of those are 18-year-olds that are not in a school setting at all. Those that are in a school setting, it is about 164 cases. And to give a perspective, 47 of those cases are in either a hybrid or an in-person setting, but they did not attend school while infectious. So none of the exclusions resulting from those 47 positive cases would have been reflected in those numbers. Those numbers reflect it's not the same time period, so I won't, exactly speak to that chart. There are 38 cases that did attend school while infectious in that time period of about 3 weeks. Those numbers of exclusions that are shown in that table are those that occurred because of the contact at school itself, in the school setting, on a school campus. There's many, many exclusions that occur because contact happened outside of a school setting or within a family, as I mentioned before. So those numbers are not reflected here in that data. And for those who go home sick and do not seek a test, then we don't follow up with every person who calls in sick. That's out of our purview.
And if someone has gone to a private testing location, can you explain how that reporting works for the health district and whether that information would come to the school district?
It absolutely would. It is a matter of timing, though. We know that there are some facilities, labs, and others that report in a more timely fashion. Here in Nevada, all tests, both negative and positive, are mandatory to be reported within 24 hours of resulting. There's all sorts of snags and issues with getting those data, but if somebody has received their positive test result, we do accept an email showing that, documenting with their name, their test date, that it is indeed their test result. We will count that and follow up, and then eventually the test will come through its traditional means. But even if somebody seeks testing at a private facility or through a primary practice that is a private practice, they are sending those tests off to a laboratory, and those laboratories do report. It's just a matter of when.
I have one more question related to the public comments then. So it might be helpful to me, and I should have asked this at the beginning, when we see on our dashboard active cases, what does that specifically mean? When a case is active, is that it's anything that falls within the 14-day window? Is it a period of time after the test result is received, or can you explain that?
I can try. So when you see an active case, we're talking about someone who does have the infection. We're not talking about an exclusion. Those are folks that we hope never get infected or never an active case. So it's only people who have tested positive. As I mentioned, Ms. Kerwin sends to us an upload every second day or 3 times a week, and all the cases that we've received in that time frame are sort of couched in there, as well as changes to data associated with any of the other cases that may have been going on for some period of time. One of those fields is an end of status, or like a close date. So the health district provides us a date when a particular case is closed, and so when a case is closed, it's no longer active. And that typically means that they have exceeded the number of days they were asked to stay home, they're no longer infectious, they've tested negative. I will say that the timing is a real issue. For example, I think in the last week we received, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, I'm going to say we received about 8 new cases in the last several days. 5 of them were closed when we received them because of the timing of when the testing occurred, when contacts were made, when a person was infectious. So it does take time, or timing is everything with these cases. I will mention that when we talk about schools impacted, some of our schools have been impacted multiple times, but they only show up once in that particular column. Spanish Springs High School, for example, Matthews Elementary, for example, have had multiple cases, but they only show up once in terms of a school that's been impacted. Now, if they have a current active case, they're listed up there as an active case.
And I'll just add on to that. So in order for a case to be considered recovered, for that community-wide, that middle section there. In that table, they need to have been at least 10 days from their symptom onset, or if they do not have symptoms and they're asymptomatic, it's 10 days from date of collection for their first positive test as a proxy for symptom onset. And they need to have been fever-free for 24 hours without the use of fever-reducing medication, as well as had an improvement in their symptoms. And that is following the CDC guidelines for how cases are considered to no longer be infectious. At that point, we do release them from in-home isolation, and they are able to go back to usual activities.
Thank you. And I guess I just have a couple more follow-up things. So I'm wondering if, and more I think from the district perspective, if there is some sort of a guidance or protocol for our teachers if they suspect or feel that there is a student in their class that is trying to, come to school infected to avoid quarantine or whatever else. I don't know if that's possible, student privacy wise, or if that's, I know there's a lot of sticky issues around that, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to safely share that information so that there can be some type of follow-up. And then I'm also wondering if we're receiving kind of the reverse. I know we're sending out information when there are cases and exclusions, but is there a way for the information to flow kind of in the reverse, where a principal would report back to, Margaret, this is how many exclusions we are reporting, or how many students we are reporting as positive, so that we can see if there are those discrepancies in those numbers. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I think what I'd like to do, if Dr. McNeil is comfortable with this, is meet with Margaret Allen, meet with our team. We do have a call tomorrow with the health district. Heather will be on that call. And maybe we can start talking about some of the guidance that's already out to staff, and if there are ways to update that or maybe provide some additional supports. I am a little concerned about the back and forth flow of information, because I think at times what happens is we've had things reported as cases that don't turn out to be cases as well, which gets revealed through contact tracing and or follow-ups with doctors. And so out of protections, I want to be cautious about that, but we can definitely look at it internally to make sure we're getting as much support as possible out to schools. I will also reach out to Ms. Anderson and Mr. Staus, because I do know that they're receiving lots of questions and they've got some concerns, and we'll work with them. They're both on our reopening task force. We'll do what we can to make sure we've got the proper support out there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to add work to anyone's plate, including our principals, who would, we would be asking to do a little more reporting wise. But I think it'd be interesting to try to figure out, if we could identify why we are seeing these gaps in numbers or variances in numbers. So, Trustee Kennedy.
Yes, Ms. Kerwin, I have a question for you, because part of District A is Incline Village. And I would say a huge percentage of the population in Incline receives medical care in California. So can you clarify the reporting of any testing that might be done that's done out of state, and does it get reported back to a place of residence?
It's a great question. We actually have a really good working relationship with all of our neighboring counties, even across state lines, and per the jurisdiction in epidemiology, with reportable conditions such as COVID-19, the case counts do reside, are counted by the county of residence. So they will, although sometimes those can be some of the longest delays in receiving those, the hospital infection preventionists at Tahoe Forest Incline Village and Bart Memorial both have my cell phone number, so they do communicate with us regularly, and we will receive those results as well through the traditional reporting mechanisms utilized by epidemiologists across the country.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Vice President Sorry, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And this, Dr. Lamarca, this might be, excuse me, towards you. And I'm not sure where it would reside. Maybe Dr. McNeil. But we've heard before at meetings of cases not getting reported, or people telling people to come to school when they're sick, or students, or and all of that. And I know that's really hard to kind of track down, but it continues to happen. Can you think of any things that we can do, whether it's letting the staff know, or parents know, or students? And I know part of it is just the numbers not lining up lends to kind of suspicion and the feeling of the lack of transparency. And you've all made it very clear why there will be a delay in some of those numbers, and you really won't be able to line them up directly. But we just continue to hear that, and it sends the message, that, well, there are a whole lot, because if you look at the dashboard, I mean, obviously there are fewer cases, in our schools and county-wise, and I do think it's a tribute to those in the buildings that are doing really hard work, and the parents and so on. And from what I understand, we've had little to no school spread. And so really the numbers going up in the community is not a result of school, because someone got it outside of school and it hasn't really been spread. But the message is not getting there, and it's listening to our last public comment, and we've heard similar words before, and hearing from the WA, there's just that suspicion out there. Things can't be like this, and something's being hidden. What can we do to try to attack that or minimize that? Because it's not the message we want to permeate out there, and it continues to permeate.
So I'll go ahead and start with that. I think, when we reopen schools, and I appreciate the public comment from Ms. LaRue as far as that, the thought that this is all relegated to the Washoe County School District and the spread, when we actually know that the numbers are not showing that. And I think a lot of it has to do with, and I would like Heather to comment on this. So over the weekend, there was a report of a lab that was not actually tied into the system at this point in time, and that was one of the reasons why the number of positive cases and the number of cases actually spiked. So just hold on for that for a second. But I think to Dr. Taylor's point, I do think that there is probably some additional messaging that we could be doing, as far as if you feel that there is a student within your classroom or within your school, or a staff member, in fact. But what I don't want to do is to perpetuate, for lack of a better term, a chase and scheme, where there is somebody that actually is not exhibiting symptoms. So I think we have to be exceptionally cautious of that, and how we go about making sure that those protocols are being followed. And whether it's an update to the outbreak plan, which I'm absolutely in support of, if there's additional guidance that we can do, in addition to this self-screener. I think our families are pretty much well in tune with how to do the self-screening. We don't want a student to show up who is sick. So I think it's just that continual message. And I will say, I'm very proud of the fact that Washoe County School District was the very first district in the state of Nevada and within the Western United States to have a COVID meter frontward facing on their website. And I don't think that is something that should be minimized. We were one of the very first districts to put that data out there. So, but Heather, can you please talk a little bit about that reporting kind of anomaly that happened over the weekend?
So we tend to see an uptick in people seeking testing on certain days of the week, and we actually have a larger proportion of our positive tests roll in, or tests overall, roll in on Thursdays and later in the afternoons. So sometimes our systems are being reset. The one that occurred over this weekend was actually in part due to a specific lab that had been reporting through paper, but not necessarily pushing it through the electronic system. We do receive lab results in all of those ways, but our paper ones are obviously take a little bit more manual effort to be processed. And we are running a 7-day-a-week, 12-hour-a-day operation. So depending on who's out and who's there to cover that, some of those are not processed as quickly as they may be on other days. The spike that occurred over the weekend was not just attributable to that particular lab, though we did see other, unfortunately, case counts leading to that spike.
Well, thank you again, both of you. And I, just thinking one last thing with the timing, I'm wondering too if on our dashboard, I know we put that it was last updated and the date. I'm wondering if we should put a time of day, because if I'm going on there this evening and looking at it and it's the numbers that were posted this morning, and we learned of 4 new cases at some point today, for example, they're not going to be reflected on there, and that might, help people to better understand too that either I know we're only updating it at certain points, but maybe if there can be a timestamp on there too, just to help clarify again, just that communication part of it. So I was just conferring with our legal counsel before public comment to make sure, because we are not changing anything, well, I guess we do have to take a vote. I was trying to decide if we have to. I guess we do, because we have a recommendation, so. So we don't. Sorry, you think I'd get a handle on this at this point in the year, but so I guess the recommendation is from the superintendent is to stay with the current models of learning and make no changes. So unless there is a motion made by a trustee to change that, then we would, if there is no motion, then we would move on to the next agenda item. So Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's worth considering a motion around direction to staff, particularly with regard to messaging, which you raised for Halloween and Thanksgiving holidays, because I do think we do have an opportunity to increase and enhance our messaging. So potential direction to staff to work with the district health department, as was discussed, on that messaging, and then perhaps to work with some of our student leaders and university student leaders on social media messaging to stay strong and to continue safe practices. I know, as has been mentioned, everybody's got COVID fatigue, and we've got to talk about some new ways of getting people's attention. So perhaps if someone makes a motion, they could include some of that direction to staff.
Great, I think that's a great idea. Would you like to make the motion?
Okay.
Sorry. And maybe we could include the timestamp on the dashboard too.
Sure. And I was a no vote on the hybrid model for secondary education because I was concerned about what we already knew about the comparisons between risk behavior of 11 to 18-year-olds and the regular population. So I'm a little uncomfortable making the motion about that because I continue to have concerns about that population. But
Okay. I can make the motion. Is that good? So I move that the Board of Trustees give some guidance to Superintendent McNeil and the staff to work in conjunction with the Washoe County Health District on messaging to our students around safe practices during Halloween, Thanksgiving, and even the winter break, I think. And then some guidance, or give guidance around adding a timestamp to the COVID data dashboard, and just that continued work to solve any of those communication gaps between exclusions and reported cases in the schools, as well as those reports on our, in comparison to those reports on our dashboard.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And thank you for including the part about the communication and the numbers, because we're going to clear that. So thank you. I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion from myself, a second from Vice President Taylor. Is there any discussion or further? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you both again, and please express our thanks to Mr. Dick. Thank you. Okay, it's just before 6 o'clock. I know many of you are here for the next agenda item 4.01, but I would like to take a recess at this time, so we know that is going to be a long agenda item, and we want to make sure everyone has a chance to stand up and stretch and use the restrooms if they need to. It is 5:55. We will take a 20-minute recess and be back here at 6:15. The next agenda item we will be hearing this evening is Agenda Item 4.01, which is presentation and discussion regarding the status of the Nutrition Services Fund, fiscal and staffing implications to include options for potential reduction of employee positions, reduction in employee hours, and consideration of furloughs related to meal services trends for fiscal year 2020-21, and proposed recommendations. This is for presentation, discussion, and possible action. We are joined by our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison, our Director of Nutrition Services, Lianca Solis, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, for this presentation. Oh, and I see, sorry, he was black there. Our Chief Operating Officer, Pete Etchart, is also with us. I don't know who's kicking us off.
So I'll go ahead and kick it off there for Ms. Lianca Solis. So nutrition services, so this is an action item to be discussed with our trustees tonight, and I appreciate all of the work for Lianca and her team. We have Mr. Mathers, we have Ms. Ellison, and then as President Raymond stated, we also have Pete Etchart, our COO. And Mr. Etchart and I did receive a letter that was not addressed, but there are 3 questions within that letter, and during the presentation, those 3 questions will be answered, both by Mr. Mathers and Mr. Etchart. So I want to start off by saying that this is a very, there are a lot of challenges within our society today, and one of those challenges within the school district is how are we able to provide nutrition services for our 62,000 students with the certain models that we have right now in place, as whether in-person, hybrid, or full distance. And so what we're going to be talking about today is the situation that we find ourselves now in within nutrition services, the level of service that is being provided in our schools, and the number of reimbursed meals. And that has dropped precipitously since we went into closure from March of 2020 to where we find ourselves now in October of 2020. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lianca.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil, President Raymond, members of the board. Lianca Solis, Director of Nutrition Services, for the record. And, so really just to kind of lay the groundwork before we jump right in, the Nutrition Services is an enterprise fund. And that means that we're funded separately from the general fund, and we are expected to be self-sufficient, through our whole operations. We retain any profits that we make, and we use those to reinvest into our program, and they're usually minimal. So we have quite small margins in our program. And our revenues are predominantly generated by providing breakfast and lunch meals, and as Superintendent McNeil stated, we'll be talking about what's kind of happened to those meals post-COVID, if you will, and the impact to the fund as a result. And really just want to, kind of say also that there's so much fluidity going on in this as there is just in our community and in our school district in general right now. So, we are committed to continually reassess, our options as we get additional guidance from USDA or as our meals change. So to start off, I just wanted to kind of show what our current employee makeup is by hours and assignment. And so you can see here that our labor breakdown in nutrition services is about 22% of our staff is either considered administrative or support staff, or staff that is assigned to our central kitchen. And really, for administrative support, that would include department heads, our leadership team, and administrative and clerical support that provide direct operational support to our school sites. Central kitchen staff there would be anybody who works on our production floor, as well as on our warehousing and distribution teams. And school site or site-based staff makes up about 78% of our total labor, and that is staff that is actually out in schools servicing our students. And additional breakdowns, just for everyone's knowledge, we have about 111 non-benefited staff, so it makes up about 31% of our total staff. And about 8% of our staff is PERS only. And then we have 215 employees, or about 61% of our staff, that draw PERS and are also benefit eligible for insurance. So with a very similar staffing model to what we just saw, this was our meal counts when we closed February of last school year prior to the COVID shutdown of the district. We were trending very, very well, averaging a little over 17,000 breakfasts a day, 27,000 lunches a day, and about 500 snacks. So before any a la carte sales or catering or vended meals, we were serving over 45,000 meals per day. Moving into September of 2020, you can see we had a drastic drop in meals. And I do want to just, before we dive too deep into this slide, just state that these counts are our average daily meals from September 1st through September 24th, which would have been prior to the universal free communication, our approval to run the universal free program and the communication out to our school and communities. So I'll talk later about what the meal trends are since then, but this is prior to that. So we were looking at about a 55 to 60% decrease in meals from February of 2020 to September of 2020. And it was, just straight down the line. You can see there we went from about 45,000 meals a day to about 18,000, 19,000 meals a day with, again, similar staffing models as we just saw. When we opened up the school year with a hybrid model and experienced these drastic drops, we looked for, obviously immediately started assessing where was the gaps and what could we do to bridge them. We obviously had some new service models. We had some delay in getting guidance from USDA and NDA on how to run a curbside distribution, if you will, under the National School Lunch Program. We finally got additional guidance in that. And then we had multiple snow days impact us, or I'm sorry, smoke days impact us. But with all that said, really the bottom line is we had dramatically less students in brick and mortar buildings, which is our primary customer base, than in the years past. And I really feel like that's the main driving factor here. So before we go and look at kind of what meal counts are now and get into the options, I also wanted to show kind of what a standard school staffing model would look like for us. And these are, again, counts from this September, so lower than usual, about 55 to 60% lower than usual. You can see that our CEP sites there on the left are typically staffed with the same number of bodies as our traditional sites, and this is always the case. We just don't staff as many benefited workers in our traditional sites that are non-CEP. And CEP means universal free, so everybody in the school receives free breakfast and lunch. The reason for needing to, as you go from elementary to middle and high school, and you see those meal counts go down, but you see the staffing assigned bodies going up. The reason for that is that in our middle and high schools, we don't have a staggered lunch service, right, where grade levels come down or classes come down one at a time. It's usually an everybody hits you all at once. And in order to provide meals for our students in a timely manner, we need to open up multiple points of sale in order to make that happen, which is why you see the increase in actual positions, even though those meal counts are a little bit lower. Traditionally, our CEP sites have always kind of carried, if you will, some of our traditional sites, and that's not unique to Washoe. That's across the country. Under the National School Lunch Program, you have schools that are typically very high, free and reduced, that serve a lot of meals, and they're able to provide the extra revenue needed, to support some of the schools that serve less meals, which are traditionally our lower free and reduced schools. So now, again, this is looking at September numbers. And I just wanted to talk about where the meals are being served, right? So our district is broken up really into 3 buckets, if you will, right? So we have the in-person students, which is really our elementary students. They have the option to come in person 5 days a week if they so choose. And we've got about 20,000. So it's about a third clear down, as you can see, the breakup there. The in-person students are where we're serving about 75% of our meals. And again, that's our traditional model, right? So not surprising. And elementary schools is typically where we serve the bulk of our meals. Hybrid is our mids and highs. And, we've had a really difficult time capturing the trends there for a variety of reasons. One, obviously the A/B. We have certainly noticed that when the student is on their distance day, they are not taking the opportunity to take a to-go meal. And so really we're just, again, being able to provide the meal service when they're actually there in the brick and mortar building. So we see that decrease. And then it's also a little bit difficult to gauge where we're at trend-wise right now, because besides the A and B, right, we've had the smoke days thrown in, where we've had nobody there. So, but with the September numbers, as we broke them down, about 23% of our meals coming out of our secondary sites. And those are growing now as we've seen a little bit more stability there. And we've had a couple of days, almost a week without a smoke day. Lastly, we have our full distance, and this is obviously where our gap is. So if we've got 21,000 students on full distance learning, and we are serving 500 daily meals there, that is less than 3%, and it's where our gap is. We identified that quickly. We have some solutions in place. We've doubled our distribution sites. We are working with the district to get heat maps of where the distance learners are, so that as we expand access, we're doing so in a thoughtful and logical way. And we've also staggered times to make it more convenient for our community to come out and get those meals. And
Leonka, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just received word that it doesn't seem that the streaming is working right now, and I wondered if we could check on that. We're good? Okay, thank you.
No.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, thank you. We want to make sure that that's going. So again, these numbers are pre-universal free. So in a minute, we'll talk about what the meal trends are now that we have gone universal free. And I can tell you one of the big ones has been in that distance. We have made up some of that. It's gone from that about 500 daily meals to about 2,400. So certainly an increase, but nowhere near where we need to be, again, to get to that self-sufficient place. So these are our recent trends, so post September 24th. And before I get into that, I did want to just provide the board with kind of a timeline as to, why September 24th and how we got there. We knew in April, May that the fund was in a little bit of trouble, and we discussed that. I know that had come up at a couple of different board meetings. In the summer and during the spring, actually, we partnered with the food bank, right? Provided meals to our communities and continued to pay our staff, right? So making sure we took care of our people, making sure we took care of our community. We did all of that. And then we opened up school in this hybrid model that I spoke about before with quite a few unknowns. USDA put forth the waiver to allow us to continue universal free, or to start up really universal free, on August 31st. So we were already 2 weeks into school. NDA had a call with us that Friday, so the 31st was a Monday. That Friday, we had a call with the state agency to provide additional guidance and kind of application process and that sort of thing. Right away, we opted for the summer food service program, which is the one that we're currently running. It has a higher reimbursement rate and a lot of flexibility for us to continue to feed the community. That rolled us right into Labor Day. So we worked that week diligently on our application. It was a very tedious and long application that included site visits to every single one of our sites in order to get that application turned in. And right smack in the middle of that, we had 6 straight smoke days. We finally got through the application and our approval letter from the state agency on September 24th, and we quickly got to work getting the message out. So I just wanted to kind of set the stage for why September 24th. And since then, you can see our meals have grown. We went from about 18,000 meals a day the week prior to 21,000 when word got out, 22,000. The next day, the following week when we came back, we hit 23,000 meals a day. And then throughout that week, right before we went out for fall break, we consistently went up every single day with the exception of the Thursday smoke day that we had. And just this week, Monday and Tuesday, yesterday and today, we served over 26,000 meals since coming back off of fall break. So the trend is where we want to see it, but I do want to be mindful of being overly optimistic. For us to break even, despite the current trends, right, we would need to be somewhere between 40 to 42,000 meals a day. So we've got a ways to go, but the trend is moving in the right direction. So still, even with the 26, and I think we could very easily get to 30,000 meals a day with this trend that I'm seeing here, we would still see a loss, and a loss that we can't sustain. So to talk more about kind of where the Nutrition Services Fund was and now its current status, I will pass it to Mr. Mathers, our CFO.
Thank you, Leonka. For the record, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. So as we explained on slide 1 and in the staff report, and as you know, for this enterprise fund, it really relies almost exclusively on revenues generated from meal counts. Again, virtually all of the revenues the fund sees are generated from federal reimbursements for breakfast and lunch meals, with a smidge of revenue from a la carte sales or catering revenues. This fund receives no state tax support, no federal tax support. So it is completely driven by meals, which means when meals are down, revenues are down. There's just a direct cause and effect there, unfortunately, in this case. So we came to you in early May to talk about the fund situation and provide somewhat of a warning as to what we were seeing after closure of schools. And The actual results really followed what we had projected and presented to you on May 12th. As of March 31st of 2020, as Leonka mentioned, this fund had been doing quite well and had exceeded the guarantee that Aramark provides for management of the operation. We were showing a profit of $1.2 million. But then we had projected losses of $3 million over the last 3 months of the fiscal year, and that's exactly what we saw. We saw monthly losses of $1 million each for total losses of $3 million. And that resulted in us ending the fiscal year with a net loss of $2 million. And so we burned through our cash by that $2 million and ended up at $3.5 million in cash as of June 30th of 2020. So it played out exactly as we had feared, unfortunately. And that's where we began fiscal year 21, the current fiscal year, with $3.5 million in cash. The next slide then gives you a view of what this fund is projected to do through November 30th. We picked that date as a possible implementation date for any of the 4 options that are being presented to you. And there's a lot of numbers on here, but the main number to take away is that we are projecting that the fund will have a net loss through November 30th. And again, this is based on meal counts before September 21st, so it's a little bit better likely since then. But as of the 3rd week in September, we were projecting a net loss for July 1 through November 30th of $3 million. We have been losing upwards of $700,000 per month. So August showed a loss of $781,000, and September showed a loss of around $720,000. So we are burning through cash at a very fast rate, unfortunately. So we project, based on that loss of $3 million through November 30th, that we would end November 30th with a little over $500,000 in cash. And so, this gets to the crux of the issue. Our burn rate through cash is so high that it's difficult to wait for possible events in the future, like a future stimulus act. We've sat as a management team and gone over numbers back and forth, upside down, left and right, to try to create a little bit of space and provide some bridge financing to see what might happen. And it's just incredibly difficult with the losses that we're seeing. And again, they are going to be mitigated a little bit by the increased meal counts we're seeing since September 21st, but fundamentally the situation remains dire. Basically, this fund is staffed at a level of meals that is much higher than what we're currently serving. So we're fully staffed and serving less than half the meals we used to. And just the economics of that situation, where costs remain the same but revenues are less than half of what they are, creates the reality for this fund that this slide shows. And so the next slide just provides you a full fiscal year's view or projection if you do nothing. If we as an entity do nothing to review and revisit and right-size staffing, at the time we were projecting a total loss for the fiscal year of between $7 and $8 million. And that would leave us with a cash position as low as minus $4 million as of June 30th of 2021. Again, we don't receive any state or federal tax support for this fund. It is meant to be a self-sustaining fund. It has been over the last several years, but unfortunately, again, there's no support that the fund is given to ride a situation like this out. So if the fund ended up in a cash position of minus $4 million, it would require support from our general fund. And as we went over the last couple of weeks, the general fund itself now is in a deficit situation, and we found creative solutions to cover that for this fiscal year using fund balance, but we are in a deficit situation for the general fund, and so it's incredibly challenging to try to support this fund in the amount of $4 million this fiscal year, and then of course we have to look to next fiscal year. And if, again, we did nothing, we would foresee, again, losses in the neighborhood of between $7 and $8 million for the fund. So in total, over those 2 years, around $15 million in losses. And it's just the general fund cannot support that kind of loss over a 2-year period. So, I know it's not a pretty picture. It's again, we have looked as a management team to try to identify solutions and continue to work to identify solutions, and some of those are noted in the staff report. But the economics of this fund, based on a decrease in meals served of roughly 60%, and even if it was only 45%, are incredibly, dire and negative. And that really means we need to do something, again, to right-size the operation to more closely match the volumes of meals that are being served and the service levels that we're currently seeing. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Solis.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. So again, knowing that we are projecting to get to November 30th with a cash position of a little over $500,000, we know we have to take some sort of action. And to that end, we're going to be presenting 4 options to the board, each with ranging impacts to staffing levels, service models at the schools, and ultimately different impacts to the Nutrition Services Fund. And we'll be starting off with option 1. In this option, the staffing levels would be reduced basically to meet and maintain the current service level demands. And what that means is that if schools are currently doing, breakfast or lunch in the classroom, if they currently have carts outside in a courtyard, whatever the service model is that is in place, would see minimal change. We would be able to maintain that. The reduction in this option would be approximately 44% of the admin and support staff and central kitchen positions. So that's where we would feel kind of the bulk of the reductions, and then it would be a 23% reduction of our school site staff. Most of that being in non-benefited positions at the school sites. And so you could see the staffing impact there kind of summarized. Approximately 98 staff members, of which 36 would be benefited, and that would be coming mostly, again, from our administrative support and central kitchen positions, and 62 non-benefited, which is coming mostly from our sites, school sites. For any remaining employees that are not part of that 98 in this option, they would see no changes to their hours or a reduction to benefits. Those positions would remain intact. Again, minimal to no service level impact, and that would be worst case scenario, I would say, because again, these projections were, financial projections were made with those kind of pre-universal free counts. We're looking at a fiscal impact from December of this year through June 21, closing out the fiscal year of about $2.5 million. In option 2, we would see that same reduction of 44% of the admin support and central kitchen positions, the same 23% reduction of the school site staff. But in this option, we are going to be now impacting breakfast service at select schools. And so that's going to be realized through reduction of hours of staff at school sites that have low breakfast participation. And we're, saying that that's around, 30 to 40 breakfast meals per day. In this option, the financial impact that is stated here is reducing those positions at those selected schools to non-benefited status. So there would be benefit impacts there. So again, the staffing impact, the 98 staff previously mentioned, plus we would be looking at hours reductions to 67 additional staff members with the potential of approximately 64 of them to experience a reduction in benefits, which means they would be reduced to below 5.5 hours per day. The service impact of this would be that at those sites, there would be no nutrition services personnel present for the breakfast service. So we would be providing SAC breakfast meals and working with our school staff to help distribute those out. And again, the loss, projected loss there from December of 2020 through the end of the fiscal year is approximately $1.7 million. And we're anticipating that this would impact approximately 30 schools. In option 3, we are looking at staffing and service adjustments that would not just impact breakfast service, but also potentially lunch service at schools with low participation. So in this one, again, we have that reduction of 44% of the central kitchen and administrative staff, 23% reduction of the school staff that was cited in options 1 and 2. Plus, in this position, there would be additional reductions of positions in school sites with approximately 50 or less total meals per day, which we're estimating would impact about 32 additional staff members. The difference in this one is that the remaining employees that are not impacted would not see any reduction in hours or benefits. So in other words, it would be that 130, the 98 that was previously stated, plus the additional 32, but anybody else that was left in the schools would remain whole in terms of hours and their benefit status. So again, the service impact in this one is that we would be kind of using that same model as in option 2 with the SAC breakfast, but this would also be providing SAC lunches at these schools. And again, we would be relying on school staff to help distribute the meals and to help get meal counts back to us at Nutrition Services. It's important to note that in this option, there will be no Nutrition Services staff on site at these schools, and we're anticipating that this would impact approximately 20 school sites. The fiscal impact here, again, worst case scenario is approximately $2 million loss from December of 2020 through the end of the fiscal year. The fourth option is the most dramatic. It's an increase of 44% of the admin and central kitchen positions to 51%, and an increase to 45% reduction of school site staff from the 23, 22 that we've previously been talking about. In this option, we would be looking at impacting approximately 165 staff members or positions, 43 of those benefited and 122 of them non-benefited, with an additional impact to 52 positions in which hours and benefits could be reduced with the remaining staff. Again, the service impact in this option would be just as in option 3, that schools serving approximately 50 or less total meals would suspend traditional service and go to a prepackaged breakfast and lunch meal that we would be relying on the school staff to help us distribute. But additionally, in this option, there would be service impacts, and I would say that it's going to be district-wide. So we would be very limited in our ability to do, multiple carts and courtyards and things like that, because we would be reducing staff quite dramatically in this one. This option does pose, right, the least amount of loss, because obviously we're going to be realizing that labor savings. So we're looking at, about an $880,000 loss from December of 2020 through the end of the school year. I do have to say that despite this option showing the most kind of positive fiscal impact, I believe that it would be the most difficult, not just for our team to be able to continue to grow meals and rebuild and come out of this, but it would be difficult for our students and our site administrators to see that level of service decrease. So regardless of the options that are selected, we're all committed to supporting our employees through this, all of our team members through all of this. And I know that now Emily is going to kind of talk about, how some specifics on how we're planning to support our employees. So we'll pass it to our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison.
Thank you, Leonka. Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. For the record, you'll notice my hesitation to touch the microphone tonight. I promise I won't, John. Of course, the right sizing of nutrition services, like Leonka said, is a significant decision, and from an HR perspective, obviously one that weighs on me heavily. And making sure that we take care of our employees during this process is an important concern for all of us and a priority for all of us, of course. It's a little unusual to think about, but in some ways we're making decisions about positions, and it's important as we continue with the conversation to remember that the impacts to people and some of the more granular impacts or decisions that we might want to focus on are determined by the decisions regarding positions because of our contracts. And there are 3 different employee groups that have the potential to be impacted by these decisions. Those covered by the APTA contract, or the Association for Professional and Technical Administrators. Those covered by the Washoe Education Support Professionals contract, and then employees who work less than 25 hours are unrepresented by any association. So they are at-will employees under a handbook with the district. And so, again, I caution as we move through the conversation, when we think about positions, of course, people are impacted as well. The more granular the questions or considerations, though, we have to be sensitive to the fact that the impact to specific people will be governed by those contracts. So just a little food for thought to set the stage. From a high-level perspective, if action is taken this evening to right-size staffing, we, of course, will follow up with a meeting tomorrow with APTA and WESP representatives to help understand the 4 options and the implications that those might have to their bargaining unit members. We also have meetings scheduled for our elementary and secondary principals so that we can help them to understand what the impacts to service level will be based on those actions. We'll have an all-employee meeting. We did that prior to the fall break as well, but we'll have a virtual all-employee meeting with nutrition services staff to help all of the employees understand the decisions that were made and what comes next. And then each individual employee will have a meeting with a nutrition services administrator or human resources administrator so that we can talk to them about their specific circumstances and their rights and next steps under those contracts. We understand that this is an anxiety-filled and emotional time, and so as we shared with the employees when we met prior to fall break, we are committed to supporting employees during this process, and we're very optimistic that we will be able to transition many individuals who wish to remain employed with the district and engaged with the district into other opportunities. Like I said, there are a variety of types of employees involved, but just looking at the job board today before I left the office, there are more than 100 other ESP positions available, some with benefits, some without, some with less than 25 hours, like the assignments that we have in nutrition services today. And so we have dedicated staff within the human resources team that will be working with the impacted individuals to help them, again, understand their rights and their options under the contract, to provide application support and interviewing assistance, of course, to provide support for any questions that they have around PERS or payroll or benefits or any other condition of their employment. And so we've already identified team members within my office that will be dedicated to those supports and to helping the employees transition, hopefully, into other opportunities. Excuse me. The two different contracts provide for different notice periods. As Mark shared earlier, the financial information or the models were built around an November 30th targeted date. Again, as you move forward in contemplating the options, we of course have to be sensitive to the financial implications. And continued overstaffing, of course, but there's some consideration that should be given to the time needed to work through transitioning employees into other opportunities where we have those vacancies. And then, of course, as we will talk about in just a moment, if furlough is a consideration, then we will need to negotiate that with the associations and what the terms of the furlough arrangement would be as well. So that's just some additional food for thought. Did you get, oh, you got, okay. So transitioning into that conversation, I thought it'd be helpful to provide a comparison between the furlough and reduction in force for your reference. From an employee perspective, furlough is still a period of time in which they're not scheduled to work and not receiving compensation. And so the distinction really is that a furlough, you remain an active employee, and an active employee of record with the district, whereas a reduction in force is a termination of employment. And so that would represent a break in employment. The most important distinctions to consider, I would say, are that the contract does not currently provide for the terms of a furlough. So you'll see several references on this comparison to needing to bargain if that option is selected. Additionally, a benefits eligible employee would be referred to COBRA in either scenario. However, while continued payment of employee benefit premiums are not automatic with a furlough in really any organization, doing so is something that could be considered, and the terms of that agreement would again need to be negotiated with the associations, as compensation and benefits are a mandatory subject of collective bargaining. Excuse me. And then finally, when an employee is recalled to work from a furlough, there is no 90-day waiting period, whereas in a reduction in force scenario, the employee is separated from the district and is considered a new hire when returning. So there would be a 90-day waiting period in the recall scenario in reduction in force versus furlough. And the next slide, while I provided a high-level overview earlier, the next slide depicts the definitive timeline of things that have already occurred related to this change or this situation, and then what we had planned for moving forward. So you'll note that obviously there's the trustee meeting tonight, and if action is taken this evening, the rest of this timeline actually begins Thursday, when we have our elementary and secondary school principals meetings, and then the all nutrition services meeting in order to get us ready for individual employee meetings on Monday and Tuesday. We have a schedule assembled for those if action is taken tonight. If not, we'll transition that timeline to follow a future board meeting. And with that, I think I'm transitioning to Mr. Etchart, who's going to provide a little bit of information on the questions that were posed today.
Thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, and as Superintendent McNeil mentioned earlier, we've received quite a few, obviously, emails and just employees reaching out to us. We received one letter that was addressed to Superintendent McNeil and myself, and we thought these questions were extremely valid. We want everyone here in the audience and those watching at home to be able to hear the answers to these. So I'll kind of read the questions and then we'll give an answer. So it was addressed as, we as Nutrition Services team have 3 very important questions to be answered at the next employee meeting. 1, if we are out of money and are at risk of losing our jobs as Washoe County School District employees, why are we paying a management company to manage us? Shouldn't they be the first to go? So I'm going to address that one first. Washoe County School District does have a contract with Aramark to provide management services for the Nutrition Services Program. This cost reimbursement contract provides Washoe County School District with several things, including our site-based management personnel, the resource of Aramark's national experience, and Aramark is predominantly responsible for procurement of our food commodities. In addition, Aramark provides a financial guarantee to the program, which is based on enrollment, number of service days, federal reimbursement rates, etc. Now, the contract does give exceptions for that guarantee, obviously on unforeseen conditions such as we are facing in this pandemic situation. So I wish the guarantee was still there, but that's not the case. Aramark was once again selected through a competitive RFP or request for proposal process, and the contract was approved by the board on May 26 to continue the district's nutrition services management company. Now, as part of Aramark's proposal to the district, they planned on having 8 Aramark employees. But based on the current situation, this has been reduced to 4 staff members, with the other 4 positions remaining vacant. So the 4 filled positions are the director, general manager, marketing special projects manager, and a field supervisor. The 4 that are not filled, menu planner, supply chain manager, executive chef, and a trainer position. So as you can imagine, this has been a really difficult time for all the nutrition services employees, including the management team. The management team has been providing their normal duties as well as dealing with the impacts of this COVID situation. They were also providing the services of those current vacant management positions, including menu planning. And we really do have a pretty minimal management team in nutrition services, and we're going to definitely need them to get through this process and to build this back. Obviously, one of my concerns in nutrition services is what we're going to be left with and how we put this back together again. And I have to say, as the Chief Operating Officer, I look at nutrition services as one team. I don't look at it as these 4 employees being different than any of the other employees. When I look at nutrition services, I look at nutrition services as a team. And I know Leonka has also stressed this. We are indeed one team. A couple things I'll just kind of mention really quick on the presentation, and before I get to question 2, is I think one of the issues that we face here, we're different than a lot of other organizations, especially like a private sector restaurant. You saw in these scenarios, we never do really reach sustainability. We're still losing money under any of these scenarios. And that's because we're serving food from 100 sites. We're not like a restaurant that can just cut down labor because of the number of meals we're serving. The other thing I'll mention really fast is we are looking under every rock for money. I mean, this is a constant battle. I was just on a call on Friday with Senator Cortez Mastos and Congressman Horsford's office, just almost pleading for money and the desire to weather this storm and with our personnel until we get back to some semblance of normal and not having to reduce our staff as we hope that, normality will come back. But as you know, and this has been a ping pong ball watching the HEROES Act 2.0, and we just don't have any confidence right now that it's going to be addressed before the election. And so it's kind of hard to put that, a lot of faith in that. And we kind of got that message also from the senator and the congressman's office. So going back to the questions, question number 2 was, why did Washoe County School District receive $9 million from the CARES Act and not help us out with any of that money? Isn't that what that money was supposed to be used for, the coronavirus and the effects of people losing their jobs? And I'm going to turn that over to our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Etchart. Mark Mathers, again, CFO. So that's, again, a very legitimate question, I think. And unfortunately, I don't have a short answer, so this is going to be rather long. But I think out of respect for the question, I need to go into some of the details of the CARES Act. And really, I think the question has to do with the CARES Act Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, or ESSER Act, specifically is what they're asking about. And so they are correct. The school district was awarded $9 million in ESSER monies. I have to note that is 10% of what our fellow local government agencies in Washoe County received in CARES Act monies. So we got $9 million, they got roughly $90 million. And fortunately, we are getting some support of those other monies from those other local agencies. But the amount of funding certainly doesn't meet all of the needs we have. And so the CARES ESSER Act, or section, provides for a number of possible uses, including preserving staff. Other uses are providing principals and necessary resources to address local needs, addressing the unique needs of disadvantaged, at-risk, and racial and ethnic populations, purchasing educational technology, costs related to our COVID responses, providing social and emotional services, extended learning opportunities, cleaning supplies, school preparedness and response systems, and other activities needed to maintain the operation and continuity of services. That's straight from the NDE's presentation on the ESSER Act and allowable uses of those monies. And it's actually kind of a decent list, and that gives you some sense, and I think the public some sense of all of the costs the district is facing with COVID-19. In addition to our increased costs to respond to COVID-19 and the pandemic, we have the costs of reopening schools this school year. And as you know, due to social distancing requirements, we had to increase staff to support an in-person learning model at our elementary school levels. And then coupled with all of that, in the special sessions, we saw reductions to grant funding of almost $16 million. So we had cuts of $16 million, we got CARES Act ESSER monies of $9 million, and we had increased costs as well. So the first priority with those ESSER monies was really to partially fill the gap in funding that was created by that $16 million cut in the special session. You'll remember, unexpectedly, the legislature passed cuts to, for instance, gifted and talented, and our share of that cut was $1 million, and that came with roughly a month left of time before school started. So basically, the decision was to focus those ESSER monies on somewhat partially filling the reductions and the elimination of the Read by Grade 3 program and SB 178 at-risk funding, also providing support to our in the areas of social and emotional learning and positions needed to support children in transition and family resource centers, as well as, again, backfilling that $1 million in cuts to GT, or gifted and talented. So there were many, many needs that completely outstripped the $9 million in funding that we had, but again, the priority was to reopen schools, and so that's what we applied for in May. I have to say that the drop of more than 60% in meals served in nutrition services was not known or expected in May when that grant application was first available to us. We did expect some drop in meal participation, but nothing like we saw. But even that said, even if we had anticipated a drop of 60% in meals served, as we've talked about, that's a $7 to $8 million loss. So even if we had expected that and made the choice to focus our monies there, that would have eaten up all of the ESSER Act monies up and would not have provided relief for the many positions eliminated when Read by Grade 3, Gifted and Talented, SB 178, and many other programs were eliminated by the state. And it wouldn't have helped the Nutrition Services Fund next fiscal year. So the ESSER Act monies are one-time. We get $9 million in one-time uses. And if, unfortunately, COVID-19 continued into next fiscal year, we'd be presented with the same set of problems, a $7 to $8 million annual loss, and the ESSER Act monies would be spent. So, again, difficult decisions. I hope that provides some background as to the process management went through to allocate funding for ESSER Act monies.
And question number 3 is similar. Why is this only affecting nutrition services and not the rest of Washoe County School District?
So again, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. This is challenging to answer without seeming cold or unemotional. But the facts are, as again you've heard, the meals served now are 60% less than what they were last year. And really no other function of the district has seen a decrease in clients served or volumes of services like that. So several weeks ago, we came to you to talk about our needs related to the enrollment drop, but that was only 3.5%. And so, I would say many functions of the district, including nutrition services, but other functions like grant-supported operations, like Zoom and Victory or English learners or gifted and talented, rely on unique funding sources. They do not rely on the general fund. So nutrition services isn't alone in that regard. There are other functions that in fact rely on different funding. And when funding has been cut in those areas, staffing reductions have been made. So we'd look no further than, again, the special session when $16 million in grant funding was reduced. Many, many positions were eliminated as a result. Further, for those board members who have been around, that based on this district's historical budget deficit, there were massive cuts to the general fund totaling more than $60 million. In my first year as CFO 3 years ago, we eliminated 47 positions. And we eliminated positions before I got here to the district. And so the general fund has not been immune to reductions in positions, and that has meant, in fact, some people having, unfortunately, to lose their positions. So, again, it's difficult to kind of talk about this unemotionally like this, and this is a very difficult decision. And again, we have struggled to try to find solutions, and I think our finance team and know that we pride ourselves on being creative and finding creative solutions, but this is just a very difficult lift when, again, we're fully staffed, but we've seen reductions in meals served of roughly 60%. And again, if we had that situation in any other function of the district, the finance office would be looking at the staffing for that function. So they're not alone, unfortunately, in having to go through budget cuts when things turn badly, unfortunately.
Mr. Mathers, can I just ask a quick clarification as well, too? And part of that CARES Act funding, you all had anticipated correctly a 2% enrollment drop, and actually we saw a 3.3%, 3.35% enrollment drop. And so part of that CARES Act funding, when we came a couple board meetings ago, as far as allocations and support to schools in order to keep allocations where they were, part of that CARES Act funding went to support that drop in enrollment so that we would not have to reduce allocations.
Yes, Madam Superintendent, you're absolutely correct. That was a decision we made to continue to keep allocations and not have to, in order, again, to support the educational models that we've, kind of launched this school year.
Well, thank you all. Appreciate the efforts, and those were definitely very good questions. I'm glad you took the opportunity to go through those with us prior to opening up for discussion. I do know that we have public comment on this item, and I'm thinking it might just be a good idea, unless there are any urgent questions, to hear our public comment at this time. That will help guide us in our conversations, I think, as a board. So, everyone good with that? Okay. Thank you, JJ.
Tony Moresso. While Tony's coming up, we received emails from Diane Nicolette, a person wishing to remain anonymous, Christine Ray, Wrangler, Sherry Sloan, Jackie Wilson, Rael Porter, and Julie Hitchcock.
try it again. Okay. Is it on? No. Yes. Okay. Good evening. I am Tony Moresto. I am the Vice President of the Washoe Education Support Professionals, also known as WESP. WESP is hoping that you will delay making a decision about nutrition services this evening. WESP and nutrition service workers were notified very shortly before the presentation on October 1st that there would be a meeting on October 1st in the afternoon. WESP was taken by surprise about this. The 4 options were presented at that meeting, yes. We immediately went on fall break, so therefore there were employees who were not able to attend that meeting, and we were not able to meet and discuss these 4 options and the changes in nutrition services. We hope that you will consider putting off making a decision until we are able to meet. The WESP board has heard from several members, and we would like to take what they have in consideration and present it to you. There are so many who will be affected by any option chosen, so we want to be able to present to them or have you choose the option that is best for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Marescu.
Natha Anderson.
I'm ready to start. Thank you. Good evening, Natha Anderson. On behalf of the Washoe Education Association, we stand with our brothers and sisters from WSP. We asked for more time for 3 reasons. The first was how much time they had, a notice that they had, to be able to talk with their members about the possibilities of these incredible cuts. The second has to do with the fact that these changes will greatly impact our students. When you take a look at the options that are being available, there are concerns for us as teachers, as counselors, and as speech-language pathologists, as school nurses, as school librarians, which I know in the elementary level, the school librarians are represented by WESP. At the high school and secondary level is represented by WEA. Who will be providing those services? If you take a look already at the information as to what is the stress that many of our educators that I represent, the certified educators, are feeling, they're already concerned about being able to do everything expected. And yet if you take a look at option number 3, as well as option number 2, who will be providing those services? It'll already go to our overworked custodians, who, yes, are also represented by WSP, but are attempting to get all of the cleaning supplies and the tracing mechanisms, making sure our classrooms and our hallways and our buses are clean. It'll go to our secretaries, again, represented by WSP, who are already overworked, attempting to field phone calls, answer emails, making sure that educators that are in the classroom are also finding out information. It would go to our clinical aides and our nurses. Again, our clinical aides are represented by WSP, and our nurses are currently divided between 2 or 3 different schools. How exactly will they be able to do the work that is necessary for number 2 and number 3 options? We just stand with WSP because they are our brothers and sisters, and we realize that, yes, as teachers and counselors, as speech-language pathologists, we are teaching the students. We are helping them learn. But our WSP brothers and sisters, they are doing an incredibly important element as well for our school community. We do not want to lose them. As was mentioned during the presentation, there's already a fluidity in these numbers. The usage is going up. We ask for more time for our WSP members to be able to consider their options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, just want to make sure before we move on to the discussion, this would be the only opportunity you would have to speak publicly on this agenda item. So if anyone else wants to speak, this is your last chance. Okay. Then I will open it up for discussion. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to congratulate the team. I don't know if everyone was able to watch that Zoom meeting, which is on YouTube. I couldn't watch it live, but I watched it after, and it was pretty obvious to me that Washoe County School District did represent empathetic honesty during that meeting, and I think that that really came across, and I want to thank you for that. Now I'm kind of speaking as a former principal, because a couple of things really jumped out to me that I'm hoping you can clarify. In options 2 through 4, what do you expect the distribution by non-nutrition services workers to look like? Meaning, what would that look like at the school site? As Ms. Anderson was just talking about, it already stressed sites. And then not just the distribution, but what I saw was the accompanying paperwork that would have to be done, and how involved, what does that actually look like? Those two things, what does the distribution look like at a school site, and what does that paperwork look like? Thank you.
So, Leonka Solis, for the record. So in options 2 through 4, we would be, as stated in the presentation, relying on school staff to help us distribute those meals. And it would look something like we would be, depending on the demand, delivering meals to the school at a set location. So we would be working with those site-based administrators. The meals would be staged in a holding unit in the cafeteria. They would need to be cold held. And an identified school staff member would need to, distribute those meals out. And that, I think that the most operationally efficient way to do that would be to have students who were interested in meals come through a serving line or a set location to pick up the SAC meals. And then we would just need to get numbers back from the school on how many breakfast and lunch meals were distributed. And so again, if that was the designee of the site administrator that would be responsible for emailing those numbers, they would have an email that we would be asking them to email us counts. And we could work with them on whether those, we could get the counts on a daily basis or, at the end of a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, this is how many breakfast and lunches were served. Because then we would need to be able to take that information to be able to claim those meals.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? But Ms. Solis, you would agree that it's not that simple. So you're talking about a staging area. We know in working in nutrition services, the temperature control becomes very much an issue. And so someone's going to have to be watching that. Then what happens to everything that is not picked up by students? So are you going to have to watch those numbers also? And what do we do with all of that waste?
Mm-hmm. So as we get trends, and again, these are schools that have very low numbers, so we're not anticipating waste of 300 meals or something like that. But correct, that's why I would recommend that the staging and distribution area be very close to the kitchen, so that we can use time as a control. We would be able to pull those breakfast and lunch meals from the cold holding unit, whether it was a milk cooler or a reach-in refrigerator in the kitchen area, and have students come through, and then anything that was not taken would very likely be wasted, because we wouldn't want to add the additional burden to the school staff to take the temp and see if it was still a viable product, et cetera. And again, we would be thinking that those waste numbers would be minimal, because we're not going to be implementing a process like this at a school that's serving hundreds of meals. Rather, we're looking at schools that are serving 50 to 60 total meals for the day. So that could look like 0 breakfasts and 50 lunches. It could look like 10 breakfasts and 45 lunches. So the numbers would be minimal, but yes, it would certainly take a school resource, and I want to be clear about that, I mean, and transparent about it.
Dr. McNeil. So just real quick, I just want to follow up on that. So for example, I think it would help as far as how are the schools selected? So let's just go with option 3, since that's the recommendation. So for option 3, how were those schools actually selected as far as participation rates? Because I think that there's maybe not clarity around how those schools were selected. And then how is it that the meals are packaged? In other words, for example, it's not a typical serving line that you would have in a school. So can you go a little bit more into detail for that?
Sure. The meals would be packaged, unitized, similar to how we would distribute them during a smoke day or something like that. So it'd be like a sack breakfast and a sack lunch that would have all the required meal components as one. So they wouldn't be coming through a serving line and, not selecting a certain option. It would be all a straight serve, what we call a straight serve menu. So that's how they would come through and get those options. And regarding how the schools were selected, we looked at schools, again, that were serving between 50 and 60 or less total meals per day, because when you take the revenue for those meals against just the overhead and the labor cost and all of that, those were the schools that were netting the largest overall loss, right? And that, and also those were the schools that we felt could, as difficult as a model like that would be, and I'm not saying that it's simple, right, for schools to support and do that model, they're not schools that are, again, serving hundreds and hundreds of meals. So we wanted to make sure that it was something that was executable at those selected sites.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see whose light was on first.
Go ahead.
Trustee Minetto.
Oh, I think I have several questions. So now, is there not paperwork involved in all this? So who's going to do that?
So with the summer food service program, that universal free program that we're currently under, there is less paperwork that is actually needed. We don't necessarily need to run students through a point of sale the way we do with the National School Lunch Program. And so we are able to kind of administer more of a grab and go model. We would need to, again, have a process in place for the school to let us know what those total counts are. We would also have to have a process in place where our team that would be distributing and dropping off the meals would be responsible for, checking the temperature of the meals before they left our central kitchen facility, checking temperatures as they were dropped. And again, that would be on the nutrition services staff. They would be ensuring that when they dropped off the meals that, the holding units were at proper temperatures, et cetera. But the meal count process for this, the summer food service program, it's much more streamlined, which is why we opted to go with that one just in general. That's why we're able to serve curbside and just have cars kind of coming, and we just are kind of checking a list and doing a ticker count for it.
Thank you. So when they don't pick up anything, it's all just discarded after that, is that right? After they bring the food, the kids come get the food, there are a few meals left over, that's just discarded.
That would likely be wasted, and then we would adjust, we'd work with those schools to adjust the counts, right? So if we were dropping off 60 meals and they were consistently wasting 5 to 10 meals a day, then we would adjust the number that we would drop off and try to get to a closer count to minimize waste.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Mr. Mathers, if we waited 2 weeks, how much money would that be? Need I ask?
Well,
No.
on average, if we're losing $700,000 a month,
Yeah.
take half that, basically. But Yeah.
And then I have another question, if I may. So we have this school that's got 50 or 60, and I'm anticipating that, you know, the kids are trickling in, at least that's what I'm hearing from the principals. So as they come in and suddenly we've got 70 and 75, do we hire people back? Are we able to do that? Yes, I'm seeing nodding heads.
Yes, so we're going to be constantly, assessing what the meal counts are doing and, adjusting to continue to provide service. So, I mean, that's one of the things that, obviously makes this situation, difficult. I know we've got, quite a few nutrition services staff here, and I'm sure if you ask them, they would say, well, we want to grow meals. That's what we do, right? We want to feed students, and they're driven to do that. And so we are committed to reassessing and, being able to meet those demands as they come forward.
Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know this is a difficult presentation to present, and so thank you for that. I have three concerns and questions around each of them. So I guess I'll begin with where my colleague, Trustee Manella, left off. Since we see a trending upward, which is positive, since the announcement that it would be free, right? And you said we got to around 26,000 or so, and we could go higher, and so on. And I know it's too easy to see if that's a trend that will hold, but that's still quite a few above the 18,000 we were having before. So if we were to try to project, if we landed at 30,000 meals, right, just to be, because you said you thought it's feasible that we could get to about 30,000, right? If we landed on something like that, how would that change? That might be a number for you, Mr. Mathers. How would that change our anticipated revenue? I mean, that's another 10,000 meals a month, which could have some. I have no idea what kind of impact that could have, but would it be negligible, or would it be, or is that something you can work? You may not have it handy, but if it's something that that would help me as we look to make a decision, because that's to me that seems as though that might be something to consider, because that might help me indicate which one of these might be a better option for us. Certainly realizing that unless we get back up to 42,000 or so, as you said, we can't remain the same, but how does that change? My second one is surrounding non-nutrition staff in terms of supporting the food service. I have a grave concern about that. I'm very concerned about adding something else to the plate of the teachers as of right now, or even the administrators and so on. It's just been a tough year, right? It's been a tough year, and I know we all understand that. Help me understand a little bit. If we look at, let's say, option 3, as recommended by Dr. McNeil, since that's the example we've looked at, it says that sites serving approximately 50 meals or fewer total, they'll suspend the traditional service. I get that. And then they'll have the prepackaged ones. Okay, I get that. And then the distribution and reporting of all meals will be supported by non-nutrition services school staff, but then no nutrition services staff would be on site. So does that mean if we go to this model, no nutrition services would be on staff at any school, or just those schools that are serving fewer than 50 total meals?
Yes, so let me answer your second question, and then I'll go to the first one.
Okay.
It would just be at those schools that were impacted. There would be no nutrition services staff, and that's significant, and so that's why I kind of keep bringing that up, right? Mm-hmm. Because I understand the significance and the impact of that. School sites are accustomed to being able to go to their nutrition services personnel on site. That's not to say that our field supervisors wouldn't be, visiting and supporting, or, obviously we're going to be dropping off meals there. So there would be times where there would be somebody there present. There would be a nutrition services contact for the school, but there would not be a day-to-day person there that would be running a breakfast and lunch line at those selected sites. And again, with us, reassessing continually as the meals change. In regards to the first question and the meals trending upward, what we're projecting is, for about every 10,000 or so meals that we're able to get from that 20,000, 18,000 that we were, up, every jump like that of about 10,000 is going to give us between 750,000 or so in revenue throughout the year. But I want to also state that we are going into that in a very close to a deficit position, right? Because we're going into that potentially at the end of November with just a little over 500,000 cash positions. So, and that's a projection, and it's a projection that do I have faith in my team that they will grow meals? Absolutely. But have I been able to really see trends the way I like to?
Oh, no, it's early. It's early.
Because we just haven't had truly, when we look at labor year over year and do this exercise, and again, this isn't a new exercise for us to look at labor versus meals, we like to look at the whole first quarter before we see any trends, because you have kindergartners out the first week, and then everybody's excited and they've got their new meal, their lunch boxes, and then it's like, okay, and then we start kind of doing this, and then, all right before fall break, we kind of start settling in. And we just haven't had that longevity to make a really solid prediction.
Can I just add on a little bit?
Please.
So when we look at the slide with option 3, if we could get there. Because I know there's a lot of numbers here, so let me walk you through the numbers a little bit. So for option 3, back when we were seeing meal counts of 18,000 or so, option 3 would result in a loss of $2 million from December through June of 2021. Then you add in the $3 million loss that we've had from July through November. So we would be looking at option 3, based on 18,000 meals, of a total loss for the fiscal year of $5 million. We started with $3.5 million in cash, so they'd end up with a negative cash position, simplistically, but roughly, of minus $1.5 million. If we saw a jump to 28,000, we might not have a minus $1.5 million cash position. It might be closer to minus $1 million, maybe a little bit better, minus 750,000. So if that helps.
It does, thank you. And my third question and area of concern has to do with the timing, as mentioned by our representatives from the organizations. Any comment on that? Did that happen right before fall break? And I mean, I know this year is completely unpredictable for almost just about anything. So I'm certainly not saying that's anybody's fault or anything like that. But okay, I just wanted to know if you had any comment on that or anything just from a timing standpoint. Perhaps you may, Emily. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think Mark would probably speak to this as well. We had the meeting with the associations and then with the employees as soon as we possibly could. As Pete mentioned, we really are trying to look under every rock and dig in the couch cushions to try and come up with other options. And these options were refined and refined and refined again to try and get to the options to be considered and to the recommendation. And so we had that meeting as soon as we possibly could. It was very important to us to have that meeting prior to the posting of this agenda, which was going to happen over fall break. I think any of us would say that it certainly was not the ideal timing, but we didn't do it any sooner because we were still working through options and quantifying the impact and trying to come up with new solutions.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure all of us appreciate you doing everything that you could. And I know that on the financial team side, you guys have been very creative. So another day or two could present an opportunity that maybe wasn't there. So I appreciate your digging under every rock. And certainly, making sure that at least some information was shared before it was seen on an agenda that's publicly posted. I mean, that's the worst way ever to find out anything that's going to impact your job. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President. Those were my 3 questions.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to take a moment and convey, and I'm sure I speak for everybody on the board, how deeply we recognize that our food service workers are essential workers who went above and beyond the call of duty this summer to feed our families, to make sure that our children were safe and that they were fed. And I know we all feel that and know how important you all are. And we also recognize that some of our nutrition services workers are some of our most vulnerable workers. We know that some of our nutrition services folks are working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet for their families. So this is a really painful discussion for us, and I know that it sounds like we've been focusing a lot on the numbers and the data related to this, but I think everybody here recognizes that this is about people, and they're people that are deeply valued by this organization and much appreciated. And I know it doesn't feel like that when you have discussions like this and problems and challenges like we're having with this. So I just wanted to make sure that that was said, because you all have been incredible. The entire team has been incredible throughout this entire pandemic, and our families have benefited from your love and your care and concern for them. I'm thinking personally about some of the reasons that argue for a bit of a delay. One being that we're, even with the comparison after September 24th, we were still experiencing smoke days. So we do have a skewed basis for, for our actual data. I also recognize that it's not going to come back to 45,000, as you all have recognized, but we don't know how much it's going to come back with the universal free lunch and with a more standard, as if anything's standard this year, a more regular attendance. So that's one of the things that for me speaks to a little bit of a delay. Second, we have an election, a very important election coming up on November 3rd that could change the climate for a stimulus package. It could change a lot of things. So I think there is some merit in waiting a bit to see what happens with the election. And then third, I think there is some merit in giving some delay so that our HR folks can help work with employees to see what opportunities there are for other jobs within our WESP categories. So I just wanted to get those things out. I am a bean counter from way back, as Mr. Mathers knows, and I am certainly all about fiscal responsibility. I just think there are some unknowns that point us to perhaps balancing a little bit more towards a delay, even though it has a financial impact for us. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. I'll take an opportunity here, and I appreciate Trustee Simon Holland talking about, more than this being more than just numbers. I think it is, I know for all of us, I was thinking as I was sitting here about just personally my daughter and her first week. She was at a new school, didn't know anybody. She was this year, and so their lunch, they're at a desk in the cafeteria wearing their masks until they can sit down. And even though she brought her lunch that week, one of the first things she told me after that first day was that the nutrition services employee at her school came over and checked in on her and asked her how she was doing, and that same employee has checked in with her every week since school started. And I know it's made a huge difference for her that she had one person, at this new school that knows her name, knew it that day, and is working with her. So you are all important in our schools, and this is not easy to even be having the conversation, whether it's about delaying it or not. The fact that it's even an agenda item is not what any of us want right now. So sorry to be emotional. We do have to think, I know, about kind of numbers, and one of the concerns, I guess, that I have, and why I'm kind of curious about a delay, those schools that are serving 50 or less, would they primarily be elementary schools?
It's a variety of, it's, a variety, it's a mix of elementaries and secondaries. And again, we're continually assessing it because our meal counts have been so fluid.
I think I worry about those sites the most. I mean, for the reasons that have come up that, and it is already a challenging year for our schools and all of our staff, and to add any burden, I know we're all sensitive of. I know, Superintendent McNeil and everyone that's been working on this is sensitive to that. But I think one of my concerns is that, especially at those elementary school sites, what we've, I think, kind of learned is at the majority of those sites, about 30% of our students are distance learning, and then the rest are in person. And so at a site with 50 or fewer meals, if that site were to see a significant increase, then not only do you have, a site with no nutrition services personnel on staff there physically, but they might see a big jump because things do sort of settle and people get more into a routine, more kids come back into the building perhaps, and where does that leave that school then? Do they, if they meet the threshold over 60 meals, do they get the employee back in the building? Does that take someone that was furloughed out of being furloughed, and what would that look like?
Well, we would certainly need to see the trend over, it can't just be, they served over 60 meals for like a week or two, right? So we need to see that sustainability. And so that, we'd like to see a continued trend, for a month. And we're coming into a holiday season, so that's going to make it difficult too, right? And if, again, just to be able to see those trends, because the last thing we want to do is, go down a road and then kind of do all this back and forth. We want to be able to establish a sustainable process, obviously reassess, bring people back as we need to, but we need to do that very mindfully, and make sure that there's not a lot of, back and forth, or that we don't put ourselves in a situation where we bring people back too early and the meals don't hold.
I'll just, sorry, Emily Ellison for the record, I'll just add from a contract perspective, in a reduction in force scenario, there are recall rights under both contracts. In a furlough scenario, those would need to be negotiated along with the other elements of furlough that have to be considered.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
And this is Mark Mathers, CFO. I'll just add, if we did see some stable increase beyond 50, like Leonka is saying, if we were confident that they're now above 50, yes, a position would be restored at that school. The way I think about the options, they're less set in stone than they're outlining a course and trigger points and thresholds for staffing that then are applied through the year. So obviously we don't know what's going to happen. If there's an outbreak or what have you, it might go the other way, but things might look better in a couple months. We just don't know. So the options kind of, again, set the parameters for for how the Nutrition Services Fund operates. And I think it's incumbent upon us to come back to you regularly to let you know where the fund stands, meal counts, cash position, and so forth, so that you're not surprised, obviously, at the end of the fiscal year. So that's kind of the approach we were trying to line out with the options.
Okay. The schools that have that 50 or less, do you have information? I'm sure you do have information on where they were pre-COVID. I mean, are they schools that always had a very low number and it just is that much lower now, or is there a school where you really just saw a dive that maybe there's a bigger issue there that we need to be looking at?
Traditionally, I mean, I guess for the most part, it is schools that have been traditionally lower participation schools for us. Obviously, that 55 to 60% drop in participation has kind of been felt pretty evenly throughout the district and all of our school sites, so it just exaggerated that drop. A lot of these are schools that were probably serving, between 100 to 120 meals typically in a day, and now they're kind of under that 50. So we haven't seen, there's been a handful, and we're trying to work with those schools where, they would traditionally serve a lot of breakfast, and now maybe there's a different process in the school where maybe students aren't allowed in the building unless they're getting breakfast. When, site administrators put that type of a regulation in place, it does deter students from coming in because they want to hang out with their friends, and so they hang out outside and they don't come in and get breakfast. And when that gets exemplified when you're on an A-B schedule, for example, in a secondary school. So then those meal counts are even more drastically reduced. So we've got a few of those out there, and we're working with them. But by and large, it's schools that have had low participation, or lower participation generally.
Okay.
Pete Etch, our Chief Operating Officer, if I could just add one thing really quick. I think, as you saw on the slides, one of the biggest problem is the participation rate with the hybrid A-B and also the distance learners. I mean, I think Leonka and her team have done such a great job trying to raise participation rates in the schools themselves. But I think one of the problems that we've experienced is even when you saw a school who really put a huge effort into the hybrid A-B of saying, okay, you've all gotten your lunch today, please take one for the following day, and even the principal being out there handing them out and doing intercoms and saying, please come get your meals. We just didn't see an increase in participation for those hybrid A-B schools. The other thing is obviously the distance learners, when a third of our district is out, and you've seen an increase, and I think we're going to try to continue that. As Leonka said, we've got heat maps now. She's doing 6 or 7 sites rather than only a couple before. I think we can raise them, but it's just hard to see a significant increase in the hybrid A-B or the distance learners past kind of what we're seeing now. And I think the increases in the school sites is going to be, it's such a limited audience. The problem is, and it just comes back to it, is that we just don't have access to all the students. And I mean, that's what's hard to overcome. Until the governor's directives change and, this coronavirus changes and we can have students back in school, we're going to be fighting this issue.
Thank you. I think, where I am struggling, well, there's so many struggles with this, as every issue it seems like we've dealt with this year has been a struggle, but I don't really have any, I think it is smart to think about delaying this. I guess where I am is, what really do we get out of delaying it 2 weeks till our next board meeting? I'm not sure that we gain a whole lot more data at that point. Certainly it might help with being able to just have more time for communication. I think the idea of waiting maybe past the election, that then we have maybe more clarity, but that we've been, hearing could be a decision that isn't made that night or that week, or at least that we won't maybe know that decision. And then really kind of, I think what I'm hearing is we wouldn't really see any, information about those trends maybe till after November to have a real solid chunk of time to see that. And so I think then it becomes a question of how much, as a board and as a district, are we willing to wait and consider the financial implications of that waiting. Of course, I would like to not have to do this at all and wait and wait and wait and not make any decision, but that's not why I'm here. And I know we all understand that we have to make these challenging decisions. I think one of the things that came in one of our emails, I think from an employee at Reno High School, about just the time to kind of market this a little bit more and get more of a word out, since the change for the universal free, there wasn't a whole lot of time prior to fall break and that decision being made. And what would it look like if as a district we did put a little more focus on kind of getting that word out, and again, knowing we can't get to probably the 40 or the 45 or whatever, but I just would hate to make drastic decisions prematurely if there were things that we could be doing over the next month or two that might change things enough to consider a different model, or at least more significantly different outcomes of one of these models. So, and I don't have an answer to that. That's just sort of what is kind of going through my head right now. Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Madam President. This decision is incredibly challenging. As my colleagues have mentioned, nutrition services staff are tremendous, kind people that come to work to serve students. So just this discussion alone is probably one of the toughest that we may have. I think for me, I'd be interested in delaying too, but we got to have confidence we're going to see the improvement that we need, or else it just makes the fiscal challenges harder. And we also have to remember that next year we could have a fiscal Armageddon if everything goes against us. That could. You got the Incline Village issue that could cost the district $12-13 million in the general fund. Potential enrollment decreases, a new funding formula that takes, $10-20 million away from Washoe County. And you have a state budget that could look really, really poor, and that is additional cuts to education. If all of that happens, we could be looking at $20-30 million minimum decrease in funding, and we just don't have it in our reserves. And it's going to change our district, not for the better. And so we have to keep long-term fiscal challenges in mind as well. So if we feel confident that we can see an increase based on trends and new circumstances, we should wait. But if we don't think we're going to get to where we need to go, we need to make some really hard decisions, and decisions that try to keep us in a position where we can recover when the time comes. It looks to me that if we had to make the choice between separation and furlough seems better. I like the idea of if we have to do that those individuals have the right to be back right away without any delay, because we do need to be ready to respond to any upticks. This is just really hard. It's a really hard decision because we're guessing right now. Because if we don't do something and it doesn't recover, that's a bigger impact later. And so we have to make a decision on, do we make somewhat of an impact today and hope, or do we wait and then potentially have a bigger impact later that is worse for everybody involved? So this is challenging. I don't know if there's anything more you all can add to give the board confidence that if we wait, that it will be for the better. And I know we've had some conversation about the election. If we wait for the election, we're talking February, because people don't take office the day after election. I mean, that's a long time to wait and hope for the best. So I don't know if you have anything to add on that for confidence that we could recover if we don't do anything.
So this is Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. I think Mr. Etchart said it well. I think based on the current educational models and the fact that we've got 1/3 in hybrid and 1/3 in distance learning, there's only so much I think we could realistically expect in terms of meals served for the remainder of the school year. So I would just echo what Pete has said in that regard.
Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much. And I can appreciate that very much, Trustee Caudle. And, you know, several times within my term as a rookie superintendent, I've been asked, do you regret taking this position? And I've been, extraordinarily transparent that I don't think anybody in February of last year expected a global pandemic. And so this has been it continues to be challenging. And I know as a teacher and as a former principal how much nutrition services workers and our managers and, I visit them and I can appreciate very much President Raymond because as a principal, it's typically our nutrition services managers and our supervisors that are right there welcoming our students. And I also have to look as a CEO of a school district to what Trustee Caudle was speaking about, and that's the financial health and viability of our school district. And just of public comments earlier this evening, we can talk about the state of Nevada, and we can talk about where educational funding is, and I think I've put that on the record. I'm exceptionally concerned about our financial viability within the Washoe County School District over the next several years. And it goes to the drop in enrollment. It goes to an unknown legislative session. It goes to not knowing if we're going to have a hold harmless as far as our drop in enrollment. It goes to our per pupil funding formula and the unknowns around that. And it goes to the use of a fund balance, in other words, your savings account. And we don't have a lot in our savings account in order to do the things that we want to do as a school district. Now, do I sit here before the board and the public relishing in the fact that this is the largest, let me say that again, the largest employee impact in my 27 years that a board has been put in a decision-making recommendation. So it is not something that this leadership team and Leonka and her team take lightly. And so I also want to put on the record that a great deal of empathy was put into place in order to make sure that our employees, and I appreciate, Tony, your comments, your public comments on the record. We wanted to make sure that WESP leadership and APTA leadership, and most importantly, our employees, had the ability to have this conversation before an agenda. And because of open meeting law, we wanted to make sure that our employees understood that before it was on an agenda item. These are not decisions that are lightly made. I also want to put on the record that as a superintendent, I would much rather have the luxury of being able to delay a decision such as this. But I go back to what Trustee Caudle was saying, and we delay until 4 weeks, and that's another $1.5 million as far as a loss. And I appreciate very much Emily and her team and the care that they have put into place as far as making sure that our employees do have the option of being able to stay within our district. We have highly trained individuals and very dedicated individuals within nutrition services. And they have dedicated years to making sure that our kids are taken care of. And that was one of the other things that we had talked about as a leadership team, that we wanted to make that investment as far as a subsidy for health insurance and to make sure that that was there for our employees. So it is not taken lightly that this agenda item is here. And we have said it over and over again. We do not have a crystal ball. I can't see what's going to happen in 2 weeks any more than anybody listening to this meeting can. I don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks. I definitely do not know what's going to happen after Election Day. And so with that, you have my recommendation. Thank you.
Trustee Calvert.
I just want to say thank you to Leonka and to the nutrition people. I appreciate all that you do. I'm a food service worker, and it's the same thing. I mean, we're struggling as well, and I just know that you guys are hard workers. It is hard work. I know you love the kids, and it's got to be really hard to know that you're not going to be there for them. But I'm hoping that things turn around and they change, and that you're all able, whatever decision is made, that it's for the best for everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Any other? Trustee Minetto.
I believe that with the circumstances the way they are, that I personally need to support what our superintendent, Dr. McNeil, option number 3, that's what I feel like I need to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Kennedy.
I would like to just piggyback on what several of the trustees and President Raymond have said in terms of the importance of nutrition services workers. I can tell you that in all the years that I worked in a school, it was never us and them, that every person that worked in nutrition services was part of the school staff. They were, at least in my experience, were always treasured, valued, that if you wanted to find the first people in the building to know every child by name and face, they were the people that were serving the meals. And I just want it known that I think that's what makes this so incredibly painful, because nutrition services is us.
Well, thank you. I think we're unfortunately at a point where we probably need to consider a decision here. Just had one question, though, back to the different options. With something like option 1, which I understand is still, a significant impact on our staff, but it says on the chart a minimal impact to no impact on the service levels. So that's the only option that doesn't impact those schools that have meals of the 50 or less. I know we're looking at recommendation 3, which is the $2 million loss. Is there any scenario where that option 1, the loss is not 2.5 million, but is more like 2 million, which I know really is 5 million, but you know, I'm just wondering if it's worth considering option 1 if we knew we could get to a certain count.
I'll start, but so in kind of going back to Trustee Cottle's question as well, right? Like, what do we think if we delayed, could we get to a certain number? And you know, I do have, you know, full faith that the meals will, you know, continue to grow. I think we can get to, you know, probably about 30,000 meals a day. Do I think we can get to 45,000? No, we don't physically have the students in the building. You know, and we could certainly look at what those projections might look like at 30,000 and dig a little bit deeper. But I also want to say the projections that we've put here, you know, the $2.5 million loss, although that is with a more conservative 18 to 20,000 meals a day, that also does not take into consideration any additional smoke days, if we have snow impact. So again, I just want to be, you know, kind of transparent about everything. I do have faith in my team. I would love an option that kept nutrition services workers in schools. I've said that, you know, from the beginning of in every discussion. But, you know, again, we're looking at, you know, a conservative estimate that, you know, but still doesn't take into consideration. I mean, what if we have 5 snow days this one? I mean, who knows what's in store for us right now? And so I just want us to, you know, be thoughtful. So I wanted to share that.
Pete Etcher, our Chief Operating Officer. One thing, you know, I'll just kind of mention is that there is obviously going to be a time delay. We were talking about the end of November. So I think, you know, we are going to see trends as we go through this. I liked how Mr. Mathers phrased it, that this kind of gives a little bit of guidelines as far as where we're going. As we see any kind of uptick, I mean, we're going to be the first ones to say, yeah, we want to bring back staff or keep staff. I also like the option that, you know, we're going to try to keep these people within our district. I think we have a lot of opportunities in our district to have staff stay here. And if they desire to come back to nutrition services, open arms, right? We would love to have them back. We don't want to lose any of our staff. You know, when we look at option 2, you know, that's the one where we're not losing the staff you're talking about at those 30 sites, but the problem is you're reducing the hours, so they're no longer benefited positions. And I'm going to talk personally for a second, but I mean, I'm the son of a lunch lady, and I can tell you that being a widowed lunch mother, you know, my mother only, you know, single child, that job would have been very, very difficult to have with no benefits. So, I mean, it's not a high-paying job, we know that. But it's also, we have some of the most tenured employees in our district that work in nutrition services. And that's, again, what makes this so heartbreaking. But we want to keep benefits to our employees. We also felt that, you know, if you kept employees that were non-benefited and then you're giving benefits to those that were furloughing, that doesn't make a lot of sense either. So that's how we kind of went to option 3. And if you put everything back, then we're back to option 1. So I do understand what you're talking about. And I think, you know, over the trend over the next month, if we can see that we're coming back and we can go to option 1, that'd be the first thing we'd love to do. And even do better than that, I mean, if everything works out. We just got to see what the directives are that come down from the federal government, from the state, and see where we can go and see how the students react, if they come back to school or not. And we're going to keep reacting. I know this team, we're going to continue to meet all the time, and we're going to keep looking at every option there is.
Thank you, Pete. I think, you know, beyond this being just a hard decision because of how it impacts our staff, I think one of the things I'm also struggling about with that and why I'm stuck on that group of 20 or 30 schools that this really would impact more significantly is that the students in those schools that are, you know, the ones receiving those meals might also be some of the highest impacted students in the school. And I feel some concern that, you know, that going with a kind of grab and go model is you know, it's a decline in service to those students that, I worry a little bit, and I'm not sure what the difference would be, and maybe you can address that, but, if they're used to getting a certain type of breakfast and it changes to a grab-and-go breakfast, how different does that look? And then what if they stop taking that grab-and-go breakfast because it's not appealing to them to eat anymore, and there's one meal lost for them that day? What would the grab-and-go look like?
So they would have to be, it would have to be a cold option. So that is something that we have thought a lot about, and it weighs heavy on our minds as well. When a student might be used to getting, for example, a cheeseburger or like a hot lunch, and now it's, a turkey sandwich and an apple and, baby carrots, and it's more of a cold lunch option. We do, run that risk, and we would have to, be mindful about the menu offerings and try to keep it, as fresh as we and, updated as we can. But with that being said, it would be a cold breakfast and lunch option, right? Because we wouldn't have anybody there to be warming up meals like a traditional serving line. So that's something that we would be watching really closely. Again, these would be schools that don't traditionally serve high numbers, but it's one child. It's their meal, and I totally get that, and it's something we think about for sure.
Well, I guess I think where I am is, and I absolutely respect how much work everyone has put into this, and the thought and the time and how much energy they poured into coming up with these options. I think for me personally, I would just be interested in exploring option one a little bit more. I think when you look at it on these slides, it's a difference of $50,000, and I just wonder if that is something that we can look at making up in some other way, if there's just enough that we could do to build up demand enough to get us there. And I know there are so many unknowns and so many factors that play into this, but I'd be interested in coming back at our next meeting in 2 weeks to just hear a little bit more about that. But also, I wonder if, or maybe you can answer this, have those sites that are kind of falling into this group of schools with the limited number of meals served been alerted that they're possibly losing this service, and I want them to have the time to be aware and kind of have the opportunity to reach out to us with those concerns.
Sorry, Liaka Solis, I know I haven't been saying that every time I've been answering, so my apologies. That was something that I think a lot of them, probably in combination with the site administrator and cafeteria staff, can probably make some assumptions of who they are. That has not yet been formally communicated, though. That was something that we were planning on doing at the principal meetings that we were going to be having following the decision.
I know it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing, that we need to make the decision in order to share the information, and yet I feel like we kind of want to know more information, but we can't have that until we make the decision. So I'm sorry, I didn't see who's light. Okay, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And in the event that I haven't, I too want to just say how much it saddens me to have this conversation about a member of the Washoe County School District family, members of the family that are so important. I call all the nutrition services workers, I always call them the lunch ladies. And that's the stop I always make when I visit a school. And I always take pictures with them, and I always talk to them and thank them, because I know how much of a difference that they make in so many places and in so many of our schools. What I would like to say in terms of where I am on this is, based upon all the information that we've had tonight, really the only option that I would be be willing to vote for tonight would be option 1. I do think I hear West and wanting to have some time, and it doesn't eliminate that time. I'm not comfortable unless we give more attention to. I don't want to ask school staff to do anything more. I just don't feel comfortable with that. They've done so much. I'm looking at the numbers. I know it's $2.5 million loss, as opposed to the recommendation, which would give us a $2 million loss. And I do think, I certainly honor the superintendent's recommendation, but also I trust our staff, our team, and Leonka believes we can get to 30,000 meals, and that will give us over $750,000 a month. So that takes that 2.5 on option 1 down to what looks like 2 million on the recommended option. So fiscally, that ought to balance itself out. I know there are other things to be considered, Mark, I do. But looking at the numbers that were presented here tonight, the recommendation that's being presented is 2 million, and that should get us pretty close to that. Based upon I think our staff know our people, and I do think that the increase that we've seen, there'll be some kind of continuation in that, and then that still gives a little bit of loss, a little bit of cush, which we're not involved in this as well, for if there are smoke days, if there are snow days, because they're more than likely, if there are COVID days or whatever, right? We don't know what's ahead. Those things weren't included anyway, and so I'm not going to include them in what I'm saying, because we're going to have to allow for that anyway, and that still gets us to where the superintendent's recommendation was, but it takes extra work off of teachers. It still allows, we can come back in a month and see, as you said, things are going up higher, other changes can be made and so on. And then based upon what Emily said, there are over 100 open positions. That gives us about 100 staff members that would be hopefully find another position or would be furloughed. So that one, that's the only one I would be comfortable voting for tonight.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. If I understand correctly, if we go with furloughs, we have to negotiate that, so that's going to take some time. And I certainly, as one person, would want to pursue the option with furloughs and health benefits being provided, and I appreciate the staff bringing that forward. I think that's a really important statement of support to our folks. So if we're going to have to take time to conduct that negotiation regarding furloughs, and we're going to have to work with site administrators if the board chooses an option that requires that meals be distributed by school staff, which I think a lot of us have really grave concerns about. And we also want to explore those alternative employment options for the employees, and we also want to monitor trends and see if we can, by expanding sites of distribution, et cetera, kick up those distance learning numbers a little bit and see if we can stabilize a little bit. It would seem to me that it does make sense to come back on November 10th, and with all due respect to my colleagues, I do think that there is a possibility that that the election will create an opportunity sooner than Inauguration Day for there to be work on a stimulus going forward. At least we would have some sense of whether that was coming or not. And perhaps look at an effective date that is in November or even December 1st, so that we can have time to do those things that we've talked about, the negotiation about furloughs, the planning with site administrators, the exploring the alternative employment options, and the marketing to increase numbers of meals. So I hope that we can go in that direction and think about setting a date that is a bit in the future to see if we can make some of this work before we pull the trigger on this. I too would be more comfortable with the option 1. I think my colleagues have given good discussion about that. I'm, like all of us, not comfortable with any of it, but that's where I am at the moment.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Maybe there's some help. I would like to know more about if the decision were made today, what you're instituting this kind of, I think it was somewhere November 1st, but now I can't find it on here, or November 30th. And if we move that, maybe I misread that, where does the time frame move if we make the decision on November 10th? How much time do you need, I guess, to institute changes?
Emily Ellison, for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. So I'm only kind of hemming and hawing about the answer because there's a couple of different things that I'm thinking here. I think that the November 30th date was used to give a point in time for the projections, right, to make sense out of the data. Each of the contracts does have a different notification period. So the ESP contract has a 2-week notification period. The APTA contract has a 60-day notification period. And then as you select an option, then what we do is look to each employee group to figure out what the impacts are to individual employees. So, for example, under the ESP contract, there are bumping rights. And so an employee's previous tenure with the district will indicate what position they would move into. And then there's a domino effect that happens after that. And so I think from an HR perspective, I look to the contracts for guidance regarding employee notifications. The options that you choose will really kind of dictate what our next timeline and process looks like.
Thank you. Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I can be comfortable with option 1. I see the logic in if we see improvement, it can be the same as option 3. I guess where I'm a little confused, I guess, let's be honest, is don't we have to take the action tonight to then direct the superintendent to then start negotiations for furlough and all that? Because if we don't do anything tonight, we didn't provide any direction, so it's nothing happens. And so we're right back where we started whenever this comes up again. So I do think we need to make a decision tonight, provide that direction, and then ask for staff to come back whenever the date is to give us an update on how it's going. Because I do agree furloughing is better than separation. And hopefully we can get as many staff into other positions. That would be great. But I do understand we got to negotiate that. But I guess the way I read the recommendations, we have to actually do something, or else nothing happens. So I do hear what my colleagues are saying. I do think, option 1 provides a little bit less of a hit when we could see some improvement, and then we can also, it's easier to reverse on option 1 if we see the improvement we want than to reverse on option 3. But I don't think we can walk away today with nothing, or else it's still hanging out there. And then we're going to come right back and have to do this all over again. So I don't know if I have that right. Maybe I don't. I see some heads nodding. I'm not sure. I can't see your faces. I don't know if you're smiling or frowning, but I don't know if you can help me out.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide a little insight. And you're right, these masks are problematic because all my affect is here. You're right. So if no action is taken, then we would not be in a position to work with employees to try and identify other positions. We also would not be in a position to negotiate with the association regarding a furlough. So if those are things that you would like to move forward with, then we would need some kind of an action in order to do that.
I know Dr. McNeil has just a quick clarifying question, and then I see Trustee Simon Holland.
So I'm not sure if Mark or Emily can answer this. So for the subsidy, for the health insurance subsidy, that was approximately, was that, you can kick me, was that 50,000?
It's approximately 30,000 a month
30,000 a month?
for the number of employees we're talking about,
Okay,
yes.
and so would that subsidy then, if the board were to vote for option one then, would that subsidy then be needed for option one?
Yeah, there's 36.
Yeah, so if a furlough was preferred to a RIF under option one, then we would be taking action to negotiate the terms of a furlough, and the subsidy for insurance premiums would be a part of that furlough negotiation. If, however, you adopt option one as a reduction in force, then the furlough benefits conversation doesn't come into play.
Can you say that again?
I was just saying, if you adopt option one as a reduction in force, where
which is
the employees are
difference
separated.
between, okay, thank you. Okay. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify, I probably wasn't clear. My thought was that we would make a conditional direction for option one, say, that would give direction for staff to begin the negotiation process, to begin the review of potential transfers to other employment opportunities, to begin the discussion. If it was option one, we wouldn't need as much work with the site administrators, but if it wasn't, we would. And then come back in November and see what's happening with trends, and we could then continue to move forward with the implementation of that decision with an effective date that's dependent on what's negotiated and dependent on what's in contracts, but give people as much certainty as we can. But if things improve, we would have the ability to unpull the plug, if you will, and not move forward with that. I know we're going to have to move forward with something. We all, I think, recognize that times are not what they were, but that would give us a little bit of a cushion. It gives you all the direction that you need. It gives us an opportunity to work through some of the things that need to be worked through, but have the actual implementation date be past that, so we could have an opportunity to look at it again November 10th and recalibrate if there were opportunities to do so.
Thank you. That definitely clarified it for me, so I appreciate that.
Is that a motion to my colleague?
I just want staff to have an opportunity to, say that's a horrible idea and don't do it, if that's your thought.
I think the comment that I'm sorry, Emily Ellison for the record, I think the comment that I would make, Trustee Simon Holland, is that having more definitive information so that we can begin to work through the process, definitely has a positive impact on our overall timeline, but more importantly, provides more information for our employees who, have been in a state of uncertainty for 2 weeks now. And I have a lot of, as you do, I'm sure as well, have a lot of angst about continuing that if there are opportunities for us to provide more certainty or minimize that angst.
I would echo that as well. I mean, that's, I think, the number one, comment that I hear from my team is they just, obviously, they want to serve students. I can tell you that. And they just want to know. I think that the timing of the message, it was difficult. There was reasons for it, but it was difficult, and I think that they just want to know the direction that they're going in. I mean, this is, obviously, I'm sure we all know we're talking about people's, livelihoods and what their passion. You don't do child nutrition because you do it because.
Thank you. Trustee Kennedy.
Yes, thank you, President Raymond. I would like clarification on something. If we did look at option one, in all the options, the way they were set up in the tables, all referred to a reduction in force, except in the recommendation, the superintendent's recommendation is where the mention of furlough if we went with option 3. And did I read this correctly? Is that what we were talking about? So if we wanted to consider that option of furlough, because what I'm looking at also is we're talking about continuing health benefits through the end of this calendar year. Do I understand that correctly? So this is not something that's going to go on till June. We're talking December 31st, correct?
So that would be our recommendation, but of course, it's the terms of the furlough, including benefits and premiums, would be subject to negotiations.
Understood. Thank you.
And just to speak a little bit to the recommendation regarding reduction in force, putting this information in a way that was easy to digest took as much time as compiling the options. And so for ease of understanding, we didn't want to muddy the waters with an additional kind of term in there, knowing that when you compare furlough and reduction in force, in effect for the employee, it's the same, but we're making a recommendation regarding benefits.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland. Oh, Trustee
I'll
Cottle.
defer to Trustee Cottle, but I'll be happy to make a motion
Okay.
when you're ready.
As a quick clarifying question, if we make a decision today to do option 1, when does it actually go into effect? After you bring back the results of the negotiation for us to consider again? I just want to make sure I have the dates right.
I think it depends on the action that you take and how that's worded. Right, so if there's that follow-up component, then that'll drive our timeline.
Because I'm just thinking through it in my head that it wouldn't go into effect immediately. It can't.
Right.
So there has to be a delay. And so it would give that clarity, but it would also, to Trustee Simon Holland's point, there would still be time to, if a miracle happens, to come back with another recommendation that things are improving enough, we actually feel comfortable doing something else other than option 1, like that door would be open.
I believe so. I think, regardless of how the motion is made and the contract timelines and all that, there's a lot of moving parts to this process. And, in option 1, we're talking about just under 100 people. And when you dig into the details regarding bumping and assignment to vacancies and all of that, just from a process perspective, there will be an amount of time that passes. So, I think that we've worked from the contract timelines. Like I said, there's 2 weeks and 60 days. But all of us have really grappled a little bit with saying, okay, if the action happens here, this is everyone's last day, knowing that there's so many variations of the action. So I think, long story short, I think you all take an action. We are already planning to regroup tomorrow to make sure that kind of how we thought it was going to play out and the specific dates and actions line up to what we thought was going to happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think part of the back and forth is all of us trying to get in our heads the dates and how this is all going to come together depending on what we decide. So that definitely helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. McNeil.
And just really quickly, I think for clarification, if the trustees would like to look at option 1, the difference would be the reduction in force versus the furlough. So if you make a motion, then that would have to be clarified within the motion, because option 1 is a reduction in force, which did not have to be negotiated, and a furlough does have to be negotiated.
But I just want to make sure I understand that we can look at least those employees that are eligible to be furloughed, or as every employee, whether they're, I'm having to scroll back to that slide. So there was the benefited and the non-benefited. Either of those positions could be furloughed, but it's the difference between the medical, that COBRA coverage.
Correct.
That wouldn't be issue for the non-benefited employees to consider.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but to Dr. McNeil's point, the way option 1 is presented, the way option 2 is presented, you'll need to specify in the motion if you want a furlough versus a reduction of force.
And I did have another, I'm sorry, quick question. And I haven't been following the latest with unemployment, but if we go with the furlough, these employees would not be eligible for unemployment benefits?
They would be.
They would,
So
okay.
individual determinations, of course, are made by DETR.
Okay.
So a person receiving benefits and the amount that they receive and all of that is based on your earnings history, but they are eligible to apply for unemployment on furlough.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Trustee Simon Holland.
Okay, I'll take a shot at it. You ready, JJ? Okay. I move that the board conditionally approves option 1 with furloughs and support for health benefits for 90 days after the beginning of the furlough, with direction to begin negotiation regarding the necessary elements and a review of meal count trends and other influencing factors on November 10th, with direction to begin planning with individual employees, and a final date of implementation to be determined based on contract and other provisions.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Vice President Taylor. I would have one question on that. So would the implementation date based on that motion could not be before November 10th, though?
That would be my intention, yes.
That they would
That's
have
why I
to-
would say it as a conditionally approved,
okay.
that we give direction to begin moving towards implementing it, because these other things will take time to do, but that we come back on November 10th to see what the trends are and whether there's any change to that, but begin the process of implementation based on what contracts would dictate out of the negotiation process. Does that work for you all, staff?
So I just want to be clear that we would go ahead and we would start the negotiation process within that action.
Correct.
And if I may, for clarification, then when it comes back on the 10th, it also allows, if there are any issues or anything like that in those negotiations, to be able to come back here with that as well.
I think in an ideal setting, we would also have the memorandum of understanding included in that item.
I think that would be great.
Or I'm sorry, included in that agenda for approval as well.
I think that would be a great, but you made the motion. I think I'm good.
I don't know that it needs to be in the motion, because it'll be a product of the negotiation.
Right. Okay.
JJ, you okay with that? Okay.
All good, thank you.
Any other discussion or questions at this time?
Okay.
And I would be asking for a vote on this motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have 6 affirmative, 1 opposed. The motion does pass. So thank you again, everyone, for being here tonight, for taking the time. I know you probably all have to get up really early tomorrow morning. Appreciate your efforts to be part of this important conversation, and thank you to the staff for presenting on this very challenging subject and all the hard work that went into the presentation. We have another very important presentation coming up. I would like to take a short recess for everyone to just be able to stand up a bit and stretch, so we'll be back at 9 p.m. It's 8:48 right now. And I appreciate you all hanging in there with us for another late night and a long meeting. This is an important agenda item as we move into 5.02. And I know there is a lot of information for us to go over. So we will just try to keep things moving, make sure we get to everybody's questions, but we'll try not to hold everything up too long with any big, long delays if we can avoid it. So, all right. This is agenda item 5.02, which is presentation, information, discussion, and possible action to provide direction on the lessons learned during the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year. And our first presenters with us, I will start with our superintendent, Dr. Kristen McNeil.
Thank you so much, President Raymond, members of the board. For the record, Kristen McNeil, I almost forgot who I was. Kristen McNeil, Superintendent, Washoe County School District. So as President Raymond was mentioning, we've been planning for this presentation for quite a while on lessons learned and the path forward. And just to say that we have learned a great deal since we reopened schools back on August 17th and the 7 weeks since that time. And so when we talk about the lessons learned, we're going to have a full presentation for you. So pretty much everybody here in the audience will have an opportunity to speak to their particular area and then the lessons that have been learned. And there's a specific format that we'll be using to go through the presentation. But importantly, as we move through this, and I don't know if, Laura, do you have Dr. Davidson, would you be, there you go. Okay, thank you. So because of time, I believe that we have hit this slide many, many times as far as our plans put in together, as far as all of our guiding principles and what we did in order to put our plans into place. And then, importantly, it's always a time to support our educators. And we have a quote from the CEO from McCrell International that I won't read, but it's an important quote. So I hope that the trustees and the public have been able to go through that. And what I'm going to do now is, a while back ago, we wanted to make sure that we heard the voices of our staff. And this is a very important survey that we put out into the field. And I want to give a huge shout out to the Office of Accountability under the leadership of Ben Hayes and then Dr. Davidson. I also want to thank our associations for their input onto the survey. And as Dr. Davidson goes through the survey, I think the trustees and the public will be able to see, I'm very proud of the fact that we are showing the good, the bad, and the ugly. All warts are out there. And I know that's an ugly word, but that's just the way that it is. And I am very proud of the fact that we have been exceptionally transparent on our data. And not all of it is sunshiny. And we just need to make sure that we're working through those issues, and that's what this presentation is all about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Davidson.
Hi, for the record, Laura Davidson, Director of Research and Evaluation. So as Superintendent McNeil alluded to, we'll be talking about some data that's positive, that's not so positive, but I think what was really important with this presentation is we wanted to feature the voices of the staff. So we opened this survey up on September 21st. It closed last Monday. We had a pretty impressive response rate given that it was only open for 2 weeks, 59%, which is comparable to other large-scale district surveys. And the purpose of it really was to collect information about that first 6 weeks of reopening. So what's working well, what lessons have we learned, and where are those challenges that we still need to think through. The majority of staff respondents on this survey were certified staff, as you can see down there on the bottom, but 4% were administrators, 10% education support professionals, and 6% other. Okay, so as you'll notice in this presentation, we heavily featured the open-ended comment data in the presentation. There's a full slide deck attached to board docs with more of the quantitative analyses. But for this presentation, we really wanted to feature the comments because there's a lot of rich information. We received almost 10,000 or more than 10,000 open-ended comments from staff. with a lot of impassioned responses, a lot of thoughtful, insightful ideas for fixing the problems that we know we're facing. So you'll notice throughout this presentation that we're featuring those results most heavily. Sorry, I'll go back to that. So the first question of the 5 open-ended comments that we asked about were around safety measures. So just a quick note on how we collect this data and how we analyze it. When we have 10,000 responses, we develop a code book of common search terms. So we know from reading through all the comments that topics like the safety protocols and the cleaning protocols were going to emerge as a major theme. So then we can look at search terms like soap, like hand sanitizer, and we know that that will pull all of the comments when we run all of the data together on those search terms. The nice part about using that search term function is that we can develop these sort of approximate percentages of how many comments were related to that theme. So we get a sense of what was most in the forefront of people's minds as they were filling out that comment. The other nice part about that process is that since we've now coded the 10,000 comments individually by theme, we can pull lists of those comments and send them to relevant departments. So every comment that I got about busing, I can now send to transportation. And as I said, particularly in the question we asked around solutions, there's great information there that maybe didn't rise to the level of a theme, but that certainly transportation or IT could do something really powerful with. So with that kind of background, when we look at these slides, and there's a few of them, that 35% is the percentage of those comments that relate to these major themes. So the first related to protocols is around the insufficient and inadequate cleaning and safety supplies. So these were comments like the soap that was provided isn't sufficient, that there weren't enough PPE provided for teachers. Other comments that came up frequently were that the protocols were not effective or enforceable for teaching and learning. So those were comments around that the cleaning process takes too long for teachers and it's impacting learning, or English learner students were really struggling with lip reading when masks were on. There were quite a few comments in this section about a lack of concern by the district in general about the safety of staff. Stress came up in this comment section as well as many of the other comment sections, and we'll talk a little bit more about work stress and how we ask more questions about that. Smoke days, and then the notification process not being effective. So we also asked some quantitative questions about safety measures. As you can see here, 27% of staff said that implementing the safety measures was easy or very easy. About 60% of staff believed that there were the right amount of safety measures, but almost a third said that there weren't enough. Only 27% of staff agreed that the school district was concerned about the safety and health of its employees, and about a third said that the notification process for possible exposures was effective. And I think this comment here really represents that first theme that I talked about on the slide about the insufficiency of some of the cleaning protocols and the supplies. So I'll give you a second just to read that. The next set of questions that we asked about was thinking back to the beginning of the school year, what are 3 things you or the district would have done differently? These themes are very paralleled in the other comment sections. So the number one kind of concern that was raised when we did our analysis was that was around technology. So specifically that we should have had all the devices that we needed and technology platforms, specifically Teams, that were adequate for what we needed them to do. There were about a quarter of comments that related to that we should have started full distance learning, or that we should have delayed at least 9 weeks, 6 weeks, different numbers were given. There were also questions or comments about why weren't decisions made earlier so that staff had time to prepare and develop lesson plans. If I can point to one source of stress among teachers, it's around the multiple learning models, which I'm sure is not a surprise to you, as well as the switching back and forth so that families are allowed to kind of change their learning model option too frequently. And then there were about 10% of comments that surrounded not just that staff wanted better training around distance learning for themselves, but also that students and families really needed more opportunities to learn how to log into those different platforms. We also asked about 3 challenges that staff were continuing to face. You'll see very similar comments here as to the previous and that the devices and technology platforms just aren't adequate. They aren't adequate for the job that they need to do. Again, stress comes up a lot, the multiple learning models, that the safety protocols are negatively impacting learning. And then there were quite a few comments about just how difficult it is to engage students and families on distance learning. And there are some additional quantitative questions in the results that speak to that, just how difficult it is to get families on the phone, that a lot of students have sort of maybe picked up bad habits from school closures in the spring that now teachers are kind of trying to undo. So a lot of questions and concerns about that particular issue.
Dr. Davidson, just really quickly, could you speak to a little bit about the in size? I think there's some questions as far as, why does the in size change per the comments?
Yeah, so it sort of depends on what the question is. So like the challenges question obviously causes a lot of people to want to fill those out. Whereas the first question that we looked at, safety protocols, there weren't as many people who had strong opinions about the safety protocols. I should also note that the percentages here, they're rough approximations based on those search terms that we have. And I'm sure if you presented staff with a list of these are 5 things that we know are issues, how big of an issue is it for you, we wouldn't necessarily see the same percentages as we do when we just give people an empty box to fill out. So I think that's important to note too. So I've mentioned work stress coming up a couple of times in the comment section. This is not the first time that we've asked about work stress in this district. In fact, every year on the annual staff climate survey, we ask identical questions to what we asked here about work stress of all school-based staff. So in the larger slide deck, I show the percentage of all staff who are reporting feeling burnt out or tense, restless, or anxious at work. Those are the parallel questions that we ask every year around this time on the annual staff survey. For all staff, that's around 75% this year who agree or strongly agree with those questions. We also added a new question this year around I do not have sufficient time to complete all duties required of me. I'm featuring the teacher responses to those questions in particular because obviously they're worse than all school staff. They've increased a lot, and then the severity of work stress reported is greater among teachers than among other role groups. So normally when we look at this data, 2/3 of teachers are just agreeing that they're feeling burnt out. This year, it's 2/3 are strongly agreeing that they feel burnt out, in addition to the rates overall of agreeing, strongly agree increasing. 90% of teachers are reporting they don't have time to complete the duties required of them. And even really before this, I don't think any of us are terribly happy that half of our teachers are feeling burnt out and tense or anxious at work. I think the comments to the right really speak to some of the issues that the passion that teachers are reporting around this particular issue. And we know from our own internal research, there's a strong correlation between how teachers feel about the stress of their jobs and how students in their building feel about the climate of their school. So certainly an issue that we need to consider and think about every year, and in this year in particular. So again, as I mentioned, this multiple learning model is probably one of the greatest sources of stress for school staff, which I don't think is a surprise for most. We asked about this specifically in this question, where we had all staff provide feedback about how they felt their school's in-person learning, how effective that was versus their distance learning. So as you can see, for the most part, when asked to rate the in-person learning at their school, more than half of all staff think that it's quite or extremely effective, and if you include the somewhat effective, that's almost 80%, so that's pretty good. Distance learning, obviously, it's new to a lot of people. For quite or extremely effective, which is where I think we want to be, only 18% of staff said that the distance learning model at their site was quite or extremely effective. When we break this down by teachers and what their primary learning model is, distance versus hybrid, we notice that among distance teachers, those who are doing just distance learning, that goes up to about 30% who are saying it's quite or extremely effective. So still not perfect, but getting better the more that people can devote time specifically to distance learning. When we ask teachers about their level of confidence to instruct particular groups of students, we notice some trends. One being that teachers are feeling the least confident about teaching students with inadequate technology. So that matches what we're seeing in the comments, that technology issue and not having enough devices is a real challenge, which I know is something that we're going to talk about in the solution section and some of the strategies that have been put in place to get those devices out to kids. And Ben's going to show later on in the presentation just who is on our distance learning, because the rates of confidence really change based on teachers who are teaching distance learning versus non-distance learning. And what we see is that distance learning teachers report less confident than other groups teaching students with more complex learning needs. So adding that online component makes it even more difficult to teach students with these more complex learning needs. So to the same question where we asked about challenges, we also asked staff to come up with solutions for some of the challenges that they were facing. Again, I want to reiterate that even though we didn't have comments here that rose to the level of a theme because there weren't enough of them, there were really creative and feasible ideas, I think, in those comments that I think once departments get to see the comments related to their specific tasks, I think will be really helpful for them. But here are some of the solutions again: better technology, more consistent technology, better platforms for students and staff, time-consuming initiatives. The ones that came up most frequently were SLOs, assessments, and even though attendance isn't an initiative, the process for taking attendance was a challenge for a lot of folks. Providing dedicated distance learning teachers and reducing the number of models, securing more funding for public education. So teachers wrote extensively about the number of hours that they're working on weekends and at nights and wanted that to be compensated or to have more positions to help pick up some of that lift. And then there were a small number but decent number of teachers who wanted an additional prep day or prep period added to their schedule. So this last slide here, I want to leave you on a positive note. We asked staff to list 3 things that were working well at their school. So thank you, it made my day. I'll spend a little time just reading it out loud because I think it reminds us of why we're all here, which is student laughter can be heard both in class and virtually. May seem silly, but it is the reason we walk into our buildings every day. So I think that's always an important thing to keep in mind. I just want to remind folks, because it came up a couple times in the comments, that all the results of our surveys are posted online on our climate survey website. And I want to emphasize this is not the only time that we're going to be collecting staff feedback throughout the year. We plan to do a series of these surveys so that we can monitor how staff are doing, and hopefully once we troubleshoot some of the major challenges, we see some of these results get a little bit better. We also have planned some student town halls to ask about specific topics that are most of interest to students around distance learning and other topics like that. And then we do plan to do a family survey in the very near future so that we can get some of the same feedback from families, knowing that they're experiencing the different learning models just like our school staff. And with that, I'll open it up to questions if anyone has any.
Great job. Thank you very much. We often talk about a puzzle piece and putting this jigsaw puzzle together. And so I want to do a shout out to Ms. Vanjie Russell for helping us with this graphic, because I think this absolutely represents what all of us have been going through at central services and most importantly at the site level. So when we talk about the puzzle pieces coming together, we talk about academics. And then underneath the graphic, you're going to see who is going to be presenting those particular pieces. And it's color-coded throughout the presentation. So when you see the dark blue, we're going to be talking about academics. When you see the light blue, we're going to be talking about operations. So I won't belabor this graphic, but just so the trustees understand that this is kind of the theme of what we're talking about today. And then we will go into the timeline. I don't have the names of the slides here, so I'm sorry. So when you take a look at the particular puzzle piece, so when you take a look and you'll see back at March, we had the state emergency directive. So when you look at March 31st, that's kind of when we started with the closure of the schools. And then we go into April, and that was one of our first presentations as far as what these learning models, as far as a closure, was taking a look at, and what did that what did that look like back in April as far as a full distance learning model. And then we come up through May, June, July, and August, September. Again, I'm not going to belabor this slide, but the fact is,
Us.
yeah, the fact is that there has been a lot of work within the district as far as putting the models together from that time.
Good afternoon, or good evening. Ben Hayes, for the record, Chief Accountability Officer. So as Dr. McNeil said, we are going to kind of go through a standardized lessons learned and solutions and ideas process, but I wanted to give a few, and I think this was based on a board request too, just some context of who of our students are in these different learning models. It'll round out a picture of some of the survey data you've seen and some of the earlier surveys this summer. So this first one shows race and ethnicity, and the blue bars, the dark blue bars, are those students who are enrolled in distance learning. The yellow bars are in-person or hybrid, depending on whether it's elementary or secondary. And then I wanted to include the temporary distance learners because they bounce back and forth a little bit. And this data, these are kind of, and it was alluded to a few times tonight, these are populations, we have kind of an open enrollment, and we often say 3 school districts, and they're fairly high transiency. So kids are coming back and forth, especially depending on kind of whether cases are going up or down. So this is based on a snapshot in late September. And you can see that there is kind of an interaction between race and ethnicity and what model was chosen. So you can see those who identify as American Indian or Asian or African American are much more likely to choose distance learning. And then if you look at our families who identify as white or multiracial, especially those two, it's a stark difference. Most of them kind of went straight into in-person learning. This one, it's not as stark a difference, and this is the reason kind of we wanted to look at the data. So these are students that are in special populations and might need more support. I know the board wanted to allow, and did allow this summer, students who were kind of in these at-risk populations or needed more support populations to go every day if they wanted to. But you can see a lot of them still chose distance learning. In fact, more of the students in each of these options, it was a little bit disproportionate. They chose distance learning higher than the overall average, or the students who are not necessarily at risk. And going back to Dr. Davidson's point about this, we saw this in the reopening surveys and the distance learning surveys. It's that a lot of our teachers don't have confidence right now in reaching and engaging the our students who are English learners and students who have IEPs. So you can see it's a little bit concerning that they're so high, but I know that's part of what we'll talk about tonight. I know the systems are improving over and over, but we do kind of need to we have been putting a little bit more intensity into reaching those since it's such a high population. And this is, I think you're all familiar with our early warning system, so it kind of, based on things like attendance, discipline, and other actions, it says what kind of risk is a student at for falling off the pathway to graduation for college and career readiness. So if you're absent a lot, you've been transient a lot, you've been retained in school, kind of our data shows locally that you're more likely to need support on the pathway to graduation. And you can see the highest group that chose distance learning is those, or are those that chose that high risk. Sorry, I just can't speak. Or that are high risk for needing support to keep going on the pathway to graduation. So we've done a lot of work. We had a huge attendance meeting last week. Dr. Lamarca, Rochelle Murillo, and a bunch of others met. So how can we keep engaging these kids that are high risk and making sure that we go on the pathway to graduation? So those, just some context, if you think of the schools, 3 so-called school districts, there's about a third in distance learning, a third in kind of hybrid, and a third in person every day. And so we're kind of, as you can imagine, we have to differentiate for each one of those populations. But there is a little bit of a tendency for our more kind of populations that need support to go into full distance learning. And I think you'll hear tonight that we've kind of put things in place to make sure that we're reaching them. So with that, I think we're heading into the first color-coded puzzle piece. I will cede the microphone to Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf and Dr. Troy Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes and Dr. Davidson. Did Charity? Oh, there you go.
I want to say thank you, Jen, looking out for us. So good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent, Dr. McNeil, and trustees. Again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. And I'm joined this evening with our Chief Academic Officer, Troy Parks. So we'd like to talk to you about the work of the Office of Academics, which kind of started with me back when we started our plans back in March, and now continues joint effort working closely with Troy and his team. So thank you very much. So I'm going to talk to you this evening about, as far as the work with Office of Academics, what went well. When we reflect back all the way to the middle of March, when you remember we were heading out on spring break, and the governor came on TV that Sunday evening and closed our schools for a period of time. And fortunately, we were heading into spring break, and an amazing thing started to happen. We had folks reaching out to each other to come together to figure out how were we going to support our students for an unknown period of time. Back on March 15th, we did not know that our kids weren't going to be coming back into buildings, and our teachers wouldn't be, and our principals wouldn't be back into buildings for the remainder of that school year. So you'll remember we got busy in planning our learning packets, which were available to our families both in hard copy. You remember transportation, the amazing work of transportation, with help from some of our nutrition services folks as well, getting thousands and thousands and thousands of packets out to our families over that period of the school closures. And that also went into summer school and the programming that was available for our students as well. The focus of those packets, if you remember, was on third quarter learning. We were concerned about the lack of devices and connectivity for our students, and equitable access to learning materials was very important to us in spring when we first closed our buildings. Other things that went well is we all got really good at Zoom, and many of us got better at Teams and the functionality of those programs to stay connected. So whether it was our principals connecting with their teachers, our teachers connecting with their students, our departments connecting with each other, we spent many, many, many hours on Zoom meetings figuring out how we were going to support our students for the remainder of the previous school year. Teacher collaboration also on Microsoft Teams into the closure of our schools. Dr. McNeil, myself, and a few others came together to figure out how can we still support the professional learning community process at our schools and helping our principals bring their staff together to continue that important work. And then we started, under your guidance and leadership, developing the learning models that we were going to start to put in place for the current school year. So talking about what distance learning could and should look like, in-person learning at our elementary schools, and also our vulnerable populations, the slide that we just saw that Ben shared. Hybrid learning, if you remember, we were concerned that we could not bring all of our middle school and high school students together each day with the current social distancing and other protocols that were in place. And then also, too, we wanted to point out the online curriculum guide work that had been happening in Microsoft Teams for grades K through 8 had started pre-pandemic, but how fortunate we were that that work had started. Well, if you remember, we brought all of our content, our core curriculum together in the Microsoft learning tools for our teachers to access. And that work is continuing. I think Troy's going to talk a little bit later about the work at the high school level that's happening now. What could have been better? I know that's a short list over in that box on the right, but the things that we wanted to highlight, attendance was difficult last spring at the end of the previous school year. Tracking down students, figuring out how we needed to do attendance. I want to say the help and the guidance from our attendance office under the direction of Dr. Bryn LaPenta has been amazing, continues to be amazing. She continues to work with our area superintendents, our principals, and other staff to streamline the attendance process. It's still clunky at times, and when you're thinking about students that are on hybrid, in person, on distance learning, on exclusion, students that come in and then go back out perhaps to distance learning, it has been a challenge, and that's probably minimizing how much work our teachers and our principals have put in figuring out attendance procedures. No new learning that happened back in the spring semester as we headed into this school year. And while, as I mentioned earlier, we did not know schools and buildings were going to be shut through the remainder of the school year, we missed effectively a quarter of instruction for all of our students and how we're making up for that now. And then the narrowing of content offerings. You've heard me say before, I think a strength of Washoe County School District, especially at the secondary and the high school level, is the variety, just the sheer plethora, I guess, of courses that are offered to our students, whether it's world language programs, IB, AP, advanced placement, international baccalaureate, our signature academies. We offer a lot of pathways and opportunities for students, which in normal times serve us very well, but which have, quite honestly, proved somewhat challenging in the current situation that we're in right now, supporting students that are in our buildings, and also our students who are distance learning and keeping them on those pathways and on track to graduating on time. So I'm going to turn it over to Troy.
Thank you, Deborah. Good evening, President Raymond, Dr. McNeil, members of the Board of Trustees. Have to give a special welcome to our newest Board of Trustees member, Sharon Kennedy. Thank you for your support. Yes, we did learn a lot during that time. We have all heard stories of our no harm and the idea that your grades can't go down. Though that was greatly intended, and I don't think we could have changed it. We do know of stories of students that use that opportunity to say, hey, I have an A, there's no new learning, my grade can't fall, so guess what, family? I'm kind of checking out. Also, I think we all saw as we got closer to summertime, with the realization that we weren't going back to school. We had the attendance rule that if there was contact during the day, that meant that student could be counted as attending. And so we had some, what I'd say were not best practices at times with our our teachers might have expected the kids to do all the work and check in, and then that got to be counted as attendance. And I think the survey that we just went through, I think all of us in the Washoe County School District, once we hit the pandemic and we were forced into considering what are we going to do now, realized that there was huge inequities for our most at promise and most vulnerable populations, that they lacked the technology and connectivity. So that created our policies that no harm, grades can't fall. And so those are things that in the future we really got to work hard at. As you could have suspected, based on Ben and Laura's presentation, we still have some work to do around the distance learning. It's still, we cannot sit here and say, this is the structure and this is the system that will be most effective at each of the levels. The hybrid learning structures, there, to start the year off, there was especially confusion around, well, does that mean I only have to cover half of the curriculum because the kids aren't going to be here the second day? What does that engagement look like for the B student when they're not in school? We still have some work to do there. And not only from not being in school the last quarter and going to our distance learning at that point, but with the smoke days and all the different models that we have students learning in, we are still working hard at measuring student learning gaps and addressing those during this school year. So then as we did get to the summer, we do have some successes that we look back on. The addition of the 5 professional learning days, if you remember, that allowed us to start 5 days later. We, of course, provided a lot of this time for our schools to work together at their sites to make sure that they understood all of our COVID protocols, safety measures, and really focused in on looking at the curriculum and the pacing of the curriculum so that we could have as much consistency as possible between our in-person and distance learning models. We also developed the 21st Century Learning Module. This module was given to everybody, all of our staff via Teams, and really took a look at best practices for our distance and hybrid learning models. Still available today on Teams. We worked very hard under the leadership of Josh Hartzog and our signature academies and CTE to make sure that with our juniors and seniors that were in a CTE or signature program, that we were going to do everything possible to help them successfully complete that signature or CTE program. This was work by HR, business, teachers, and as of today, we're confident that every kid who is in a CTE or signature has the opportunity to complete those programs. Our teaching and learning committee was formed back in May, and it began as planning for recovery learning and reopening. They still exist today and have had many successes. Currently, there are 7 subcommittees that we are running in our teaching and learning committee. One is looking at the models to create more consistency for our distance learning structures and our hybrid structures. We have a communication team that is focused on, we've realized that there's a lot of really good information, But sometimes we don't communicate it very well, and it's hidden from our teachers and administrators who need it the most. They've done tremendous work with our family school partnerships in getting videos out to our parents and helping provide them with structures around distance learning. And we also have a committee there working on our alignment to professional learning communities. The other thing that I really want to emphasize that I think all of us should be very proud of and really emphasize as we continue is that the collaboration across departments really intensified, and I would also include the collaboration and work with our Board of Trustees. I think it's something that we can all look back and feel like we really came together, focusing in on how can we best serve and support our schools. What could be better? Edgenuity. If you recall, our Edgenuity program was designed for credit recovery, and as we looked at the distance learning model for middle and high school, we chose to utilize it as a credit attainment and used it to serve our middle school students as well. And we've learned that while it might be really effective for a student who needs to recover credit, when you ask a student to do that type of system for 6 periods or more a day, it's hard for our students to stay engaged. We also, in looking back, missed an opportunity to provide very targeted professional learning for our distance learning teachers so that they better understood all the ins and outs of synchronous, asynchronous, how do we keep kids engaged. We could have done a better job there. We're still working on clearer structures and guidance in the distance learning as well. And I'm going to talk soon about the future that we're going to be presenting on as well. So go ahead, Deborah.
Thanks, Troy. So we wanted to highlight 2 key learnings that very quickly we realized. And the first one is, and you saw a little bit in the survey data from previously, is the support for our English learners. We have quite a number of our EL students who are on distance learning, and then how we would work with our teachers, our EL teachers at the site to support the students in the buildings as well as the students that were learning via distance learning. So our ELD department under the direction of Janine Kelly, our English Language Development Department, has really had to change a lot of the work, the usual work they do to provide different kinds of support via a lot of the Microsoft tools that we do have that are helping students, Immersive Reader, there's a few others as well. And then planning and grading. It's been amazing to me that the things that you don't spend so much time thinking about, because it's how we've done it when teachers plan and how they grade and how important supporting grading practices in the situation that we're in right now, and just the time for teachers to not only work together, but to have time themselves during their day, their work day, to plan for their needs of their student. That you've heard that at many meetings. And then what puzzles us, you'll see that's over on that column as well. It's the time and the resources for teachers. So I wanted just to quickly update you. 2 weeks prior to the break, it was a number of us met with our high school principals, and we're going to have a similar meeting with our middle school principals on November 5th, I think it's scheduled for, to bring them together. We brought them together in person to talk about lessons they've learned and ideas that they wanted to share with each other. They hadn't been together, since last spring. And we talked about what steps need to be taken. And they talked about steps that they're taking, not even waiting for second semester, many of them heading into the second quarter, which starts next Monday, and making changes to their schedules, collapsing classes, combining where they can to free up more time for their teachers, whether it's planning or having, in some cases, more dedicated periods to support distance learners. So while we're sharing lessons learned kind of from our perspective, a lot of lessons learned at school sites and how they're pivoting to do things differently now. And then the second bullet about what still puzzles us is the alignment of assessments and how should assessments, again, I think something we kind of took for granted, finals, how should that look given the unique circumstances that we're experiencing right now? So an Edgenuity final versus an in-person final, a final for a student who's attending 5 days a week at a high school perhaps, or a student who's on the hybrid model. And we had a meeting on Monday. Our academic leadership team met with a number of our directors. Some of them are here with us this evening, and didn't walk away from that meeting without making some key decisions, which we will be getting out to our principals and our teachers soon. And I think those decisions honor the situation and honor our teachers as well and the work that they're doing.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Beiersdorf, can you give us any specifics of what you're referencing there? I know you don't want to spill the beans, but that's kind of why we're here.
I can spill them. I just have to remember what. So I'm going to look to
just some
Troy,
examples.
And Dr. McNeil was there as well. So and I know our Edgenuity director, Stacy Cooper's back there as well. So Edgenuity. Well, maybe I can start with that one. So there's been kind of just I think just agreement and a standard practice in our district, whether it was Edgenuity, which remember we just adopted that last school year. Prior to that, it was A+. Prior to that, it was Plato, I think. So finals that are, and we do have regulations around finals, that a student had to pass the final with at least a 60% to be able to earn the credit. We've done away with that 60%, and the grade that the student gets on the final will be factored into their final grade. We are also going to be encouraging in many cases that our secondary teachers consider take-home finals where students can take home a final as more of a presentation or a culmination of learning versus a final that they might take in the classroom during that last week. So we'll work through that as well. We also have common math finals, as you know, in 5 different levels of math, beginning in algebra, and working through the scope and sequence of what our algebra teachers at each of our high school sites, at the standards that they were able to work through this first semester, so that final has to reflect the learning happening now versus the learning that just happened last semester. I think I caught all of those.
That's great.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
I know a lot of folks are waiting to hear what are the things that are going to happen specifically.
They are, and our middle school
thank you.
principals as well, and what their finals will look like. So yes, yep.
And I think I'll just add very, very quickly, I think, it was a very robust discussion, and I think that sometimes people forget that, so for example, our full distance learners, we have full distance learners using the Edgenuity program, and we also have full distance learners that are not using the Edgenuity program. And so we needed to make sure that we had equity as far as what a final exam would look like versus if I'm a full distance learner taking one on Edgenuity versus on a hybrid model on the in-person and the distance learning. So there was a good conversation around, so what does a common final look like, and making sure that we had parity throughout.
All right, and now I'd like to talk to you about our path forward, especially from the Office of Academics, which clearly this is going to be a district-wide focus. I am extremely excited to introduce you to our newest member of the Office of Academics. She is here tonight, and she is the new director of the Department of Distance and Blended Learning. So would you please welcome Jenny Anderson? So a little bit about Jenny. Extremely smart and energetic. She is currently still serving as the principal at Veterans Elementary School. She has dove right in, met with our high school principals. She's going to be at our middle school meeting. She has taken it upon herself to schedule individual meetings with principals and teachers and our distance learning parents to start learning from their perceptions exactly what our challenges are. And as I've been informed today, we will be coming back to you on November 24th. We have every intention on November 24th of providing you with some of our short-term wins. As I mentioned earlier, the teaching and learning team is currently engaged in solving some of our challenges. So we anticipate Jenny bringing you some of those early wins. But then also, I think a lot of us have come to realize distance learning and blended learning, when you look at what our state is doing and what we're doing as a district, there's an opportunity in the future. And we have to be mindful and visionary about what that future could be. So post-pandemic, there is a tremendous opportunity and responsibility to gain back and improve our learning outcomes for our students. And in both those models, we want to create the consistency that we would have with an in-person model. So in order to do that, we have to continue to maintain district-wide focus on our professional learning communities. And one of the first rules in really becoming a professional learning community or learning organization is that we have to focus on our core business, and our core business is student learning outcomes. So from the Office of Academics, we are working extremely close with our Office of Assessment, Dr. Sandy Yaird and Dina Chiramella. Think of them as your assessment guru and your curriculum guru. And they are collaborating weekly to make sure our curriculum is aligned to our assessments. Our assessments are moving to School City. You might have heard of this platform. And then our grade level or Nevada academic content standards are going to be assessed on that platform. As we were exiting and going to the distance learning in the spring, we had a commitment to focusing in on professional learning communities, and we were establishing essential standards across all grades and courses. That work must continue. Not all standards are equal. We cannot simply say that we're going to teach everything. We have to establish what is most important. What are those high-yield critical thinking standards that kids must learn? And as we do that, we will establish an aligned curriculum to our formative assessment. And the idea there is that we teach, we assess, or we have student work samples that show that students are meeting that learning standard. And if they're not meeting that learning standard, then we address it and provide extra instruction, more time, accelerate their learning. And when students are meeting the standard, what opportunities do we provide to enrich where they're at? We also, in the future, will be focusing on professional learning for both distance and blended learning models. We've had a huge response from our community partners already under the leadership of our Ed Alliance, Kendall Inskip. Those are just a few of our community partners that will be imperative that we maintain collaboration with. We are going to be completing in the Office of Academics the online curriculum guides that will go with our high school grades 9 through 12. These should be done after the first of the year. And again, I want to reemphasize, as a district, I think we have all seen the strength in collaboration across departments and focusing in on serving our schools. Office of Academics will continue to meet and work with other departments to support and serve our schools. So with that, we take any questions, or we can move on in the presentation as well.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I'd like to say a special hello to my first mentor as an administrator, Ms. Beiersdorf, and my last boss in Washoe County School District, my area superintendent, Dr. Troy Parks. So thank you for everything that you've done, and obviously Troy drove me out of my job. No, he didn't. I'm really impressed with this path forward, but one thing that keeps coming to my mind is the anecdotal evidence about teachers in survival mode, and I think we're still hearing it. And you know, when we're looking at the focus on learning outcomes, but knowing we're having an issue with student engagement, family choice in school, out of school, all the options that they have, the attendance issues, you know, with these really strong, very positive plans, do we have plans to deal with, to help the teachers deal with survival?
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy, for the question. You know, and it's a hard question, and it would be a question I could easily say yes to. And it's a question that looks different at different schools. It's a question that for some solutions it's resource-based. It's a question that sometimes gets answered when one of our amazing area superintendents works with a principal to kind of think outside the box and be creative on a schedule. It's a principal asking, look, can we land students in your either distance learning or your hybrid, because maybe the back and forth is ultimately not very good for the child, but there's extenuating circumstances for that. I talked earlier about time. The lesson planning, the preparation, just the sheer workload that is on, well, it's on all of us, but is on our teachers, our folks that are in the trenches with our students, is unlike anything we've seen before. Hindsight, things that, you know, we've talked a little bit about things that, you know, what we know now we didn't know then, we could have done differently. We think forward to second semester and how we can do things differently, or even second quarter. So in my experience and my perception, Trustee Kennedy, it's been almost a site-by-site individual situation that every day we're working on. And we're in the trenches too, out in schools. I was telling you earlier, I was at Marcy Hurst today, working with Principal Bringhurst on where are his pinch points, so to speak. I'm proud that we were able to, and we heard from the presentation around nutrition services. Our CFO, Mark, talked a bit about it. We made some really tough decisions about teacher allocations, for example. I think it was 19 allocations that we ended up giving back when it could have been as high as, I think it was 89, 90, to try to stabilize, because we knew if we pulled that one extra teacher out, we could be pulling the string, and then it just kind of fell apart. So We're learning, we're listening. It's not perfect. It's, as Dr. McNeil says, we're all going through this for the very first time. And I wish I could wave my magic wand but it's not. But every day's a new day. I get a lot of emails. I get emails from teachers and principals and my team as well about how we can be doing things better. And I just think it's not giving up. It's not giving up. But I think also too, former principal is giving our principals permission to they're making decisions that they've never had to think about having to make before, to change a master schedule second quarter. Who does that? So those things, and supporting them in doing that as well. Taking concerns seriously. I think about our new teachers. I think about our veteran teachers. I think about our new principals. But every day, I think just bringing your best and just, okay, we're one more concern, issue, question, and being visible to help the schools, and thanking people for what they're doing. So, thank you for the question.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. And I'd like to just add real quick, as educators, we have experienced the stress of being a teacher in normal times. And I can only imagine the amount of stress, all the different models, and all the different rules we have to follow during COVID have put on our teachers. I would just echo what Deputy Beiersdorf said, that we are always going to listen to our educators and acknowledge that there's a quote that goes with professional learning communities, and it's that your culture and your climate will eat your systems for lunch. So if we don't pay attention to reality of what our educators are facing, we will not be able to implement any systems. However, all of our systems that we talk about with professional learning communities are aimed at making the work of being a teacher and being a highly effective teacher and knowing that you're meeting the needs of your students easier and more accessible to our teachers, so that they will know that their students are learning, and they will know that their students are learning at high levels, the most important standards in that grade level or that course level.
Thank you, Dr. Parks.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the great work that's going on to make all this happen. Just a couple of things that I'd love to sort of put on the to-do list, or the things to make sure we get either talked about tonight or talked about at some future time. If there are things you need from the board that we need to be doing for you, because I think we always focus on there isn't any more money, so then what? And I just want to throw out, if there are things that we can be doing to help you, please make sure you tell us. Some of the things on my list, what are we going to do about the overlap of teachers having to teach hybrid and distance? Because we know that's a big pain point. And we've, I think when we went into this, we all hoped that we wouldn't have teachers who had to do both, and they are having to do both, and they're having to do both with really huge caseloads. And I just, my heart goes out. My heart goes out. So is there anything we at the board or the district can be doing about that? Number two, and I talked to Dr. McNeil about this today, we hear a lot about the issue of substitutes and prep time, and that teachers are losing their prep time because there's no sub. It's not that we don't have the subs that are on the docket, but they aren't showing up today. We need 94 and we got 5 or whatever it is. And that, so, just thinking about what we can do about that. I think in the future, we've talked about limiting the bouncing back and forth between models. Again, I think we're trying to be really responsive to parents, but as you've said, it's not great for kids and it's a nightmare for the teachers. So if there's a way we can limit that in the future. Simplifying the attendance reporting, I know we've worked on that through Infinite Campus and other issues. And then going back to that cadre of distance learning teachers that we hoped we would be able to build, you know, if we can talk about that in the future, how are we going to strengthen that? And again, don't need to answer them tonight, but I just want to kind of put those as flags to come back to in the future. One question, and maybe you answered this, but I didn't hear it. Completion of online curriculum guides for grades 9 to 12. Why only 9 to 12? Just because that's who's taking Edgenuity?
9 to 12 is what we had left.
Oh, okay.
Trustee Holland, we did K-8.
Great, okay.
Was done for the most part.
Great, okay.
And then 9 to 12 was actually going to take us this entire year, so our academics team is really pushing that one through with the support and the help of other departments as well. Then we are done, yeah.
Okay, because I did hear a lot about, you know, if there's an asynchronous part of this, what's the platform going to be? What's an example template of how the lesson will be? You know, we did hear that so much great work has been put into putting professional development information out there, but poor teachers, it's like drinking from a fire hose. You know, they don't even know how to find what's the best thing to work with. I know the professional learning communities are helping with that, but I think, you know, more we can do with that. And then just one little note. So we've gone through 3 slides of this, and that's been 32 minutes. So, and we have 24 more to go.
Yeah, we.
Just
All right,
you know, just
we're
throwing
exiting.
it out there.
I know, I can feel a stirring behind us. Pick it up, you guys. All right, so I have the pleasure of introducing our Office of School Leadership team next.
And thank you so much for the great work, really.
Can you hear me? Okay.
It's not a competition, but
Hi.
extra brownie points for.
I can talk seriously fast. Okay, Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, I'm Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent, and I'm going to start out with what went well. So as you remember, it started in the spring. We had our redistribution and our graduations, and we got to give kudos to the schools on both of those for such an excellent job. We had weekly meetings with our principals that started in the spring, and they went all the way until the first week of school. And we also continue with weekly updates to our principals that we send them via email. Troy mentioned, Troy mentioned the Teaching and Learning Committee that was developed in the spring that continues to meet weekly. The Teaching and Learning Committee is led by Anne Marie Dixon, Area Superintendent, and Dr. Troy Parks. And the purpose is to support effective and innovative teaching and learning, whether in-person, hybrid, or distance learning, and to gain feedback from principals, I can't breathe in my mask, directors, and teachers in best practices. We also had summer learning packets that parents were able to pick up. Our social and emotional learning team met over the summer. Principals, teachers, community members, they developed a great resource for principals that were in the principal toolkit that we had talked about at one of the board meetings. Then we started to work with capital projects and our principals to develop our opening of school plans and classroom capacities, as you guys remember. We also kept our early release Wednesdays, where we're continuing the PLC focus that Dr. Parks talked about a little. And this year we have LTL and we have vertical meetings. Principals meet in verticals with their vertical colleagues, and we use the Learning by Doing book. At LTL, we're working with the Equity and Diversity Department to develop the equity lens around PLCs in a book study this school year. And we co-lead that, Area Soup and the Equity and Diversity Department. We did develop distance learning model, right? The distance learning in-person and hybrid model per the governor's request. We have rigorous instruction happening this school year in all learning models. We did something monumental this year, collaborating with finance and HR to actually have allocations aligned to the unique school needs, and it was monumental. We also need to brag about the first day of school, district staff going out for 2 full days. We heard such wonderful stories, both from principals, teachers, and from the district staff about what an enjoyable time that they had. So that was way faster than Dr. Parks, just saying. And now I'm going to pass it to Jen Van Trest to brag about special education. Thank you.
Am I on? Okay. Thank you, Lauren, for the handoff there. Jen Van Trest, Area Superintendent for Area 5 and Special Education. As also what went well, we continued the work around the reorganization for the Office of School Leadership. And that included the fact that we moved all of the early childhood programs, the grant-funded and special education programs, under Office of School Leadership. We also moved Child Find Services under our department. We've continued to work with West Ed as part of the Pathway to Positive Progress and developing an implementation plan, which I'm excited that we will be bringing that to you next month and reviewing that implementation plan and where we are with those steps. We provided training for staff on how to provide specially designed instruction through the distance learning model and telehealth services, as well as adopting the unique program for the strategies programs and the CLS programs, so they're specific to in-person and distance learning curriculum. We had a very successful extended school year program that was provided for special education students over the summer. That was all through telehealth and distance learning. And we had the opportunity to provide in-person learning 5 days a week for all of our students in special education, which is has been a great success so far. Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you to review how we are working on our continuous improvement.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Good evening, Board of Trustees. You can see a number of the items. There are some overlap with what academics presented, what Dr. Parks presented, Mrs. Beiersdorf presented. We talked about the attendance procedures, and I think one of the points of note is that when we look at these new learning models, we're really in a developmental phase. We're 9 weeks into a developmental phase of a brand new model of learning. And that's extraordinary. And so when we look at each of those, we're now in that next step beyond development, and that's refinement, really working to refine. And an example of that is the attendance procedures and when we got together with our high school principals and the collaboration that we see occur alongside Dr. LaPenta in terms of getting to some efficiencies to allow for more teaching time. And so I think one of the points of note that Ben had presented earlier is you see how relevant time is right now. Time is the finite resource, and our ability to address time in any manner is going to help us with all of our endeavors moving forward. When we look about what could have been better, we saw that our distance learning, and we kind of stayed in that refinement of what was previously learned. With our assessment, this is no assessments, but it's really talking about a lack of assessment data to really pinpoint right now. We're working to readdress that, but we didn't have state testing that occurred in April. When we came back, again, that competition for time, we needed instructional time, so schools decided to not move forward with that fall map testing, knowing that when we bring kids right back to the building, the first thing we do is not want to give them a test, but let's work on acclimating them and getting them back into the building. I think one of the other things that we learned is in our efforts to really work with all of our employees, the implications of our ADAA accommodations were substantial, and they impacted our master instructional schedules. I know that we've spoken to that a number of times, but we had been adjusting instructional schedules for some time. And again, as we talk to our high school principals and look into that second quarter and look into that second semester, I think now with that being a fixed variable, and one of the comments earlier was a little bit about what supports could be there as we're continuing to move forward to support our schools. And I think any of the places where we can work to fix some variables to help, because we've really been innovative and we've cast a wide net in terms of what we're doing. But now we see where the perhaps limitations of that innovation is, and now it's the ability to work on fixing variables for this year and even as we look into the future for distance learning. So again, you can see what are some of the things we could do better, and that is getting more time for teachers, that prep time, that planning time. Some people have come up with some creative double prep times right now that are being considered and thought of as we're moving forward. And then I think, what can we do better? It's that personal connections with students, staff, and families. It is that relentless pursuit to make sure that we are engaging the students that are less engaged. And so we see distance learning, and one of the things we saw on the survey data was some of the students with the higher risk factors were more apt to distance learning. And we have seen early on, as we've gotten into academic warnings, really what do we need to do to really support those kids? And so we know that we're still really working on that. And then let's see, getting the most accurate. And then a legitimate challenge that we have faced is really about getting the most accurate data for families with laptops. How many laptops? How many are going to be distance learners? What's the connectivity that's needed? What's that going to look like? And so those are all things that could have been better, but I think it's now the exciting next step that's in front of us, and that's working to refine our first steps and get better at that. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Van Tress.
We'll discuss what could we have done better for our special education staff and students. One of the big things is, while we did provide some great training, again, looking back on that, we could have done some more training. We could have provided some more specific training. It's, again, hindsight's 20/20. So knowing where we were, what we thought we were providing, gave us at least a groundwork to start from, and then how we're going to move forward. But in providing, we are providing site-based monthly trainings. We're providing resources on our teams groups. We're providing individual training for staff. But as you saw in the survey, staff are still stressed. They still feel like they need support. So we just need to continue to provide more and more opportunities for them to feel more confident and comfortable in what they're doing. It's like we have a full district of first-year teachers. And so we just really need to continue to support them along those lines. We're working to continue to find additional ways to get feedback to address their individual needs as far as what they need for teaching students with disabilities. As you saw, the survey data, we have a high percentage of students on IEPs that are actually in the distance learning format. That kind of came as a little bit of a surprise to us. We thought that most families would choose to come back for full in-person learning. So we're continuing to work with our families along those lines. At this point, I'm going to turn it back to Joe to give you an update on what did we learn and what still puzzles us.
Okay, thank you, Jen.
Sure.
I think one of the really interesting things we've learned over the past 6 months is electronic connectivity versus physical connectivity. And what we have seen is, even all of us as adults and educators, when that physical connectivity, when we're closer together and we're face to face, the results that come from that. Recently, we've moved from those video conferences with principal meetings to now face to face, spreading out, making sure. But the difference that makes, and we know the difference that makes with our kids and having kids back in buildings. What else did we learn? We've learned that essential standards are as essential as ever. We really need to clearly identify our learning targets. We have to get at the most efficient way to get to those learning targets, because time, again, has been compressed in every direction. Seeking feedback from our stakeholders and making sure that we're continuing to be responsive to it. we're trying to make sure that with all of our committees as we're moving forward, that we are getting the voice of all of our stakeholders so that we can be responsive to the various needs of all. We also know that one of the things we want to always stay in front of is the inclement weather plan. Certainly, it has really been a daunting factor in what we have. So now did we not only move to a new model of learning during a pandemic with various health practices that had to occur, but now on top of that, throw in, I believe, 10 smoke days that we've had, and now the impact that that's had on our hybrid learners who already come every other day. So we know that we have to be prepared for that. So when we get cold weather and we're moving forward with the winter, we know that we've got to be prepared for that. We know, as we've known before, that the collaboration between teachers and principals is essential to helping our students achieve at the highest levels. We also know and have been really pressed forward to understanding the refresh that is needed with our technology plan. And I know that we're looking forward to presenting a technology plan moving forward. But distance learning has forced us to take a gigantic step forward. And with that, it's also helped us realize the importance of having connectivity and laptops for all of our students. Again, unforeseen, but there's really going to be some long-term gains that come as a result of what's happened. We know that what did we learn? Our students have been fantastic with wearing masks. There was concern early on about some of that conversation. They've been terrific. And then I'll conclude with, what did we learn? We learned that teachers and school perseverance in adapting to new models of learning in such a short period of time. While we do have to be aware of our pinch points, and we do have to make some refinements as we're moving forward, we have an incredibly resilient, relentless, and working force that is out there that really wants to support students. And so that's something I think for all of us to be proud of. So with that, I believe I'm going to turn it back over to Jen.
We have this whole ping pong thing going on, if you've noticed. So one of the things that we learned about for special education is we actually found that many students made some great growth using the telehealth therapeutic approach. And that means that services provided through speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy, the data actually showed that students actually made some great progress. We think we don't have anecdotal data as to why, but part of the thought process is that because the sessions were so focused on their specific needs, and that caused some of the growth, and then also that the parents were active participants or active observers during those times, also gave the parents the opportunity to see how to generalize and work with their students at home. So that actually was a great area of success for special education. With the reorganization, we found that our special education facilitators and our special education administrators are in the buildings on a daily, weekly basis. They're able to respond to teacher and principal needs much quicker than it has been in the past. So we're getting some great feedback from schools as far as the response time for when they need their questions answered. So those are two areas that we feel like have been some great opportunities for growth and for what we did learn. I will pass it back to Lauren to provide you with an update on what our next steps are going to be.
Did you want to do what's puzzling us, though?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe?
Joe.
I'm not sure I'm following, sorry.
Okay.
So, do you want to go, Jen? Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay.
So what is just the puzzling for special education? Again, the challenge of providing specially designed instruction through distance learning is a great challenge. We're still pondering the best approaches, unique needs. Some of our teachers are coming up with some amazing plans and thoughts along those lines, and so we're very, but we're still working on how we can continue to make that type of growth. So that is the big challenge for us in distance learning and special education.
Thanks.
Sure.
So for the path forward, we're going to work with the Office of Academics and Accountability to finalize the procedures for grading and finals, which Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf discussed. I do want to let you know that started with a discussion at an OSL meeting with curriculum and instruction, and then curriculum instruction met with department leaders at high schools. They met with the curriculum assistant principals of high schools. They met with the high school principals. They came back to OSL. They also went to the Teaching and Learning Committee to discuss the finals and stuff like that, all that stuff, sorry. And then it went to ALT. So this was a very thorough process when we were discussing this topic, and we'll continue to work on that and refine it. We'll provide guidance to schools for their professional learning day. We're actually leaving the choice of the professional learning November 3rd up to the school sites. So the principals can choose the professional development and professional learning that best meets the needs of their staff. So it can be individualized for each school site. We've worked with the high school principals before fall break, and they really looked at tweaking their master schedules to meet the needs of students and teachers. We're meeting with the middle school principals for that collaborative meeting in person on November 5th. We're going to support our schools to implement the updated guidance for athletics. OSL has worked with Victor and Rollins, and we're meeting with them again next week to make sure that we have proper guidance out for high schools and middle schools. We'll support our new director for distance and blended learning, working with Jenny Anderson. And then we'll continue our teaching and learning collaboration with Anne-Marie Dixon and Dr. Parks. We're going to deepen our 21st century professional learning. They provide assistance to teachers when they need it on site via Teams, and they'll continue to provide those professional learning opportunities, and we'll continue to support and engage all students in whichever learning platform they've chosen. And as an OSL team, we will also, as we always do, continue to advocate for the needs of our schools. Jen?
For special education moving forward, we're going to obviously we'll continue our work with West Ed and the implementation plan to continue to provide to improve our services for students with disabilities and growth for students with disabilities. We're continuing to provide site-based supports for teachers and administrators for special education services, and we are continuing with developing the resources and putting those resources into the Teams platform through the Microsoft format. Our special education directors, Jessica Medulla and Angela Flora, continue to work with the other directors, including Equity and Diversity, MTSS, our new distance and blended learning, our curriculum directors, transportation. They're continuing to meet with all of our departments and continue that alignment and that connectivity between our departments, including our special education services. So at this point, if you have any questions related to our presentation.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. It may be addressed in another part of the presentation, but we heard a lot initially about difficulties of PPE for staff that are working with our special ed populations. Have we got that figured out? I know people were, posting their garbage bag, gear that they had come up with. Just wanted to make sure we're on top of that now.
Sure. Thanks to the great work of Capital Projects and Adam Searcy, they jumped on this immediately. Have ordered over 13,000 gowns in the district. We have a stash ready to distribute to any schools at any moment that they say they run out. Gloves are available, face shields, masks. My time is up. So yes, we definitely, we have, anytime someone asks for something, PPE, it's in the car, and our Cs and our Cfs are out there that day or the next morning to make sure that they have what they need. So we greatly appreciate the support that we received from capital projects and making sure that happened.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Ernst? Okay. You've mentioned at in part of the previous presentation from Dr. Parks and Ms. Beiersdorf, the meetings with the principals, and you've mentioned the high school having happened and the middle schools coming up. Do you anticipate meeting with elementary schools, or is that on the books to happen?
Yeah, I think it's certainly on the table. I think the more we find out from the folks who are doing this every day and get them working together, the better off. Right now, what we have is we've got smaller structures, our vertical structures. We meet in smaller areas. We haven't really gotten all of the elementary school principals together at one time. But we also have LTL when we have our principals meetings, and we have level time during that structure, which also lends itself to elementary school collaboration.
Great. And I think you've sort of addressed the prep time concerns, and I know in just my conversations with Dr. McNeil about some of those concerns that I've heard, there was some question about once we kind of got through count day and we had some sort of settling of the movement a little bit, that we might see some opportunities for the prep time to, be sorted out as well. Are we seeing some of that prep time being, preserved or brought back or, taken care of just through the settling of things, and in those areas where we're not able, where that did not happen? I know you mentioned just kind of creative ideas working individually, but is there a broader kind of conversation that we need to have about, how can we tackle that? And the, I know has a little bit to do with the guest teacher shortage, and that's in the HR puzzle piece later, but I didn't know if there was anything to add just about, that just seems like one thing that we could try to address, that we've heard a lot about, that would help a little bit with that stress and the workload issues.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very fair point. And like I said, I think time is a legitimate constraint for everyone right now in this. I think when we've met, we've looked at schedules, and I think schedules will be one structure that will help us create more time. I think when we look at our distance learning models, and we talked about initially the idea of teachers not teaching in person and distance, and we've looked at what that's looked like, we've seen Edgenuity, and so you see that there's going to be changes to the instructional schedule, and with that, that'll help stabilize to some degree more time for teachers. We do run into the guest teachers, and when that happens, that does but schools are good about asking for volunteers who want to do that first before kind of going down the list to use people's prep periods for other areas. So it is being addressed, but it is a legitimate constraint.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks to all of you. Just a question. I mean, these are such crazy times. No one could ever have predicted we'd be where we are, and so I really want to commend you, because I know so much of the work that happens in the schools. You're there with the principals and so on. So thank you for that. There's so many things. I appreciate the transparency. I shared this with Dr. McNeil of the survey, and really sharing these are the concerns. This is what teachers are thinking, and things are being worked on, and yay, welcome, now she's gone, I don't blame her, to our new distance learning director. I just want, as things work out, because things are just going, it's not going to be better tomorrow, right? We know that. Things are happening and they're working, but none of these things are overnight easy deals. Once we get a chance to kind of get things in place, let's maybe put your minds, your heads together, because you deal with the principals who deal with the teachers all the time. We got to do something to just love on them. I mean, they've been, they're diehards, they're hanging in, they're working hard. It's taking longer than anybody thought. It's harder than anybody thought. It's more than anybody thought, which is nobody's fault, right? But just in there in the back somewhere, it's just something, think of something, and maybe there's something the board can assist with or anything like that, just to really, because our saying it is good, but something that that can really be meaningful enough to them, so they know just how much we appreciate that they're hanging in there with all the everything that they're dealing with.
We will definitely think about that.
Thanks.
Looks like we're good. Thank you all.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Is she feeling okay?
President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I'm going to split this next couple slides really into two sections, health services, and then sort of the rest of everything we do. And it would take me many slides to go through the tremendous work that our departments have engaged in, and I'm not going to do that right now. Maybe at another time we'll have that opportunity. I'm also just going to highlight, given where we're at in the evening, with student health services, some of the things that have gone exceptionally well have been the development of tools. So our self-screener tools, our outbreak response plan, that's been done very well. We hired 2 employee health nurses, and that has been great in terms of support to staff, and it's helped in contact tracing. It's helped in a whole bunch of different ways. That group and then others as well associated with that group have been engaged in a lot of collaborative efforts, as you know, with the Washoe County Health District, with Renown Pediatrics, with TMRPA, and this has resulted in many things, including the tracking of COVID data. The presentation earlier this evening was evidence of that. I think that has gone very well. What could be better? Clearer guidance from the federal government, from the state government, from local government. We still don't know enough about the disease. We don't know how it spreads. We don't know differences between how it operates within children versus adults. And those are things that hamper our ability to move forward. Better metrics. We'd love to have better metrics that would be at your disposal so that you can make declarative judgments, and that's just not possible at this point in time. What have we learned? Our students have been incredible. Our staff has been incredible, but our students have been incredible. I think there was a lot of concern that students would not comply with the various changes that I can't imagine. I mean, we are focusing rightfully on teachers and all that's on their plates. I can't imagine what school feels like to a 4th grade student right now in comparison to how it felt as a kindergartner, 1st grader, 2nd grader, 3rd grader. Very different. They've been tremendous, and so that's really nice to have learned that. I believe our community sees public education and its sort of connection to the broader community more now than it ever has before. It's sort of very impactful in terms of our economy. It's part of the reason why I think we're open. What still puzzles us? Some of the questions asked earlier, technical distinctions between things like exclusion and isolation, and how do you communicate that, and how do you support people with information and at the same time support them emotionally when you know that the emotions are really kind of winning the day. That's difficult. I think what puzzles us is what's our new normal going to be. It feels like, and maybe this is just me, but it feels like a lot of people are still waiting for us to return to where we were. I don't think that's where we're going. I think everything's going to be different in the future. And so a lot of lessons learned. Let's skip to the next slide. Okay, so everything else. We've got about 12 departments in the Office of Strategies, and I'm only going to be able to touch on a few things. One of the key things that I think has gone very well has been our acknowledgement as a district, our ongoing acknowledgement as a district regarding that the safety, physical, and social emotional needs of our students and staff have to be met in order for academic learning to take place. They're part and parcel of one another. I'd like to highlight some of our intervention work, the work through the family resource centers, the support for our children living in transition, our work with foster. Those things have been very productive. We certainly have work to do there. I do want to mention a couple of things about Ingenuity. It's one of our distance learning platforms. I think over 50,000 courses are being taken today with Ingenuity, and that is so much more than in the past. I want to give a shout out to Stacy Cooper, Joe Janassi, Curriculum and Instruction Department. That's been a collaborative effort, but these folks have taken on a Herculean effort, provided tremendous training to staff. It's never enough, but what they have provided has been critical, and it's ongoing. They've been problem solving on a daily basis. I can't say enough about Ingenuity, and if you have specific questions, I'm sure Ms. Cooper can join us. Associated with that, and also the other parts of digital learning, what's gone very well is technical support for families. Now, I'm also going to say that this is an area where we could do better, but it has gone very well. You probably are aware of our Families and Staff Together webinars that have been going on. For example, we focused in one of the webinars on social emotional needs of students, families. We focused around tech support. We will be focusing, I believe, in the next FAST on students with disabilities. We also have Tech Tip Thursdays. Booth Elementary School recently did one of these where basically we brought families to Vaughan. We projected an image on the wall at Vaughan. It was like a movie night, and now we're looking into trying to rent or work with El Rancho Drive-In Theater and have like a movie night where we're providing tech support for families. Chris Turner is going to provide us with some internet support through that effort, and that'll be great. Let me make sure. Okay, what could be better? And associated with this, again, tech support for families has been great, and we need much, much more. We are working on trying to stand up a hotline for families. We received some grant funding, and I believe we're in the process of hiring a couple positions. You can provide a laptop, you can provide internet connectivity. These are complex things. It's just not enough to hand over a device and say, okay, here you go, let's go. So this is an area where we are going to continue to struggle, but we're going to continue to get better in supporting our families. Delivering social emotional learning, delivering counseling support, delivering behavioral support, delivering culturally responsive practices, delivering trauma-informed practices through digital formats, or in a situation where a child is only in school 2 days a week or 3 days a week, depending on the particular week. Digital learning has been incredibly challenging. It's one of the things that I think we've learned is just how complex it is. It's one thing to just talk about digital learning, and sometimes when it's just one class you're taking or you're super disciplined, it's not that difficult, but when you scale up to a district of 64,000 kids, a very large community, it is incredibly complex. Academic delivery is complex, but again, all these other things are critical in order to get to academics. And so how you do that digitally is something that's difficult to overcome. We see, and what we've learned is that attendance is struggling right now. We're struggling with attendance, and not only are we struggling with attendance, we're struggling with student engagement. We have some kids who we think aren't attending, but they're actually engaging. It's a very complex situation. Mr. Hayes mentioned earlier some of the efforts we're starting to look at to try to address that. We're collaborating with OSL and other groups along that way. I have to mention this. One thing that we've learned, we probably didn't need this pandemic to learn it, but it's really sort of put it under a microscope, and that is the longstanding inequities that affect certain groups within our community more than others. And really, I'm talking about access. Obviously, we got unequal outcomes, but I'm talking about access. Access to food, access to housing, access to mental health supports, and then also access to technology. But we're not, the technology is the last piece in that, and I did that purposefully. Puzzles, what continues to puzzle us? How do we meet the basic needs of our students and families first? That's something that I think that we're going to continue to have difficulty doing. The potentially bigger puzzle is how do we contend with two pandemics simultaneously? I know COVID has got our attention, but this social justice pandemic or injustice pandemic, this is long standing. It's just got more attention now because of some of the recent events that have occurred, which are likely related to the overwhelming stress throughout the nation and throughout our communities. But how we deal with both of these simultaneously is something that puzzles us. Path forward, I'm almost done, I promise. We'll continued efforts with student health services, ongoing support to schools. We will continue our collaborative efforts with other agencies, expanding testing. For example, we will continue to monitor COVID. We will be looking for better tools to do that, to support you in your decision making. Tech support for families, that will be ongoing part of our path forward. This attendance work and this student engagement work, we've talked, we don't know if we will be engaging in like a door-to-door campaign like we used to do, but we are working with Office of Accountability to narrow down certain groups of students so that we can get on the phone, we can knock on doors, we can reach kids. Ongoing support for social emotional learning and climate, equity and inclusion to foster that sense of belongingness among our students. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any, or I'd be happy to give it over to Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I just would like to say that I've been, as a parent, very impressed with the work around those tech Thursdays and the challenges of engaging families at this time is immense, but I think that you have and your team have found really creative ways to try to connect with families, and I still really find that wellness newsletter very beneficial. So just thank you for that, and I know there's more work that we have to do there. It is, I think, a challenge for us to continue to work towards, but just also hearing too a little bit about the ideas around the parent-teacher conferences and how those are going to look this year. I just am really appreciative of the time and effort put into that. So,
thank you. I will extend your comments to Delisa Crane and the Family School Partnerships Department. They've just worked so hard.
Great. Thank you. Are we good?
Good evening again, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability Officer for the record. I think one of the lessons we've learned tonight is time is a commodity, and a lot of what I have to say has already been said, so I'll go pretty quickly. For grants, it's been really good. It's been a tremendous victory. We've gotten a lot of money to get to schools. We worked real closely with the business office to make it relevant, to make the funding and the resources go to where they needed. If I could learn, or if getting better and what still puzzles us, getting better, we're trying to communicate better with schools. And these are the resources that are on the way. There's 15,000 devices on the way right now that should be here by the end of, at least middle of December. So communicating with schools, kind of the timelines and that kind of stuff. We have to stay relevant on the grant revision process because, as you know, the district shifts. These 3 school districts shift a lot. So we have to be able to pivot and get resources where they want to go. In accountability itself, I think what went well, we've been able to get, and thank you to the community for this, thank you to the staff, thank you to our WCSD family for filling out the surveys. We've been pretty happy that we've gotten stakeholder voice. We've tried to respond to that as well as we can. What could be better? I think people are sick of surveys, to be candid. So we need the voice, but we're trying to be more efficient in getting it and making sure it's communicated. Puzzling on that, puzzle's a tough one, although it fits the theme of tonight. Reaching the families that we want to reach with the surveys, it's still a little bit vexing to us. We can't engage all the families, but that's a matter of building trust and communication. Mr. Ernst talked a little bit about it earlier. We don't have a lot of data on outcomes from last year, so finding a good balance between, we don't want to get in the way in the pandemic, but we also want kind of an assessment of where our students are on the pathway on learning and reaching grade level standards. So trying to find kind of learning loss and monitoring data without getting in the way of schools and teachers and students. In student accounting, Dr. LaPenta has been fantastic. Again, to be candid, attendance is, you've heard it over and over again tonight, it's a tough issue, and it's, you know, I keep mentioning the 3 school districts. 2 of those 3 had a brand new way to take attendance this year, and we had to change Infinite Campus over the summer. We had to do all kinds of training. And it's just something that has to be done. That's how we get funding in our district, but more importantly, it's how we kind of know who's not engaged, who we should go after, who kind of, if students are missing 3 or 4 days from distance learning, did their device break? Are they giving up on us because they haven't gotten a device yet? So it is an important thing. That's something where, I mean, you could draw a straight line with continuous improvement. It's still not where it needs to be, but where we have 2 or 3 different avenues of getting better at taking attendance, especially in the hybrid model, and making it easier for schools. So communication and kind of support on that is where we would do better. But there's been some, and again, I shout out to Dr. LaPenta. She's been working incredibly hard to make it as easy as possible for everybody. Her team supports schools like no other. So the path forward real quickly. Obviously, we're in a tough time, resources, you've heard it all night. So monitor grant opportunities, make sure grants go to the most relevant and useful place we can in our schools for our students, for our staff. Reduce the burden of taking attendance, especially for the hybrid model. Like I said, we've got a couple little pathways going on. There's some staff that really have good systems, try to replicate that if schools want to, but still letting them have the autonomy to do attendance the way they need to. Giving more resources and communicating, I think we're definitely going to do that. There's a training for the Edgenuity we've all talked about. Kyle Kemp and Dr. LaPenta have come up with a good kind of a report for Edgenuity that makes it easier to take attendance. So the more we can communicate and get that into the wind, then the better off we're going to be. So we're working on that. And then again, I'll just say, finding this balance between not getting in the way, but also providing data, because we want to be a continuously improving system. We want to meet the students where they need to be met, and still want to keep the momentum going. So with that, if there's questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not, continuous improvement is a perfect segue, because you leveled up to a new puzzle piece. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Pete Etchart.
Thank you, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So I'm going to go over facilities management, nutrition services, and transportation, just to kind of keep things going. These were prepared by the individual departments, but I was going to be kind of presenting this and hopefully answering any of your questions. So facility management, what went well? Continuity of operations. I think dealing with the staffing levels, emergency supplies, that really did go well. And I want to mention here, we don't have any slides for capital projects, but I really feel that the capital projects team has done an amazing job through this. The schools opened on time this last year. The schools that are under construction right now are on schedule, and that's obviously there's been hiccups in construction and supply chain and all of that, but the contractors are on schedule, and I really give a lot of credit to the capital projects team for making that happen. Management of facility use. Who could be in the buildings? Who can be on the fields? Who shouldn't be on the fields? I think there was great collaboration there. I think the superintendent's COVID meetings have really helped in that regard, where everybody can come together and talk about these issues as a team, and I think that's gone well. Messaging around layered approach. I think that was really has gone well, whether it's home screening or masks or disinfectant, HVAC systems, signage, hand sanitizer, whatever it is. I mean, it's not just one thing to keep our staff and students as safe as possible. It was really a layered approach. That was the approach we took from the very beginning, and I think it went well. The PP&E acquisition and distribution, I'm not going to really get into that much because I know Roy will be up here Roy Anderson will be up here in a few minutes, and he's really going to talk about that. But I do just want to do a quick shout out to Adam Searcy for really kind of taking that on. I mean, I know how busy he is with all the new schools and everything else going on, but he kind of just jumped up and waved his hand and took on that, especially the disinfectant and hand sanitizer, and I really thank him for that. What could have gone better? Well, we definitely know that PP&E doesn't spoil, and the sooner you can get it, and the more you can get, the better. And obviously, when you're competing with 13,000 school districts for materials, we wish we'd have started sooner. Probably the other one, if Adam could do a do-over, I know he would tell you, is in-class disinfectant for teachers. Obviously, we worked with the Washoe County Health District on the warning label issue, and we ended up with soap and water. And I think actually, looking back on it, I think soap and water was probably the best course of action anyway. I can tell you on national calls I've been on with the Council of Great City Schools, some of the districts that have been using a lot of chemicals in their schools are kind of lamenting that now, especially the aerosolizing of a lot of those chemicals. So I think they would rather go to soap and water. What did we learn? Well, one thing we learned is all these projects we've been doing to get our schools up to speed with HVAC projects were well worth the money, because we have very robust HVAC systems in our schools. We're continuing to do those projects, but those are gone really well. When we talked, I've heard several times tonight, the new normal. Well, the new normal could be that we see more wildfires and we see more smoke in August. So I just think we have to be prepared for that, and we've learned that we need to have our schools ready, and I think it's gone well, but we've learned a lot this year on what smoke means. And Adam put on here, the operations staff, some of the best around, and I ditto that. I mean, they've really stepped up. They do an amazing, amazing job. So what still puzzles us? Well, supply chain challenges, obviously, whether it's PP&E or building materials, have been a challenge. And we got all our schools open, but as the superintendent knows, we had deaths in North Korea at one time right before school started. So it's been a challenge, but things have gone well, but we'll continue to face that, I'm sure, as time goes. And then group sizes, indoor space, capacity limits, full opening of our facilities. I mean, that obviously is just a work in progress with the governor's directives, the COVID outbreak status. You know more about that than I do. So that'll be an ongoing challenge. As far as the path forward for facilities, just maintaining that sufficient supply of PP&E, it's maintaining our staffing levels, and that's kind of a common theme in operations. Staffing levels is always going to be a common theme, and whether it's times of great prosperity or times of recession, it's always a challenge for us. Questions, I'll move on to nutrition services. I think you've all probably heard plenty enough tonight about nutrition services, so I will go quickly on this. But as far as what went well, I think that the implemented safety protocols for employees, I think nutrition services was one of the first groups that really had to implement this, because we recognized the food security issues that we had in our community, and it was imperative this summer to keep our central kitchen operating. And I think the employees really took it upon themselves to say, what can we do? When you're in an environment like the central kitchen, you can't socially distance. They knew that. They wore masks. They did temperature screening every morning. I thank the University of Nevada med students for assisting us with that. And then even when they left, the employees said, we want to keep doing this ourselves. So they did, and I think they did a fantastic job with it. The modified service in schools to meet school needs. That, I think the key word is adapting. And I think it's been a year of adapting for nutrition services, the end of last year, this summer, and this beginning of this school year. And community and principal communications going along with those constant adaptation. I really got to thank Leonka for that, because I mean, she went out to every school that wanted to have her there to talk about what nutrition services was going to mean, what it looked like for bringing breakfast and lunches into the classroom, how to socially distance at lunch periods. Her and her team just did a great job of that. And then the collaboration. I think we're all extremely fortunate in Northern Nevada to have such great community partners, whether it's the food bank or communities and schools. All these organizations came together. The Food Security Working Group, we started our first daily meeting on March 17th. I mean, basically when this thing started, we met daily, and we continued to meet daily through the entire summer with that team to make sure that we had food resources out to our community, that no one was going to go hungry. And I think, I saw those things on the news with these lines a mile long in communities. We didn't face that here. I think the team did a great job of addressing the food security needs of our community. What could have gone better? Well, obviously what you heard tonight, the fiscal implications of decreased meal participation. We knew it was hitting us, but we had no idea how much. I mean, I wish we could have known earlier about what the impact of that was going to be. And more timely, I think you've heard this tonight, more timely federal response. Yeah, that would have been really, really appreciated. We did finally get USDA waivers, but oftentimes it was at the 12 o'clock hour. And communicating our fiscal impact of costly service models. I mean, we look back and say, I think we could have done better at that, but it's been a very hard moving target to keep up with that one. What did we learn? Well, we learned that we could pivot quickly. As I said, from spring break in one day of planning to opening up 10 sites and 5 additional Boys and Girls Club sites to feed our community in one day. I thought that was pretty amazing. We need a plan for quick expansion of full distance. That's one I think that we're continually working on. I think, once we got the information, Ben's group did a fantastic job of providing us information. We could create heat maps. We know where those kids are coming from, where the distance learners are, and trying to get more opportunities to feed more kids. So that's something that we learned. And we need a communication strategy, not only to the community, where Vicki Campbell did just an amazing job. She was on every daily call. She got information out to the community as quick as possible into all the schools, but we also need a robust internal communication system to make sure our staff knows of all the changes. And what still puzzles us? Well, the enrollment decrease, and what is the future, as we've heard many times tonight. What is the future? So that's going to be we just have to keep monitoring it. The number of students opting for distance learning, those who are in distance learning and not taking advantage of the free meals, you heard a lot about that tonight. So that's something that still puzzles us, but we're going to stay on it. And obviously that direct correlation between meals served and students is huge. So the path forward, I won't go through all this, you heard enough about it tonight, but continuing monitoring and adapting the program based on the meal trends, federal and state guidance, and we're going to continue to advocate for our nutrition services program any place we can, federally, statewide, with local grant agencies, you name it. We're going to keep fighting for our nutrition services program. There's no questions. I'll move on to the last one, which is transportation. We broke transportation into two different slides, because one's really the end of last year and then the other one's the beginning of this year. They're really separate. So the end of last year, what went well? Well, I think the transportation department stepped up as much as anyone could. And I mean, whether it was distributing the curriculum and materials or food or hotspots, whatever it was, they really did an outstanding job. And I can't thank staff enough for everything they did. What could we have done better? Well, I think we were always recruiting and retaining a healthy and safe workforce. It's still difficult. Like I said, in good times and in bad times, it's always hard to maintain staffing levels. But I think Rick and his team have done just a fantastic job in continuing to make sure we have enough drivers in our district. Utilizing other part-time staff. We've talked about this for a long time, of trying to cross-train departments to assist each other. It's still a goal. Everybody's just always so busy, it's just hard to get everything done, but it's something we really want to try to do. And the costs associated with fuel and materials, that's really kind of a couple things. One is the metric. Obviously, our metrics are all kind of skewed this year, but when you don't have all the kids on a bus, you're using more gas per mile per student, so those kinds of things. And again, the supply chain issues, fuel costs, equipment availability, all those things are just kind of very up in the air in this kind of pandemic situation. And what did we learn? Well, I've learned that, and I always knew it, that staff is really amazing. And the willingness of them to put themselves almost in harm's way and make themselves vulnerable to go out in the community and hand those things out. Because when they first started doing it is when we had a mask shortage and we really couldn't get masks, and it was really hard and difficult. But they still went out there in the community, with whatever we could put together to make sure that kids were getting the materials they needed, the students, and to make sure that we could get food and everything out to our community. So they were amazing. And again, the supply chain and distribution, the same thing we've heard over and over again about supply chain issues are just pretty much universal. And what puzzles us? Well, the employee pool remains small again, while unemployment numbers have been increasing. We really didn't see a huge upswing in our applications in transportation. So that was last year. Moving into this year really fast. So what went well? Well, the development of bus safety processes and protocols for both students and staff. So whether it's cleaning protocols or assigned seating, masks, contact tracing from the bus rosters, that's gone well. It's something new that we haven't done in the past. It went well. Development of transportation models. Again, the seating plans and social distancing outlines for our students. And development of automated general bus registration. This is something that we've done for years with the special education, but now we're utilizing it for general education. And that is developing a general education bus roster for the first week of school. So now parents sign up beforehand and have the emergency contact info, better automation, and coordinating that with the school information so we know who's getting on the bus. So we're more to come on that in a second, but I think that's a real great improvement that we've had this year that was really necessary and brought on by this situation that we're in. What could have gone better? Again, we want to refine that bus registration, the automated bus attendance rosters. We want to make that more accurate and working with the school data to make sure that it all matches up. And I think that's a work in progress. We also have to address the difficulties with remote work. When we have these smoke days, we have transportation staff that, we're facing these distance learning days where we don't need bus drivers, obviously, on a distance day. So where is that ESP staff? Where can it be best utilized? I think that's something we can work on as we go forward. And so what else did we learn? The need, again, for more refinement in our automated systems. We're going to continue to work on that and get better with that. I think the software that's coming out now, because all these districts are facing the same situation, I think you're going to see better interface capabilities coming with better roster attendance information. It's going to be just some of the software that's going to be uploaded. And what still puzzles us? Well, the state restrictions and inconsistencies, obviously that's been a challenge when you have 50% occupancy or 50 people in a space and you're talking about a bus. So, that's been a challenge. So we've had to do the double runs, and hopefully, as time goes, that'll get relaxed and we'll be able to get more kids on a bus. But I know that's been a challenge not only for transportation, but for our schools. And the other challenge is going to be the potential increase in ridership, that as more kids come back to schools, and we only have so many buses and so many drivers, and if we have to have occupancy levels, that could force us into a situation with more double runs. So that's something that we're just going to have to be aware of. And again, I won't read all these again, but the bus automation rosters, going forward, we want to get that to be as refined as we can. The coaching and mentoring of staff, we realize that technology is, the future, and it's here now, and we want to make sure that all of our staff is consistent with that technology and be able to get a hold of them easily and work toward more automated systems, whether it's phone card or phone apps or whatever. You're starting to see this information coming, and we just want to make sure that's consistent with what the schools are doing. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, or I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Turner to talk about the information technology part of operations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Etchart.
Fast as I can talk.
It wouldn't stay on. Pardon me. So, this reflective lessons learned process has been illuminating for both me and my department. It's similar to other strategic planning initiatives in which I've been involved, ideas like SWOT analysis that guide an organization's or a department's operations. The summary included here at tonight's presentation is the result of internal input that I received from our leadership team, as well as members of the department. So slide 43, what went well? Flexibility. While there were some occasional technical obstacles to overcome, like provisioning VPN access, overall the shift to remote work revealed that the district and the IT department both could fulfill our job responsibilities, and we could continue to provide support to our users. Distribution. Obviously, in the IT department, we had access to laptops, and sometimes some of our staff were even taking home their entire workstations in order to recreate their office space back at home. Community support and fundraising efforts. This is maybe one of the most notable features that I encountered in the 3 months that I've been here, or 4 months that I've been here. We've enjoyed tremendous public support specific to student devices, all routed through the Education Alliance and the well-connected and the super capable Kendall Inskip. As Pete mentioned, our community partnerships that she's cultivated in the greater Reno community have made us, has really brought it home to me how important the school district is to the greater community. Hotspots and smart bus Wi-Fi. It shouldn't be a surprise, but there were very collaborative interdepartmental efforts between business, purchasing, and transportation in order to responsively support our families that required connectivity. Through this example, we have distributed already over 3,000 hotspots in our first distribution, and we are coordinating our second effort through the Office of School Leadership right now. Collaboration has been the key to the district's and our own department's success so far. So what else went well? A continuation of our discussion is our student information system, Infinite Campus. We were very pleased with the vendor's responsiveness as they adapted their tool to the needs of our 3 distinct learning schedules. It was especially complex given our hybrid A-B program. Infinite Campus and our own programmers were able to use reporting features to help maintain balanced enrollments in order to ensure that one day or one teacher wasn't overly represented. So the balancing piece is very challenging. We can't have a teacher have more than another teacher, or we can't have a teacher have more in an A day than a B day. We're trying to be very thoughtful about how their relative workloads. So what could be better? One issue that we identified was, 2 issues we identified were training. One was student training and then the other was parent training. Not unlike our own day-to-day working environment, there were some logistical issues like credentials and passwords for students that contributed to delays in their participation. There were also very understandable delays attributable to the new learning norms that the students were undergoing as they transitioned from traditional face-to-face learning to online. Parent training. While there have been pockets of requests for specific educational resources, much of our feedback involved a request for consistency and standardization, which helps mitigate support and training from our department. Some ideas for improvement included, let me switch pages here, publishing support resources, both paper handouts and digitally on our website, as well as using popular social and video platforms like YouTube to distribute FAQs and support resources. What did we learn? The IT department is capable of working remotely, but what we did find was we lose out on the immediacy of face-to-face communications, as well as the creative, serendipitous opportunity to problem solve. So obviously we have video conferencing tools like Teams where we can meet spontaneously or in a planned fashion, but the idea that I can just walk down the hall and I can brainstorm with one or more members of the department is invaluable to me, and so we're trying to figure that out, and I'll discuss this a little bit more later in the presentation. What else did we learn? The short timelines that we faced sometimes forced us to select the most immediate solution instead of the best. So our example would be, in terms of the smart bus technology from the vendor Kajit, we ended up buying a certain data limited version instead of the unlimited data version and spending a few dollars more. What we would probably do in hindsight now, what we're reflective about is we probably would go with the unlimited data, and those kinds of decisions are best made when we can be thoughtful and collaborative about it. What else did we learn? Because we subscribe to the "don't let an emergency go to waste" adage, the COVID shutdown revealed that the IT department could continue to enhance our emergency and disaster responses. We have disaster planning and emergency plans, but what we found is these plans can be refined based on the the details that we discover during these emergencies. And finally, all of our learning doesn't have to be around deficiencies. One thing that we did learn is that we discovered that adaptability can overcome many obstacles. Many of our department members have adapted to their new norms and have flourished, and so that pleases us. What still puzzles us? With remote work examples in the private sector, IT departments at Google and Facebook are commonly working from home. Those ideas are balanced by the real-time collaborative efforts and benefits of on-site work. So what does the future of IT work look like? We recognize that classroom instruction, in normal educational times, classroom instruction is conducted face-to-face. We have hired a distance and hybrid learning director in order to guide us into a future of instruction, but IT work can pivot to remote work. But that needs to be balanced with the need for us to meet and collaborate, and what's appealing to us as a department or the department leadership is the opportunity for people to get together informally to problem solve and overcome obstacles. And that's what we miss when we're in remote work situations. What else puzzles us? How could we support and make even better? What can we do? How can we leverage our own tools to be more responsive and more instructive? The tools that we have in place right now, how can we use them to be even sharper and more responsive? And what else puzzles us? Do our educational resources function as they're supposed to? For example, I noticed in the staff survey that there was a lot of feedback about the performance of technology, and I think it's specific to Teams. We had an outage in September. We identified that problem as a patch that was applied by the vendor at the time, which caused a discontinuation of the sharing of the data between Infinite Campus and Microsoft Teams. So we learned, we're puzzled by the vendor taking that action on their own, and what we learned by that process to be really deliberate and not upset anything unless there's an emergency, a security emergency. So we were puzzled by the process, but we also learned from it. And finally, the path forward. As I've already stated, we're very pleased with how our external partners responded to our needs and requests, like Infinite Campus. We do recognize that there are policy implications for how we work in the future, necessitating conversations with Emily and the Human Resources Department and other district leadership. We know that we will perform even better if there is a future occasion to shift to remote teaching and learning and working, but there are always opportunities for further training. And finally, despite our own planning, we recognize that as we continue to experience and learn, that we need to shift to continuous plan refinement and revisions. Now, as a special pullout, it's not on the slides. I would like to share the news that we're part of the state Nevada, the Nevada State Connectivity Task Force, as part of the State Board of Education and the state superintendent. And we have an accountability checklist we fulfill every week. We suspended data collection last week. I work with the accountability department in Ben Hayes, and are we going to make our 7:30 appointment tomorrow morning? We have to submit our data every week on Wednesday morning. We started off the year with 3,578 students requiring a device. The week before break, we had gotten that number down to 1,660, and Ben already updated the data tonight, and we are down to 1,135 students, which is just less than 2% of our students still require a device. So we're very pleased with the progress we're making to our distance to goal to get every student in the district a device. And Monday, Andrea Sullivan and CDWG informed us that the final shipment of the July order of devices will ship this week, and we should expect delivery of 1,710 HP laptops by next week, which means with a week or two for processing and inventorying, we think that we'll have devices and satisfy the 1,135 students by the end of the month. So we're very pleased with that. Thank you. And my final note is, besides laptops and devices, we have hotspot connectivity is an ongoing challenge. We've already, as I mentioned, we've already distributed over 3,000 hotspots, and we are working with the Office of School Leadership. They're collecting data from their principals, and we will send out subsequent hotspots based on the request needs of the students in each particular building. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Turner. That's great news, and thank you for sharing some good news with us this evening. And I don't have any questions. I think I just wanted to, at some point, make the statement during this presentation. This seems like a good point, but this is an example, our IT kind of lessons learned and everything moving forward of the issues that are impacting this district being national and really, I think, in a lot of ways even global, with the device issues and the just the lack of devices available. But many of the concerns from our teachers, while we should be laser focused on trying to resolve them and help support them, are issues that we're hearing nationally. I think, at least I am, and reading in news stories and hearing in news reports, seeing sort of anecdotally and things, talking to friends. But also the same concerns many of our families and parents are having with, having to remember, and students having to remember 9 passwords for 9 different programs and all this. They're still important issues. We need to address them. But I think for me, it is important, and I hope we all remember that this isn't a pandemic that's just impacting Washoe County School District. These are national issues, and they're being addressed at the national level. And I think, much like Pete mentioned with some of the transportation technology that's coming out, the pandemic is moving things in a direction where there are changes happening and improvements happening that will also be able to impact us in a positive way. They just maybe don't exist yet, or we don't know about them yet, but I think it's just, I think technology has been, for me, just a reminder that we weren't the only district that needed devices, and we weren't the only district that had trouble getting devices. So I really appreciate the work that not only you, but as you pointed out in your presentation, really our whole entire community that came together to support this big gap in our support for our students. And I appreciate your getting us to the finish line, hopefully next month, did you say? End of the month.
The hope is that we'll have devices in every student that needs it by the end of the month.
End of the month, great. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I know our general counsel is just going to stay in his seat, which I approved.
Thank you. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil. I don't know what to say. Is it good evening at this point? Good night? That sounds weird, so we'll just get going. As you know, we are made up of 3 departments: the legal department, the Department of Civil Rights Compliance, and the Labor Relations Department. And as such, we do support what we learned. We support the schools and their functions. I think the biggest things that went well for us, as everyone has said tonight, is collaboration. We were able to collaborate. We had meetings not only with our stakeholders in the district, but we had nationwide meetings that were very helpful for us in implementing a multitude of legislation that came down and guidance documents, and also to manage litigation that was pending throughout the United States. And it allowed us to cut off litigation that we saw here in the district. Interestingly enough, during the pandemic, at the same time, we obviously had the tragedy of the Floyd matter, and we also had the federal government pass down new Title IX rules, and gave us 60 days to implement those. And they wrote in their implementation documents that we're going to give you an extra 30 days, although it was over 2,000 pages, so that was kind of them. we were under a large burden. We were very proud that we were able to get a lot done. We will get our policy to you at the next week on Title IX. But it was a lot of collaboration with nationwide as well as locally for all three of our departments and our stakeholders. The thing that we learned the most is collaboration. As everyone said, we think it's the most important. One area we could improve upon is working with communications a little closer to help with messaging of the issues. Sometimes we're working at a faster pace. We presume folks understand what we're doing, and that probably isn't always the case. And so we need to, I accept responsibility for that. I need to work with them closer to make sure that they understand how to deliver the message. And then consistency and timely feedback from agencies. Basically, what we were getting at there is we were getting things thrown at us from the NDE, different organizations throughout the United States, again, Title IX, for example, and it was really difficult to get. We were having a hard time getting timely feedback from these agencies when we went and requested it, and that was our biggest problem. Legislature as well. So what still puzzles us is clear guidance on balancing existing legal requirements and the necessary adjustments given new directives and laws which alter typical school instruction. A perfect example of that would be attendance laws. It's very difficult because you have statutes that say one thing, yet you have the NDE saying another, and when can we do distance learning, when can't we? So that's a frustrating thing for us. I think attendance laws are about as clear as mud in their current state, and then when you add all the other things on top, it makes it even more difficult for us. We think that the path forward for us is just to continue to communicate effectively with our internal departments, and then to also communicate effectively with external agencies. Again, NDE, Title IX, stakeholder stakeholder groups related to policies, regulations, et cetera. So I think the big takeaway for us is collaboration, and it's required as part of our job is to work with our stakeholders. So that's all I really have, unless you have any other questions.
All right, thank you. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. I won't read everything on the slide because it is late. Just know that what consumes all of our thinking is the lack of resources versus the great demands we face. So I think we've done a pretty good job with that, but certainly that dominates our thinking on a daily basis. And I wish one of the things we could have done better, I wish we had more of an ability to do better, would be to for Business Plus, our accounting system, to be a little bit more flexible in allowing us to track all of the almost daily requests for additional resources, those costs. It's not a very flexible system, but we manage. And, in terms of the path forward, I thought Trustee Cottle did a very good job earlier tonight listing all of the uncertainties that we face going into fiscal year 22. I will just add another uncertainty I think we do face is all of the new mandates and things we need to provide now. We've got grant funding in many cases, or CARES Act funding that'll carry us through that first year, and then after that it's gone. And that'll be a new demand upon our general fund budget. So, add that to the list Trustee Cottle had kind of provided earlier tonight. So the future and the path forward is very uncertain, unfortunately.
Our next presenter is actually going to be our Superintendent, Dr. Kristen McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. So just as we were just talking about, collaboration and teamwork, and so I am going to be assisting our dynamic Chief HR Officer, who who went home, and so I'm going to have the support too of our wonderful deputy superintendent, and we're going to tag team our HR block here. So what went well? Continuity of operations, and I know Roy Anderson is going to be talking about continuity of operations, and this is something that I learned when I was chief of staff as far as why that's so important, especially in an emergency type situation. So you need to have structures in place, you need to have protocols in place, and to make sure that you have backup systems. And then the FFCRA, or the Families First Corona Response Act implementation, our HR department, when this legislation came out, it was a very quick turnaround as far as putting into place all of the hundreds of pages of what those regulations were. And if you ever would like to have some very interesting reading, I would strongly suggest that you take a look at the FFCRA actual legislation, because it's extremely titillating to read. So, and then also we have, Natha Anderson standing in the back over there. She's staying late. But our work with our employee associations and our collaboration. As you all know, we meet on a monthly basis with each one of the employee associations, and then on a quarterly basis with all of our leadership. And that's been tremendously helpful, as well as also having them involved in several task forces. And then quickly around our COVID testing program, importantly, I believe that this is probably a model program just for Washoe County School District and what we've been able to do with our employee health nurses. And we want to do a shout out to our community agencies, the City of Reno, City of Sparks, as well as Washoe County, in supporting these types of systems, and obviously the Washoe County Health District and Renown and our partnership with our testing program. Allocated guest teachers, as you all know, we were able to use some CARES Act funding, importantly for our elementary, our middle, and our high schools, on the allocation of guest teachers to make sure that we had enough staff within the buildings in order to make those models work. What could have gone better? The reasonable accommodation requests through the American with Disabilities Act, again, a piece of very complex legislation that went through. And I actually was able to observe Ms. Ellison in a process when we were meeting with staff, meeting with principals. We know that there were concerns as far as when staff found out, as far as if they were approved or not. But when you have the ability to walk through what that interview is, it took a great amount of time for HR to put that process together. And then the rollout of the unpaid leave provision. So within the federal guidance, there was some confusion around the unpaid leave provision and the 80 hours. And so we needed to do a better job as far as communicating that with our employees and what that meant. Obviously, impacts to our transfer and hiring timelines could have been better. And sometimes that this had to do with as far as when our budgeting processes went in, when we had to make sure, and we wanted to make sure that we worked with our associations around that. And I know that Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, we're going to talk a little bit about our guest teacher shortages. I was able to meet with Ms. Ellison today. I think one of the issues that we face is, obviously, and we've talked about it before, and this was even pre-COVID, I strongly believe that our sub-pay, so we have one of the lowest sub-pay rates with surrounding districts, and I think that has a lot to do with our ability to recruit additional guest teachers. And so I'm going to put just a smidge bit of pressure on our CFO at our leadership team meeting this week on bringing that possibly forward. I know he's looking at me now. And then importantly, license fees. So becoming a guest teacher, it's a little bit unusual, but you actually have to pay for your license. So we will be going out and taking a look and seeing if there is a possible funder out there that would assist us in paying for those fees. And so I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Beiersdorf real quick as far as our tiered system of support for guest teachers.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. And if I could give a shout out and a big thank you to our guest teachers. So every evening, and then again at about 5 a.m. each morning, myself and our area superintendents get an update from our Human Resources Department, Emily Ellison and Kate Shum, to give us an idea of what our guest teacher needs are for a particular day. So I just saw the update, and for tomorrow it's looking like we have 100 unfilled positions across the district. Some of those are the allocated guest teachers that Dr. McNeil talked about earlier at our elementary schools. So if you'll remember a couple of meetings ago, we had talked about a flow chart of sorts that would walk a principal and an area superintendent through positions, classroom teaching positions that haven't been filled at a school site that could potentially lead to the closure of that school if key staffing was not in place and we couldn't teach our students and provide safety to the campus. So that tiered system has been in place now for probably approximately 5 weeks, I would say. We've had a few bumps along the road with that as well, including sometimes the same people being asked to go out and help. And when I say the tiered system, I mean those folks that work at the central office area, so whether it's in the district office or our various departments and offices that are certified and can go in and can guest teach in our classrooms as well. There's been days when we've sent out, HR has worked with our chiefs to send out 10 to 12 teachers, and it just kind of depends on what the need is. So actually, Emily is going to be talking to a number of us at our Thursday leadership team meeting to kind of figure out how we can maybe be a little bit more proactive instead of, contacting people at 8 o'clock at night. Could you head to a school tomorrow morning? So, but again, I want to say thank you to all those folks as well, because they basically are dropping what they're doing that day to go out and help keep our schools safe and keep our schools open. So we're continuing to refine that process as well.
And then just very quickly, I'm not going to belabor the point here, but some of the things that we were able to learn are flexibility and options for our students and families. That was something that as we opened up our schools and what were some of the lessons that we learned, that as our families had the ability to come from one model to the next, that actually has an impact as far as the staffing model and what those allocations change. And so, in moving forward, it may be putting systems in place such as having a timeline when a family would have to make a decision as far as an in-person or hybrid model, and then sticking with that particular model. And then obviously our ASOP guest teacher system, this isn't, I'll just go ahead and say it because I can, it's a very archaic system. I mean, ASOP was around when I was a principal. And at some point in time, it would be great to have a more updated system, but this is what we have right now. And so just making sure that we're able to use that system to the best of its capabilities at this point in time. And then obviously what still puzzles us, working remotely is something that, as President Raymond mentioned, this is not just exclusive to Washoe County. This is a national issue. And so what does that look like working remotely? And what are some protocols and policies that we need to put into place, both as staff and then for the board to take a look at, as far as what does that look like? What are the implications? What are the protocols that you need to have in place? And then finally, how should distance learning assignments be handled next year? And I don't mean assignments as far as student assignments, but what is it going to look like when we have the allocations, and how can we do a better job in making sure that we're able to have our teachers in place a few weeks before the school year starts. And then for our path forward, again, I won't belabor this point. You can read the slide right there. I think one of probably the most important points is strengthening our administrative coverage options. We obviously have guest teachers in place, but when one of our administrators would have to be excluded, it's a very different process that we have to use. And we do have an all-hands-on-deck system in place that whether it's Dr. Parks or Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf or myself or somebody taking the school and helping out with that. And then also just the pipeline issue as far as giving those assistant principals and deans an opportunity to go into the school and help out. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Jason Trevino, Chief of Police for the school district. Thank you for having us tonight. So real quick, not a lot changed for school police during the pandemic. We still, came to work every day and did what we normally do, which is patrol our properties and make sure that everything was going well on them. A couple of the things that we did do a little bit differently with school being out was we were tasked with providing security not only for our facilities, but also for the food distribution sites and the packet distribution in the springtime. We didn't have a lot of safety concerns, so to speak. There were concerns initially about food safety when food was in short supply in grocery stores and things like that. But the presence of the officers there obviously kept people on their best behavior. The one thing that we quickly became tasked with was traffic control at the packet delivery places. And we don't have it up on the slides up there, but what could have been better there was just a little bit more planning with the sites that were selected on where those pickups were going to be, because some of the sites that were selected just weren't conducive to having that much traffic coming in and out of them. There were better options for the traffic, but understandably so, maybe not the location was the best for getting families there, so some give and take there, but we would definitely do a little bit more planning on the locations in the future if we had to do something like that. Other than that, I'm going to turn it over to Roy and talk about the big item, which is our PPE.
Mouth one. Yeah, I keep hitting the wrong one. Thank you. So Roy Anderson, Emergency Manager for the district. So you've kind of heard a recurring theme throughout the other portions of the presentation regarding PPE and the ability for the departments to come together and really collaborate well. I do want to kind of give a little shout out to our PPE committee. It was one of the very first committees that was put together early on in March. So Adam Searcy from Facilities, Jenny Perry from Purchasing, Leslie Alfrey from Student Health Services, Julie Butler from the warehouse, and then Michael Perry, and then myself, obviously, from Emergency Management. So really a wide variety of departments and usually groups that don't necessarily work or collaborate together, but we were able to quickly recognize everyone's expertise, utilize that. So, for example, Adam really stepped up and, took the reins of, the cleaning products and hand sanitizer that his team would be responsible for keeping in the schools. We obviously met to discuss what our needs would be, how would we order items, right? Obviously, that was really important for us. And then how we were going to distribute those items to the schools. So we really had some challenges. And one of the biggest things that we had was how to deal with the different streams of supplies. So we had things that we were purchasing from, money that was from COVID or, the CARES Act, that we had to make sure that maintained one source of inventory control. We had items that we received from the state of Nevada that, again, we had to have certain controls in place to make sure that we had the inventory for that and the distribution. So once we kind of learned how that needed to take place, so we really put together a really good system of divvying that up and working together for that. You also heard continuity of operations kind of mentioned throughout, which kind of warms my heart because it was one of those things that, a lot of people were like, what is that? So, I had to do a little bit of quick or what's called just-in-time training, kind of get a worksheet together that we didn't have in place before and get that out to the various departments so they could fill it out and understand, what you would do in case there's a shortage of personnel, or like transportation mentioned earlier about cross-training, right? How could somebody fill in for someone else, and we don't normally do that. So it was really nice to see that kind of come into play. It is still a what could be better, right, for us as we move through that. For continuity planning, kind of do it a little bit more in depth, put together a plan that's a little bit more comprehensive, and what would be considered like an all hazards approach, right? So not just for pandemic, but what other emergencies things could happen and force us to have to be able to rely on others to work outside of our normal job descriptions to continue the operations that's needed for the district. The other thing on that, a lot of things we learned for the PPE procurement, as we discussed earlier, right? Everyone else was trying to purchase things at the same time. One of our struggles was not only just the lack of supply, but quality of supply as well. When we're dealing with such quantities, we want to make sure what we're purchasing is good quality, will fit our needs. And we struggle sometimes with getting stuff in, testing them out, and then by the time we made a decision, we go around, okay, we want 70,000 of these, and they weren't available for us. So there was some challenges there, and I'll give another quick example. When we were looking at see-through masks, what we received and we ended up purchasing was just horrible. So luckily we were able to get it returned to the vendor. But it's just challenges like that we are facing that obviously could be better. Some of it's obviously not in our control, but if we had maybe gotten a little sooner to the game, it might have been beneficial for us. So what we learned, really from an emergency management standpoint, we learned how to come together. Obviously, emergency management as a whole, we're used to training with each other, doing exercises, things like that. But this was really the first time, obviously in Nevada, that it affected everybody at the same time. If we look at past incidents where there's flooding up here in 2017, the 1 October shooting in Vegas, the storm Area 51, those were regional incidents that other people could go and support. We didn't have that this time around. So we really had to come together, learn how to do kind of a statewide and regional wide response. And then we've done that, pretty well with some lessons that we've learned on that. What still puzzles us is the use of PPE, right? What does that look like? What's our usage rate? How are we resupplying our schools? And while initially we had to just do some assumptions of what the rate would be, we've got now a little bit of data to go by, but we're still, as you guys know, we've still had some days where we weren't in school because of smoke, but I don't want to talk about smoke. But what we still don't quite sure of what the usage is going to be on that. So those are some things that are still puzzling us. And then finally, just moving forward, things that we're going to do. Obviously, just continue to monitor the PPE needs, what that would look like. And then lofty goal for myself, but really develop a comprehensive continuity of operation plan that not only takes into account what the departments has created, but also district leadership, and then, believe it or not, even a continuity operation plans for the board. So that is something we'll see hopefully here in the next few months. Start working on the basis of that.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Randy. Did your office, did you also, and thanks for jumping in, by the way, because I heard earlier Pete mention it wasn't your area. Were you also involved in the procurement of things like wipes? Disinfectant wipes?
Oh, so the wipes and things like that. Yeah, so our PPE group, it was one of those things that we were looking at trying to purchase, trying to get. They were actually name brand ones like Lysol, Clorox, things like that, extremely difficult to get. And we've had some on order, I want to say since June, that are just now coming in or still waiting on. So things like that has been really difficult for us to purchase.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I've gotten some feedback from some teachers saying, boy, it sure would be nice if we had some wipes.
Yes, and we actually, I want to say, that we received some today.
All right.
That we were actually on an email chain with my PPE group discussing how we can get it out. So if you give me just a second here.
Oh, I think that's good enough. That's
Okay.
That's enough of a response. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think we have enough actually where we could get a tub to each classroom.
Give them
right
up.
now.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's been one of the things I've gotten, sir. So that's awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And real quick on that point, Dr. Taylor, one of the things that we kind of struggled with was a lot of times staff members struggled with things like not having wipes, and there was an assumption made that because we were this large school district, we had access to supplies that nobody else had access to. But realistically, if you went to the grocery store and there was no paper towels, we couldn't get paper towels either. You know, you go to the grocery store and there's no Lysol wipes. We couldn't get Lysol wipes either. So there was a little bit of a disconnect there between what employees thought we had as far as purchasing power or availability versus what we actually had.
I appreciate that, Chief. Thank you. I think it's great to be able to have it and then for it to show up. And I mean, like I said, you've been waiting since June. So for at least this way, they know that it's on the radar. It's just gotten here. So thank you.
Great, thank you both.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Irene Payne, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the school district. I'm joined by Megan Downs, who's the Communication Manager for the school district. So quickly, what went well? Well, very early on, when we were at the very start of the outbreak, one of the first things we did was actually have a dedicated email for our community to contact us, knowing that they would get a very speedy response, and that was heavily used. And then during the first week of school, we had a dedicated phone line for parents, and 250 families and parents used that. The website is becoming an increasingly important tool for us, as you might expect in these days of distance learning and more online learning. And we're finding more people are using it. We have a broad variety of information on the website. As an example, the FAQs. At the very beginning, for about a month or 6 weeks, we are updating the FAQs daily, twice a day, 3 times a day, as new things became apparent and people wanted more information. We also have the reopening guide that was produced in-house, written in-house, and a whole, as I said, a lot of information on the website. We worked with Pete and the anchor on effective communication around meals and food accessibility, making sure our students and our families knew where they could get food, where they could pick up food. In terms of distance learning, the paper packets, I think Debbie mentioned it earlier, but the print shop stepped up to the plate and immediately started shifts of working 24 hours. For about a week and a half, we ended up producing 60,000 paper packets in the first wave, and I think it's really indicative of the dedication of the staff who work for the school district. And then the Board of Trustees public comment, the online public comment, has worked exceptionally well. We've seen a lot of public comment coming through that way, perhaps more than we would get in person. That has worked extremely well. And with that, I'll hand over to Megan to take it forward.
Great, thank you. Good morning, I think. Can I say that yet? Almost. So what could be better? Irene mentioned the website, but obviously more website functionality. That's something we're always working on as a department, partnered with other departments as well. One idea we had really hoped we would have is sort of an instant message capability that I know some of the cities do,
allowing us to answer some of those questions really quickly that we were getting on a constant basis related to COVID response and what the requirements would be, what school would look like. Just in general, as a district and for our department, more translation services. We do have limited capacity for that district-wide. The screener, for example, was something we would like to have had in multiple languages other than just English and Spanish. But just the need for that, we do have someone on staff, Fatima Rivas, who does emergency translation for us, but that constantly becomes more of a need, especially in this time. So that's something that we all agree on could be better. What did we learn? Just in general, more effective ways to communicate with our families and the community. We started the family newsletter. We've launched more virtual events than we've ever had as a district before. Forums like the Back to School Expo were really successful, got a lot of viewership in English and Spanish. Spanish hadn't really been something we explored before, but we're getting a lot of dedicated viewers that way, and it's really filling a niche that we hadn't been able to provide before. Virtual press briefings, the superintendent has started those weekly. They've been really successful, and I think allow us to have, just explain more of the larger concepts with the media that we don't always have the opportunity to do. We learned that communication staff can and do work anywhere. We knew this before, but we really got to flex our muscles on this. So as other people have said in the presentation, I think that has opportunities for the future. What do we look like as a district? Where are we working? What are we doing? Obviously, communications is always on the forefront of sort of what that landscape looks like. So I think that's exciting for us. Similar point next, just staying nimble, pivoting. We were doing that with every department, working on the next message, waiting for the governor's press conference, as it all the news came out, just quickly adapting to all of that. And we noticed that, our students and our families were doing that as well. We were communicating to them in new ways that before that we felt maybe they didn't have access to or didn't have the level of savviness that we thought they did. Well, they did. They adapted as well. What still puzzles us, how to effectively host community engagement events in a virtual world. It's not very fun to cut a virtual ribbon at a new building. So, what does that look like? And with changes in requirements to have more people in rooms, some of that will look a little bit better. But, just that level of sincerity, authenticity that you receive in many community engagement events, that's difficult to do in a virtual format. So that's something that is puzzling us, and also, sharing, celebrating good news while being sensitive and honoring the fact that we are in a pandemic. There are people suffering, there are people that are ill, there are people whose livelihoods have been extremely affected. So we want to share our good news. We know there were lots of good news shared tonight, and we are doing that, but just trying to gauge the temperature constantly on where we're at and how to share that news. The path forward, we're going to be continuing to explore alternative ways of sharing our news and telling the story of what WCSD is working on, exploring new social platforms, meeting our families and our kids where they're at. Facebook is old news, really old news. So where do we find them? Where do we get our kids? How do we help them understand our stories? Enhancing our media partnerships. You saw some of that going through this. Graduations, we had a lot of help from our media partners on that. Again, I mentioned our virtual media updates. We've done tons of media interviews just in that virtual format. So they've been really flexible in working with us in this new sort of world. So fine-tuning our website, I mentioned that, and that's going to just continue to be an evolving thing. We've been heavily involved in sort of the daily monitoring and reporting of our COVID cases, and what does that look like? What does the communication look like to our families? How do we continue this emergency response? I mean, the whole communications team is FEMA certified in emergency response, but our emergencies have been a couple of days, a sole incident. How do we do marathon emergency response? That's been something we're constantly working on. We've continued to have great collaboration with departments like 21st Century Learning, doing the Tech Thursday events, family school partnerships. We continue to enhance our partnerships with them. So that will be a great benefit going forward. And I mentioned the Spanish language offerings. Great example has been our Facebook page, all completely organic growth. We have over 2,000 followers now, gained by I'll get maybe a dozen people added a day, especially through the pandemic. A great way to offer information to our Spanish-speaking families, just something they really weren't receiving before, and we're getting great engagement on that site.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to compliment you guys, the whole team. Just amazing work and getting information to the board, every day. Here's what's happened today. Really appreciate that. One of the things I think we as an organization need to figure out is how we respond to public comment, because people have an expectation that we're going to give them an answer, because a lot of them are questions, and I know you guys have been trying to deal with that. And kudos to President Raymond for the amount of emails that she has responded to, and the great support I know she's gotten from the staff in responding to those. But we do need to kind of figure out how we can be responsive to public comment, because we get a lot of questions with that. It's been great putting it online, and you guys are amazing, and I think the board members have been amazing in reading it during the board meetings and getting all that input. But it's just a little, it's kind of nagging at me how we can respond to that. Also want to compliment putting the COVID information, the data on the facing front page of the website. That's just awesome, and has been, I know it's hard to do, very courageous, and I just think it was really, really the right thing, and I'm really proud of the district for that. But really great job. I know we've had hiccups, and we're always going to have hiccups that we have to figure out, like the dang smoke days. But communication, I think, has been amazing, and all the things that you keep adding, the new efforts, the superintendent's briefings, all that is just awesome. You guys do the best, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Nothing more for you. Thank you. Do you have any closing? So just in closing for this presentation, as you can see, we are an interconnected district, and we often talk about our team, and this is a team of 8,000 individuals, plus 7 with the trustees, and I'm very, very proud of all the lessons that we've learned, and I'm very proud of the fact that we were very outward facing with our survey instrument and the data. And I would be remiss if I did not mention there is one additional document that is attached to the board docs, and it's the COVID-19 WCSD reporting document. And Ms. Vanjie Russell, project manager, put this document together, and it's extremely user-friendly, that if you were to go to that document, you could actually click on that, and it actually shows you, starting from March 31st to present day, all of the reporting as with links. And so we're going to put this on our website, so it's outward facing for our public, but it's a tremendous document and a lot of great information there. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. It is a great document. Great job, Vanjie, on the presentation too. I know we have public comment. I just thought I would take a second, and I will be quick, but I just, as one trustee, wanted to share some of my lessons learned, and looking back since March. I think really I'll focus kind of just on the reopening stuff, but I think one thing for me was, looking back, I was really focused on how can we kind of be all things to all people, and I know that's come up a few times in the presentations, but that idea of offering, if you want in-person, we got in-person. If you want distance, we got distance. If you want hybrid. So I don't think anybody wanted hybrid that much, but it was an option. And I think really built into that kind of offer of flexibility, if you're, especially I think, I felt very focused on that early on, that like if somebody was not comfortable, they could leave in person, go to distance. If they
were in distance and decided they did feel comfortable going into in-person, that they could make that switch. And, I just would not have anticipated as a trustee how much of an impact that would have on our staff and the scheduling process and all of that. And it was made very clear to me that first week of school when I was in at Anderson and talking with the staff there, oh, geez, this is a nightmare. And so that was one lesson learned. I think along those lines, I think focus personally on the safety measures of the in-person learning and all of the important aspects of that, which I know are important. What does passing in the hallways look like? I mean, I think we really, as a board, did drill down into a lot of detail on that, and we focused importantly on that. But I think I could have asked more questions about distance learning and the hybrid model and the specifics of those two. I think I got so fixated on the physical safety in the building that I kind of as a trustee asking questions, sometimes lost sight of what would, the specifics of distance learning and the hybrid model look like on a day-to-day basis, and how does that impact things. And then I think looking back, I just probably, and I don't know that I could have anticipated, but I didn't recognize how much work it would be for our HR staff to manage the accommodations and the kind of the time it would take to place teachers. I think we talked about it in meetings, and we knew that was a big job, but I, looking back, wonder if we'd just given one more week to get that done, if we could have built it in differently somehow, that maybe would have helped ease some of those concerns that first week of school. And then lastly, I think that I could have been better at responding to emails. It did take me more than 48 hours frequently. So I kind of put our record of being on time responding to things down a few notches, but those are the things that I learned. So I thought it was important to share that. So, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. That was really good to share that. I'll just add those things that you've learned are the similar. I wouldn't change any of that. I would add this, that I would, in the midst of everything, again, be focusing so much on the safety and the responses and so on, I would have given another week or so, not because of not being prepared for safety, but not having more time to be prepared for the distance learning. More of an opportunity for everyone to figure that out, including administration, parents, all of that. I would have given them a little bit more time as well.
And I meant to say too, I mean, I wish I could have said this when there were more people here. I wish that we could get to these agenda items so that we weren't here at midnight. But, we're kind of joking, Trustee Cottle and I, during the break, that every meeting we think this is the hardest decision we're ever going to make, and it just gets harder. But this really was the hardest decision I've ever made, and I think about it every day, every single day. I wonder, I don't ever think that we should have made a different decision, but I think about the impacts of this decision on our kids, on our community, on our families, on our teachers, on all of you who are here at midnight talking about this. I think about it every single day, and I hope everyone knows that there was never a moment that I took this lightly or didn't consider every single person that it would impact. And I know that it was not perfect and that there were hiccups, and I wish that I could have done something differently to make that not happen. I appreciate that we can talk openly about it, and I know that we'll just continue to do everything we can to get better. So that's it. It was an emotional night for me. Okay, public comment.
Natha Anderson.
We also received emails from Selena LaRue and Jenny Snaza.
Good morning. Natha Anderson on behalf of Washoe Education Association. There was a lot of information, and I want to go back to what I stated earlier when I was standing in solidarity with our WSP brothers and sisters. I think we all realize as as teachers, classroom teachers and counselors and school nurses and school librarians, speech language pathologists, the individuals who I have an opportunity to, an honor to represent tonight, that there are so many different departments and so many different areas that are necessary for a school district to run. And so I really appreciated all the departments' presentations. But I also have to be very candid with you. As a member of the public, there are some things that were stated that I disagree with, and they're different than what our members are telling us. There are also some things that were stated that I completely agree with, and I want to compliment those departments with what they did. But with the amount of time and with the amount of items that are presented all at once, it is very difficult to point those things out. It is very difficult to continue to concentrate on all of the different elements that were presented by all these departments and how hardworking these individuals are, both the department leaders as well as the members of their department. So instead, I'm just going to concentrate on the staff survey. It was something that I was able to look through a little bit more, and I'm only going to bring up 3 items in the interest of time. First, 4 items. First, I'd like to thank Laura and Ben for the data analysis. It was incredibly candid, and it was well put together. And I'd also like to thank Dr. McNeil for the decision to include the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's very easy to put some things hidden, and she made the decision, as did Ben and Laura, not to do so, which I'm very, very appreciative of. Because this staff survey was a perception of the educators who I have the opportunity to represent and their perception of the school and their work environment. 90% of our teachers are experiencing stress. Our students, which I think Dr. Lamarca brought up, our students are incredibly knowledgeable and they are smart, and they know when somebody that is teaching them or counseling them or helping them is stressed. So when we talk about social and emotional learning, it is not always just the lessons that are stated. It's also the person that is actually teaching it to them. It's also the bus driver that is greeting them in the morning. It is their stress. And we as educators are aware of this. And then we create even more stress on ourselves to attempt to hide it. It is a vicious circle that we need to figure out how to stop. The second item, okay, well, I'm gonna go over, sorry. The next thing is time. 64.7% of the educators that were surveyed believe that time is needed for more effectively implementing the school's learning time. And the last thing, although I do have others I'd like to bring up, I want to return to Trustee Kennedy's question. What a wonderful question it was. How and what will we do to support our educators? Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, that is the end of this agenda item. Oh, Trustee Cottle.
Well, I was just going to add something. I wasn't sure if we're taking action on this. I'm not sure what it would be, but one thing that I think about through all this is that it was so much information that I don't know. I'd have to go back through it again to try to pick up what was said, but I think going forward, we need to come up with a list of the 5 pressing things right now that have to be fixed right now. And we got to tackle those things. We got to start taking this thing one step at a time. And I feel a little overwhelmed by all the information that we received, but we do have some pressing issues right now. We need to identify those, and we need to fix those now as best as we can. So that's what I would recommend when the agenda item says possible action, provide direction on this. That would be something that comes to mind, is we have to start looking at the problems and addressing those and hopefully in time for the second semester. So that would be something I would add. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd also, just building on that, I'd also mention to Superintendent McNeil that I think it would be great going forward for us to have this turned into an action item, an actionable report, so that we could, just like was done with the pathway to progress, identify, here's the recommendations, or here's the actions that we're going to take, here's the goal or the step we're going to take, and then be able to report quarterly or whatever it is on getting those things accomplished. Because I think it's important to, it's super important, and it was very courageous to do the survey and to report honestly and candidly what we heard and to demonstrate that we have listened. And now the next step is to show people what we did with what we heard, and to make sure that we can present it just as, here's the status of that thing that needs to get done. I agree with Trustee Cottle. We do have to prioritize what are the big ticket things that, the most important, the big hairy goals that we need to get accomplished. And we can use this report to make it an actionable status reporting item that, it's a red, green, or yellow, or however you do it, so that the staff knows, we heard you, this is the thing we're going to do about it, and here's where we are with getting that accomplished. Just a thought. And again, it's certainly up to the staff how they do that, but I think it would be really valuable to be able to update that on a regular basis.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, President Raymond. I'd like to piggyback off of what Trustee Simon Holland and Trustee Cottle said in terms of having, it's a lot of information to wrap our heads around. And I will say that, I'll be quite honest, I went through it at length multiple times before the meeting. I feel like I have a fairly strong working knowledge of the departments and of the district, but to sit and listen to everyone present, it became even more in my mind. But I'd also like to give a huge shout out to the amount of work that went into that and the number of people that put all that information together, and just hopefully we can take it and maybe sometime it's just drill down and be able to do something more with it, because it's an impressive amount that we need to be able to do something with it.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just going to say I concur with my colleagues. I don't think there's a need to repeat it. But I think we all agree that getting the report is great, but we don't want to get it and then say that's fantastic and put it on the shelf. So would it be appropriate to make a motion to that effect that we, I'm going to take a stab at this, JJ, that we ask the superintendent to take the information, received, and to come back with some kind of action plan that identifies some priorities and the way to track those or check in on those on a regular basis and do that as a and they make that recommendation back to us. That's my, you with me, JJ? Thank you.
Second.
You're good.
Motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I just want to say it was just such great work. We want to do, the staff did, the courage, and I said something to Dr. McNeil to do it and to be honest about it, outward facing. I like the way you say that. All the work that the staff did to put it in there, then so let's support that. That's us helping them. What do we need to do to help them to get through this? Because we talk a lot about everyone else and how hard it is on them. How hard is it on the staff, on the administrative team? That's incredible as well. So let's do something to help them too.
I'll just add really quickly. I'll work with President Raymond as far as the priorities, but knowing that I have a leadership team who is working exceptionally hard I will be looking to when we bring these priorities back because it's going to be a little bit of time. This was an enormous, so when we set this agenda, I want everyone to remember we didn't have the nutrition services item, and we also didn't have, the other, I can't even remember what the other item was.
COVID spike.
The COVID meter. So I just want to be very outward facing that my team has a lot of stress on them, and we've got a lot of budget issues that we're taking care of. We've got a lot of IT issues. So I'll work with President Raymond as far as when that priority list would be ready.
Great, thank you. Okay, so then we can, I think, move on to agenda item 6.01, which is board reports. Anybody? 6.02, superintendent's report. Oh, sorry, I guess there was a board report. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to pass along, I attended the Regional Planning Governing Board meeting last week and wanted to pass along, I did make my report to them, which we always do on their agenda, and they wanted to pass along to all of you and to the entire district how grateful they are, all of those elected officials on behalf of our region, how grateful they are to the people of the school district who have done just such an amazing job under such incredible circumstances. So I did want to pass that along because it was very, very moving that they were so acknowledging of everything that everyone has done.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just real quickly, second round of free COVID testing will be in a partnership with at Glen Duncan Elementary School this Saturday from 10 till 2, and targeting those populations around that school so we can get some free testing for them. And thank you to Renown and RIMSA.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to report I did 2 official visits this week. Yesterday, nothing like having middle school principals be willing to have you come in first day back after October break. Pine Middle School, Marcy Hers, it was amazing. The principals could not have been more welcoming. And I want to say on the record how happy I am to be proven wrong about the fact that middle schoolers will wear masks. And it was lovely. It truly was. The kids were pleasant and really welcoming, and the staffs were. And as I said, the wearing of the masks, I never would have believed it. So.
Thank you. All right, Superintendent McNeil. All right, so moving on then, we have 7.01, which is future agenda item requests. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a request that the Board of Trustees hear a proposal to replace the existing Board Policy Committee with a Community Board Policy Advisory Board. I would like to propose this committee is made up of 10 members, 5 members being school-based staff, 1 from each standard trustee district for geographical balance. The eligibility would be based on school site employment, not residence, and these individuals can be parents. I'd like to also propose the other 5 members be parents of Washoe County School District students, 1 from each standard trustee district for geographical balance. Eligibility based on residence, and that these parents could not be staff members of the school district. I'd like to propose that the process remain the same, 3-step process, except the first step would be this Board Policy Committee of community members and staff, not the trustees, and the trustees will remain voting on steps 2 of 3, keeping the public comment period. And I'd like to propose that this committee would be in place no later than August of 2021. And my final proposal is I would like this board to hear this proposal before the calendar year is up. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to request as an agenda item that the board review policy 1310. That's the policy regarding political statements on campus, and we've on school campuses and from our teachers. teachers and students and so on, and we've had a lot of public comment about it, a lot of emails about it, and so I think it's appropriate that sooner rather than later that the board hear this and we have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Okay, any other requests? 7.02 is public comment.
We received comments from Janine Slatt, Adrian Lowry, and Joyce Cinder House.
Thank you. Okay, our next meeting is Tuesday, October 27th, 2020, and the location will be announced once that is set. I will adjourn the meeting.